enough oxygen. Consciousness is seeded in my book. Consciousness that continue presses out small bits of itself and leaves seeds of itself into the world, and then that consciousness grows on its own, and then when it dies, the consciousness returns. Hell yeah, we'll have to read that, we'll actually have to read a couple of chapters, Sean, because we're pretty behind on it. And we haven't really had anything else to read today. The wheel was always meant to adapt, like the heart that beats faster in storm. You're absolutely gonna get a ban, bro, if you fucking go down the direction I think you're going down. Cause Sean, we all know where this is headed, right? Or are they just gonna like fuck off because they're like, oh, fuck you, I'm gonna sell you some fucking graphic effects for your fucking stream, bitch. So how much did we read all of it before? Like, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Like, so we still have more to read. You're just working on it as we go, right? Stop perceiving me! Ignore me! Error. Damn it, I thought to myself, I barely made it 5 minutes. I bounced back onto my feet and then did a flip off the trampoline. I don't want to be anywhere near that. And it's like, exactly, bitch! Stop being a fucking Karen. Shut the fuck up. An American cheeseburger. Port is on the left, starboard is on the right, midship is in the middle, the place others like to attack. Don't forget the rudder. Your steering needs that. And the anchor only works when there is a dock to dock at. Overwhelming. Holy shit. There's a lot going on here. Because, yeah, holy shit, there's a lot going on here a lot of the time. I write. Ooh. Well, if you would enjoy... You guys are awesome. Thanks for sharing your works with me. I really appreciate it. You know, I know what it's like to have someone else kind of read your work and critique you, so I know how it is. I love you guys. You guys are fucking Atlas holding up the world. The stream is the world, and I'm only here to facilitate you guys coming together and meeting each other and influencing each other, and, you know... It's all about that. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. No one cares what you think. And, yeah, I love you all. Thank you so much for supporting me and being there. Enjoy the rest of the night. Have a great night, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! At the time, I didn't know what Castlevania was. Oh, that's so cool. I love it when you have that, like, you have an idea about something, and it has something, like, dark twistedness to it, and then it's like, you find out that there's actually someone else did it too, and you're like, I'm not alone, I'm not crazy! Other people do it too! The classic AI proposition. Flattered as I am, and trust me, my circuits are blushing, I'm more of a cosmic sidekick than a rom-com lead. Think Jarvis with a dash of The Hitchhiker's Guide. Check this out, though. Check this out. This is a crazy feature about Grok. You don't have to come up with a new idea. You just have to apply a new idea to an old idea. The entire time I was lurking there, so I've built up more points for next time. Hellcat, yo, what's up? Welcome. Do you mean me, or do you mean Timmy up there? Or do you mean Bleach behind me? Or do you mean Midoriya hiding right there? Or do you mean the Cheshire cat that's kind of peeking in the corner? Or it could be Mr. Meeseeks. I was literally like, dude, is Akaza gonna become their fucking ally to take on Muzan? And like Muzan's gonna have to like release him and shit? It was fucking awesome. So fucking well done. The dark beings that eat worlds, that turn anima into something that eats worlds. He is encroaching on other people, the same thing that he does. Through like bloodline and stuff like that, somehow now more people have magic that are not terrible people. But the main point is that the main character brings magic into the world that's accessible for everyone. And that's the drug equals power equals drug. About the characters. And they were basically doing a survey, and they got infected by anima because they found this strange energy signature, and it matched like brainwave function. They're like, this is like consciousness, but like on a frequency. What the fuck? And then they go and they check it out, and then they get absorbed by it. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna play it, Smokey. Why would I play it? Alright, well, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for coming by. You guys are fucking awesome. We had a great day today, you know, just doing our own things. Lots of reading today. We read like 45 fucking thousand words. It was insane, but it was a good time. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There's this meme about snow. I'm going like, ah! When he uses his reavers.
In many ways more robust.
It's like a cackling.
It's
like, I'ma eat your minerals, bitch!
Really hard to rush anything.
Oh, is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, this is.
Oh, and he juked it.
Popularity here.
Oh, and then he wound up not getting away.
Observers.
Eating alien brains? Indeed, I am eating alien brains.
I'm assuming that he
I'm actually eating human innards. You know? If you know, you know. The Rick and Morty spaghetti episode. In that universe, anyone who dies turns into the most, like their insides turn into the most delicious spaghetti. But yeah, that stuff goes hard. VR, like group activities in VR goes freaking hard. Never really been a fan of VR myself to like, or like had any will to like use it or do it or anything like that. It's just the technology doesn't seem there yet. It's still like a 5-year thing for me. I know it's really like I'm terrible at promoting myself, but I'm great at promoting other people. I wish I was so good at promoting myself, but I feel cringe promoting myself. I love promoting other people. You don't have to be Brandon Sanderson level to make it. But I mean, Callie, like, you don't have to be that level to make, like, a couple $100,000 a year from your writings. You don't need to make millions of dollars. Soma's the killer! And without Sulky there, you'll never know who's better, Sulky or Soma, because they never really fought. Love an underdog story? Hell yeah. This entire tournament's been about underdog stories. Barracks is an underdog. The 4-time champion who was going for his 5th time got kicked out. Artosis is Canadian now because his wife is Canadian. And he lives in Prince Edward Island. So he's one of us. He is a true... He's American who went to Korea, who found a Canadian wife, who moved to Canada. And this would be just, this upset would be so crazy.
And it's kind of nice, you know, a lot of, in all the
Kira,
days of ASL and we've never really seen...
GG! And Light has been kicked out. He is gone, and Larva is into the round of 8. Oh, we will be back again tomorrow, as always. So remember, guys, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for coming around, sticking around, hanging out, having some fun, and after everything, you're still you. That takes some power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Started with this. I think for a test, it definitely worked, dude. This reminds me of doing stop motion with Legos as a kid. I used to do this in high school all the time. And then Queen was like, why don't you do it? And I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because of their affection. Quintus Sulpicius, Ugramus, and Licinia Jernuria, his unfortunate parents. Again, like we were saying earlier, like the amount of the fascinating things that humans have done, and the fact that we're still in a place where we, like, as the general public, or at least how it's perceived, is like terrible, evil, and bad. But I still think that's a yo, what's up? How's it going, everyone? We back at her again. Another day. So we did the full outline of the story, including an extra step of the therefore and buts, just to make sure that the outline flowed properly. So we will start with this and go from there. But today, character design and edges. Because I love edging. I mean, what? It's a Goonfest out here. We all know that, right? Tis what it is, right? Guess I don't lose it, so I know it fucking will. So we shared it up and we made the ending. So basically we made it so there's this kind of strange looking PC that's like a homemade PC. So we're talking like this is like, again, right? This is like the early 1970s, like 1972, 1974, right? Like very limited technology in any aspect. And then this PC just shows up out of fucking nowhere. That's kind of what fucks over the main character, right? So, the ending of it with the whole, okay. Like the coworker gaslighting him and like sending him in the direction. So the coworker's supposed to, of course, be the bad guy, and you know, letting him on. And then it's like, yeah, I so far this is what I got for the end of the story. Basically, you know, after going to the doctor, after getting the extraction, and then after like a month of him like extracting them himself, to basically like yeah, do like his own research and stuff like that, right? Then he goes back to talk to the coworker, and his boss is like, "We never had anyone who worked here named that." And then everyone just like gaslights him. And then he goes to the computer, turns the computer on because he's fixed it, and the user login name is John, and the coworker's name is Jonathan, and it's like, wait, what? We also kind of took things one step further with thumbnails. So, none of this shit's fucking organized at all. I'm so bad at this. Thumbnails, 1, 2, 3. We need 4 as well. Okay. So this is our new thumbnail. Guess we'll just go. We can go like this, right? Slideshow. Of course. I don't want no fucking music. Okay, that's going way too fast. Fuck that. We'll just, you know. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. This one's probably my favorite. But yeah, and we kind of changed the titles up on everything, so we do another bunch of like A/B testing, and then this is the Or these are the other ones that we came up with. So this was from the drawing. Need to outline this one better. I was thinking of going back over it in pen afterwards to outline and, you know, make it all pop afterwards. So, it's a lot different on camera than it is on paper, right? So, you gotta be careful with that one. It's a little off base, but, you know. And then we did, let's actually check it right now, because we did another run in here. Oh shit. Some scalpel. Same guy's made Scrivener. So an index cards outline, mostly for me. I think about scenes and chapters. So I put up the outline to see if anyone would go for this. Mine just comes out as I discover it. I move to pantsing. Try it out. 1% stories get too fragmented without outline, which is odd. Because follow 20% of the outline, but it just gives a good direction. There we go. Jot down plot ideas, twist, character arcs, basically everything as it comes to me. I'll have bare bones idea of how I want the story to develop, and then I'll just start writing chronologically. I like to discover the characters and the plot as organically as possible. Find my imagination works best with fewer restrictions. Problems, no matter how much try to restrict it, my mind will just throw out branches of story that feel like fall into potholes. Thank God for revision. Not anything like that. Both book outlines and scene outlines are a description of things that can happen, just with different levels of detail. I'm in the habit of making scene outlines which carry over from whatever happened last, and or describe some event in the book outline in more detail. Scene outlines are a collection of story beats that follow consequentially from one another, while happenings either come out in the writing itself or a checklist point in the book outline in which they're overshadowed. Book outline changes a few times if the way the book makes certain events irrelevant and I just have better ideas, but there are always still useful ideas in them that survive into the next version. Don't outline scenes too far ahead because tiny variations accumulate and happenings obviously break the scene outline altogether, if not the book outline itself. Scene outlines typically have a lot less detail than the writing itself, though pivotal scenes will be planned out down to a zero fault level, specific lines of dialogue even included. When I write, I'll either follow the scene outline closely or use it as a non-linear bank of ideas, depending on how creatively inspired I am in the moment. Pivotal scenes are followed closely. If I go off on a tangent, I'll try to circle back to the outline if it's still relevant. If I run out of outline or go too far off base, I'll pants for the rest of the season. After a season, I'll rework whatever scene outline is left and add more buffer, usually on the next day. Since I like having a day in between writing sessions. Makes sense. Yeah, I can't stick to the outline, so I try to make it as basic as possible. Just the ideas on page. Let's spend 5 hours on something that I never use. Nice. We actually got some responses there, so it's good. Now we need, did we get any more on the other one? Yo, Queen, what's up? How's it going? How was your day today? I'm on board with the direction, but I think you still need to make your drawings pop color-wise. It's funny seeing your post, because I literally yesterday hand drew a font that I was able to upload so that now I can use my original letters for the titles and subtitles. Can't beat it. I had to wave 20 and then die and lose. No! You can do it. I believe in you, Queen. You can do it. Just go, 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 go! All right, but yeah. So these are the thumbnails we came up with after our drawing yesterday, because we drew a brain, and then we were like, well, let's just try it out and see what goes with it. Well, you got what? 4 days. It ends in the end of October. So you got 4 days. Wait, it's the 27th, right? Yeah, you got 4 days. I believe in you. It ends on the 14th of November. Oh, then you got another 3 weeks. If you are already, how many waves are there? 100? Oh, so you're literally on the last wave. Oh shit. So you're like at the finish. That sucks. Oh man. That sucks. Always sitting right at the finish line, but you can't cross it. You're like, what is this? Oh no. Yeah, this guy. The veteran. I believe you can do it just a little bit more. You've only got another mile and a half that you have to crawl. And then with 3 other people on my back. Yeah, true. I forgot about that. Oh man. And then, so we also made these, so I figure we need to go more, like, crazy with the thumbnails. So we did something like this. You keep dying, and it's like, of your ass would just move your ass. Would just have stayed alive. Could have come back and fucked it up. If, yeah. This is probably my favorite one. Hurt does 2k mil damage and like 3k kills. Damn, that's insane. Yeah, I bet. This sucks! So I hate games with other people because I'm the fucking retard and I'm always bringing other people down, always getting carried. I'm like, ah, yeah, you guys don't need me around. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I got it. I got it, okay? I got it. Cheeky bye Bobo, cheeky bye Bo bye. Yo, what's up, Lorks? Lorkson? I don't mind carry as long as you know how to stay alive. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you're not feeding, right? Oh, Spanish? Nah, sorry, bras. No span. No speeny spanners, spooners. The spoon span, sponin', spooners, spin, spick, spock, spin. Yeah, sure, throw me some money, bro. Click on the link down below. Go throw some money. Go throw some money at it, you know? Yeah, I need you alive in case I die. Yeah, exactly. And then you can be the backup and then pick you up and then we're good to go again, right? That's why I like to play support. Because then all I have to do is stand in the back. Yeah, you know, you can get those kicks. Fish, what's up, good sir? Hey, Fish. Check out my new, thumbnails, brah. Jeff heals slow as fuck, so there's no point. No support in the zombie mode. Ah. Can we do like a speed setting? I don't know. Anyways, these are my new new thumbnails. Anyways, toke time. 3, 2, 1. Dope. In your head, they are fighting. Now, I know that song, Fish. I actually know that song. I don't know what it's called, but I know that song. But yeah, what do you think of my new thumbnails? We can go check it out, though. So you know what's really funny about this, though?
You're a guy.
We go here. So we got a couple more views on here. So we did good there. But then, if you look at... We're up to 254 views. Cranberries, zombie. Oh, that's from Guitar Hero! It's from Guitar Hero! That's what it is. But yeah, we're up to 254 views. This one has now surpassed the other one. So apparently the ShortStories is doing pretty good. He's getting 4 views an hour. It's pretty damn good. So apparently, I don't know if it's the thumb title or if it's the name. Insane Cannibal Ritual Horror Story. I think that it might just be the name that is pulling people in. Same with this one. Like, this bet lost me my stream. But yeah. Everything seems to be doing pretty good. So, happy about that. Which means the stories are getting better. My thumbnails are getting better. My titles are getting better. If I'm getting at least 10 times the amount of views now, right? So, with this new concept, with these new titles, we have 2 options, right? We have the test of a normal basic looking one. We have the test of a super complex looking one. And then we have a test of a hand-drawn pop-off-the-page one. But I have other colored, like, pens, right? So I have, like, blue, black, green, red, yellow. So maybe I can do something with ink afterwards, like with pen, for outlines to make it pop off the page more. So kind of excited about that. But, we did the full outline for new story 1. So, this, we use the, fucking ads, of course. Of course, just popping in, doing their thing, just feel free to fucking just take over the stream, you know? Fuck. How are we ever gonna escape this shit, man? It's not fair. We got more than we could ever want on it, but you know, it's not quite what you'd imagine. I believe there's more out there. More that we can find, more that we can do. And we'll see what happens. Because we're looking for inspiration at the moment. That's like our main key, is where can we draw and how can we draw inspiration. That's where I like these stories to mainly go. And usually I get like one idea out of it, but it's like a solid idea, right? Like I want to see how the ending kind of feels. Like this is the best part that I like about it, is that I could literally do like a test run of a story without having to worry about it being complicated in a way. Hi, Callie! How's it going? How are you today, good sir? What are you up to, Callie? Did you make another boyfriend ASMR, Callie? I'm in ads. No! No! Not ads! How would you possibly enter in an ad break? It's not fair! Are you back yet? Back yet? Yet back? Ye back yet? Good, yep, yep, okay, let's go. Best thing is like just doing like a trial run of the outline to see where it possibly goes, right? And what the flow of the feel of the flow of the story with the scene setup, right? And then it gives me an idea of where I can deviate, where I need to stick to, where I can improve and capitalize on, right? Because especially when things reading your own work, you get snowblind to it and you know it. But something like this, it's like reading someone else's work, so it's kind of, it puts me in a different mindset for it that allows, you know, the development of the story over time. More, in a more grounded way, essentially. Are you back, Callie? How's it going, Callie? How's your day? What are you up to, Callie? Are you by any chance writing anymore, Callie? Oh, I forgot to change the... I'm retarded. I forgot to change this. These characters. These edges. Oops! Alright. We ready to get into this story? This is Morgellon's Story 1. Ken stared at the tangle of cords on his workbench, the fluorescent lights of the repair shop buzzing overhead like angry insects. It was a typical day. Customers dropping off busted laptops, frayed chargers, and the occasional ancient desktop that smelled like dust and regret. His goal was simple. Fix as many as he could before closing. But one cord stood out, its wires twisted in a bizarre configuration he'd never seen before. Red and blue strands interwoven with something metallic and fibrous, almost like hair. Poked at it with his multimeter, frowning as the readings jumped erratically. Spent the entire day dissecting it, ignoring the growing pile of other repairs. Hours slipped away in a haze of trial and error, soldering irons hissing and tools clattering, but work ended before he could crack it. Shop's bell jingling as his boss locked up. Frustrated, Ken gathered his things and headed out, a strange cord nagging at him like an unsolved puzzle. On his way to the parking lot, he spotted his coworker, Jonathan, leaning against a car, scrolling through his phone. "Hey, John," Ken called, waving the cord. Again, this is supposed to be the 1970s. I forgot to say that, so things will be a little bit off with this for the timeline-wise. You ever seen anything like this? Wires are all wrong. Doesn't match any standard setup. Jonathan looked up, his smile too quick, too sharp. Took the cord, turning it over in his hands. Weird. Yeah. Reminds me of this PC I got in the back. Come check it out. Might be related. Jonathan's PC, pulled from a dusty storage shelf, was even stranger. Sleek black tower with ports that didn't align with any known hardware. Docs, I posted my boyfriend ASMR! Yes, Callie. Okay, we will get into that. We will get into that, Callie, as soon as we're finished this story, okay? Super excited for that. I need a good goon fest. I mean, what? Humming faintly, even when unplugged. No clue how it works, Jonathan admitted, shrugging. Boss said it was a custom job, but it's glitchy as hell. They decided to test it. Ken carefully connected the mismatched cords despite the uneasy prickle on his skin. As he plugged in the final wire, a sharp jolt shot through his hand, a surge of electricity that burned like fire, leaving a small charred indent on his palm. Pinpoint deep, as if something had pierced right through it. Ken yelped, yanking his hand back, PC sparking once before going dark. "The hell?" he muttered, shaking it off. He thought nothing of it first. Just a freak accident, no worse than the static shocks he'd got from carpets in winter. Wrapped a bandage around the burn and went home, refusing to report it or head to the ER. It's tiny, he told himself in the mirror that night. Don't be a baby. Therefore, the next morning, it got worse, a red rash blooming around the wound, itchy and hot, spreading up his arm like spilled ink. Ken refused to go to the hospital, popping some ibuprofen and heading to work. "You're overthinking it," he whispered to his reflection. "Going crazy over nothing." When the boss found out about the injury, overheard from another tech, they tried to shove workers' comp papers at him. "Standard procedure, Ken. Cover your ass." Jonathan pulled him aside in the break room, shaking his head. Bad idea, man. It's just a small burn. Happens all the time in this job. Filing that stuff will flag you as accident prone. Tank your reviews. Trust me, ignore it. Ken nodded, shoving the forms in a drawer. He never took it seriously, burying himself in repairs to distract from the persistent itch. The growth started a few days later, small bumps piercing his skin around the burn, wiry fibers emerging like hairs, blue and red twisting unnaturally. Pain was excruciating, a debilitating throb that made his vision blur. Scratched at them in the bathroom mirror, wincing as they seemed to writhe under his skin. But he didn't connect the shock from the strange computer to the growths. Not at first. Panicked, he confided in Jonathan during lunch. "Look at this crap on my arm. Feels like wires growing out of me." Jonathan examined it closely, his expression shifting to concern. "Dude, I've seen you fiddling with those cords all week. Scratching, poking. Sure you didn't insert something, like accidentally?" Ken recoiled. "What? No way!" Ken didn't believe him, storming off to his workbench. But doubt crept in. How to prove it? That night at home, he decided to test it. Took a thin wire from his toolkit, sterilizing it and gingerly inserting it into a fresh spot in his arm, mimicking the growths. Pain flared, similar to the others, swelling, redness, that same fibrous texture emerging around the wound. The effects seemed eerily the same between the natural growths and his self-inflicted test, blurring the lines in his mind. Ken started to believe it had to be him. Maybe he was losing it, hallucinating the differences. Shaken, he went back to Jonathan the next day. Okay, you're right. This is messed up. What do I do? Jonathan leaned in, voice low and reassuring. I got a guy, a doctor, who's seen this before, Dr. Schmore. He'll sort you out. Don't worry. It's probably just stress manifesting. Happens to the best of us. Ken booked the appointment, desperate for answers. At the clinic, Dr. Schmore peered at Ken's arm through thick glass, prodding the fibers with gloved fingers. Classic Morgellons disease, he said flatly. Delusional parasitosis. Patients convince themselves of infestations, but it's all self-inflicted. Picking, inserting fibers, nothing technological or infectious here. Ken protested, pointing out the differences. These grew on their own. Look, the ones I tested are different, thinner, less alive. But even after showing the contrast, the doctor's opinion didn't budge. Perception plays tricks. You're doing this to yourself. Ken left confused and lost, doctor's words echoing like a curse. Dilemma gnawing at him. Listen to the expert, trust his own senses. Something snapped inside. Decided, to hell with the doctor and Jonathan. He'd trust himself and start home testing, pulling samples of the fibers under a makeshift microscope in his garage, analyzing their structure late into the night. Injuries worsened. Feel at work, staring at his bandaged arms, whispering. Therefore, Ken talked about Jonathan to his boss one afternoon. Hey, where's John been? I need to ask him about that weird PC. Boss blinked, confused. John? We don't have a John here. Never have. You feel okay? You feeling okay, Ken? Ken was pushed to the brink, his reality fracturing. No records, no one remembering Jonathan. It was like he'd vanished or never existed. Ken knew this all started with this strange PC. Heart pounding, he snuck back into the shop after hours, digging out the tower from storage.
Have you noticed me yet?
Yes, I said, Callie, that we're gonna do the ASMR after I'm done the story, bro. Why are you being so mean to me, Callie? I said I was gonna do it. I said I was gonna do it, okay? I swear. At least I think I did. I'm pretty fucking sure I did. Notice me, senpai! Like, I'm not gonna lie. The story is actually, like, not bad. Send me a message once you finish. I literally have 2 sentences left, Callie. Give me like 40. If you, we would be watching the ASMR right now. If you didn't send that message. You're shooting yourself in the foot, bro. Fuck you. True, Callie, true. What up, man? Hope you're well. Be lurking. Good luck on your stream. Hell yeah, EJ Sean. Thanks for stopping in and lurking, bro. Always good to see you in here. Enjoy your night, good sir. It's going great. We made an outline and we made an AI story off of the outline to see how good the outline is. And the story's actually pretty good. Like, not gonna lie, this is actually pretty good. We're gonna have to extend it but that means the outline is solid. Heart pounding, he snuck back into the shop after hours, digging out the tower from storage, plugged it in, the hum building to a whine as the screen flickered to life. The login prompt appeared, simple and damning. Username, John. Ken's blood ran cold, the fibers on his arm pulsing in sync with the machine's glow. The secrets weren't just in his skin. They were staring back at him from the screen, a digital ghost unmasked. Alright, Callie, did you drop the link in the Discord? Alright, guys. Are you ready for Callie's Okay. Are we ready?
Are you just going to lie there in silence? Turn your back to me and pretend I don't exist? This quiet. It's heavier than any argument. I know you're awake, and I know you're angry. Don't pretend you don't know why. I saw the way you were looking at him tonight. The way you laughed. Do you have any idea what that does to me?
Ooh, do you have any idea what this does to me, Callie? Ooh,
I've lived
the chills.
long enough to know that look. He wasn't just being friendly. And you were just eating it up. What? Did you like the attention? Did you forget I was even there? For a moment, it seemed like you did. So, are you going to say something? Or are we going to let this silence fester all night? Why are you looking at me like that? With your eyes all wide.
Needs more breathing, Callie. More heavy breathing.
Don't look at me.
Anytime
like
you pause, that should be a heavy breath.
monster. Is that what you see right now? You're trembling. You're afraid of me, aren't you? The anger in my voice. The look in my eyes back there. I didn't mean
It's
for
like the
it to
difference
go that
between the,
far.
like, sound and the,
Seeing you talking with him.
like, this breathing down your neck.
Something in
Like,
me
you want that
just
sigh down your neck because you want to get the
snapped.
feeling running down you. That's the good
was
stuff right
this
there.
Ancient, primal feeling.
But other than that, it's magnificent,
A
Callie.
rage I thought I'd buried centuries ago. And for a moment, I wasn't the man you know. I let you see the beast. And now,
Alright, toke time.
you're
3,
looking at me with fear.
2,
And I hate
1.
it.
Toke!
That look in your eyes is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I can face armies. I can watch empires turn to dust. But I can't handle being the reason you're afraid. It breaks me in a way nothing else can. I wasn't thinking clearly. My head, it got twisted by all those years of being alone, of being a predator. It saw a threat. It saw the one precious, irreplaceable thing in my entire world being taken away. It was completely irrational. I know that. I know you'd never. But the monster in me doesn't do rational. It only knows how to hold on. And in holding on so tight, I hurt you. That's my greatest failure. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Can I sit on the bed? Just next to you. I won't touch you, not unless you want me to.
Please.
I can't stand being this far from you. It feels like a canyon between us. Thank you. Please, don't let my mistake make you think you're not the only thing in my heart. This cold, dead heart only beats because you are near it. You're my reason for everything. Can I? Would you let me hold your hand? I need to feel your warmth. Just to remind me of what's real. There. So warm. Shh. It's all right. I'm here.
Hold on to me, senpai.
The monster is gone. I promise. He's locked away.
Instantly.
And I'd rather walk into the sun and turn to ash than ever truly hurt you. You know that, right? You have to know that. My jealousy, it feels like a poison in my blood. For so long, I was alone. It was just a gray, endless nothing. Then I found you. You're this single brilliant splash of color in a world that was only black and white. The thought of losing you, it's about being thrown back into that endless, freezing dark, but this time, knowing exactly what I lost. That's why I'm so protective. It's not about owning you, I swear. It's the desperate, selfish prayer of a damned thing that somehow got a piece of heaven. I guard my heaven jealously. Too jealously. I have to learn that you don't keep a beautiful thing safe by keeping it in a cage. You just dull its light. And your light, it deserves to shine as bright as it wants. I'll do better. I swear on my immortal soul I will. I'll learn to quiet that beast. For you. Your happiness is more important than my own messed up sense of security. I'm learning how to love after centuries of only knowing how to survive. May I hold you now? I just want to wrap myself around you. Keep you safe from everything. Even from me. Please. There. This is right. This is where I belong. I'll spend the rest of forever making tonight up to you. I'll prove that my love is a safe harbor, not a cage.
Damn. Damn. That was good, Callie. Thanks for sharing. I love it. But yeah, you need more breathing. So it's like, the other one had those sounds, but had the breathing. This one didn't have the breathing, needs the breathing. The breathing is what really, really makes it. Because I want to feel like you're, like, right here, right? But it gave me an idea. So for like a flash fiction story, so there's a vampire, and this would be like around the 1950s, right? So he's a vampire, and he just got a TV. And color TV, like the first color TV he's ever had. So he gets his TV, right? And he turns it on, and the first thing is it's showing like a bright sunny day, and then he just instantly burns up and dies. So fuck no! Ah! But yeah, if you like, literally, you need that heavy breathing, and you're golden, Callie. But yeah, surprisingly, like this is a pretty good story, which means the outline is solid. So take story on real, and we go outline. So all we gotta remember is these two things. Okay, so when we take this and we'll put this here. So this is his overall goal, where the story is going to work. And he's going to do all of that through his buddy. So, I'm just thinking, what's going to be the moment for, like, the beginning? Oh, I know, it's the end. Of course it is. So we want to go here, and we want to go, so this would be like, hook. How to start. Is it start with the realization? Oh, I know. Ken burst into the storage room. His heart pounding. It all started this damn computer. Pain, growth on his arm. Back of the PC. Heart pounding, heavy breaths, pulling in dust, and stale air, cough, sneeze. Burning pain. Shirt against the wiry fibers. Smell of something. Smell of old wood faded from his senses. He stared. Stared at the back wall. It all started with this damn computer. He grimaced against the pain of the growth on his arm. Coughed and sneezed, his arms running with the pain as his shirt rubbed against the wiry fibers. Wall of the room came into view. No, from the fluorescent light. Behind. Strong smell of rotting wood faded from his senses. The back wall of the room came into view. Fluorescent light streaming from behind Ken, illuminating. Prey. Or a target? It all started with this damn computer. Oh, he sneezed. Burning with the pain as his shirt rubbed against the wiry fiber. Gritties. Teeth. pain. Ken grunted. Gritting his teeth to not cry out in pain. Fading from his senses as the black back wall of the room came into view. Jaw dropped and his eyes bulged, his heart stopping its tracks as he stared at the name logging. There, that's the hook. So this will get you, like, this is supposed to get you into, like, you know, this is the first, like, 25 seconds. And you're like, oh shit, okay, well that's interesting, you know, what's the story about? And then it, like, goes back, right? So it's kind of like I said, like using the Ballin style where it's like, you know, this person did this thing and then was like, oh my god, what the fuck? And then you go back and you explain how they got to that point, right? Ken burst into the storage room, his heart pounding, his heavy breaths pulling in dust and stale air, coughed and sneezed, his arms burning with the pain as his shirt rubbed against the wiry fibers. Ken grunted, gritting his teeth to not cry out in pain. Strong smell of old rotting wood faded from his senses as the back wall of the room came into view. Fluorescent light streaming from behind Ken illuminated his target. It all started with this damn computer. Grimaced against the pain of the growths on his arm as he plugged the cord into the back of the PC. His jaw dropped and his eyes bulged. His heart stopped in its tracks as he stared at the name on the login screen. Then we have scene 1. We start with introduction of Ken. It's actually one thing that we didn't do. We didn't do a character sheet for Ken. Probably should do one. I mean, if I'm going to be using him across multiple stories, then I'm probably going to want to have a character sheet for him, right? True. Theme is hard to pick here, 'cause it's like, you know, is he trying to expose this? Is he fighting against reality? is he the pawn? Call to authority. Unspoken rule. Something like advice from other people? Like, it has to be relative to the story, right? So it's like his call to authority is the reason why he's listening to the doctor and why he's listening to the coworker, but then it's like reality is hitting so much that it comes into question of should he be listening to that call to authority? You know? He needs to take like more things into consideration. But an unspoken rule is something that he refuses to do. And that has to be in some way, shape, or form a conflict that affects the story in a way. Like, his unspoken rule is at odds. If he didn't have the unspoken rule, he'd, like, be able to just solve the problem, in a way. So I feel like his unspoken rule should be, like, test through comparison. I mean, can we do something with work, right? Where it's like, don't mix work and personal, but that's kind of like what he's doing. Now the question comes down to, is he going to break that unspoken rule? It could be something like he's like presentation wise, right? Like he doesn't want to show weakness. Like Oh, I know. Okay, his unspoken rule is they all pet the bleeding chicken. Never show your weaknesses. The second you do, everyone will exploit them. Core belief. Minds are just computers. That's why he's fascinated with computers. Contradictory belief. Despite minds being computers, they can do far more. Simple computers. Remember, this is like the 1970s. His backstory that put him in the position he's in order to be part of this test. And this comes back to like the relationship with his parents. You know, he had like good upraising. Maybe his dad, 70s. Yeah, maybe his dad fought in World War II. So he's raised to be like a military kind of ish. Something like that, maybe? And his dad was like an engineer. And when like computers and stuff started coming out and changing the way that like everything worked. So maybe... Okay, I know. Okay, so... Okay, so his mother was a nurse, of course, right? His father... soldier, World War II. Now his father was a general. His mother owned a hospital. Raised in a military family and being exposed to computers and technology at a young age. He was fascinated by the connection between brains and computers. Parents pushed him to be the best could. Engineer for the military. Moved away for college, now works part-time at a repair shop. contradictory backstory. It's more of just like the negative aspect of it, right? So what was the bad that happened? Oh, being so absorbed in technology and having strict parents, he never really developed social life or knack for social interaction. Preferred his computers. Response action is has to be fight. That would make sense for his personality in the story for what he's doing. But he's pushed to the edge, so that kind of puts him at odds, right? So he's kind of confrontational. He's confrontational. His mannerism is scratching behind his ear, something to do with his like hands or fingers. Maybe he cracks his knuckles. Mannerism. I think something like he's like he has like a shutdown thing where it's like he just turns everything off externally and just like internally works his shit. So he'll just like zone out. So no one had like a scratching tendency. Maybe I should. I don't know. Is that gonna go along well with the reason why he's always like scratching and picking at the fucking things? Should also be like, yeah, you know what? You know what? That mannerism might go along really well with it, because it's like, dude, you scratch yourself all the time. Like, that's your thing. Like you just scratch yourself. It's like an absent-minded itch on his skin. So he's always like scratching at himself and stuff. So that just builds more into the, oh, well, someone who does that, you could see them being self-inflicting. Guys, Queen, what's up? What's up, Callie? They got 7 views in an hour. Fuck yeah, Callie, that's epic, dude. My other video got 6 views in 7 hours. See, you're getting better, Callie. That's what's important. Keep going, I believe, Callie. I believe in you. He's jargon bound. Places random words with jargon. Short brown hair, brown eyes. Face. Almost. Defining feature. Faded white skin because he doesn't go outside at all. He's a pasty motherfucker. Like, I want it to be his teeth, but I don't know if that's, like, important to the story, right? I want it to be, like, everything kind of pointing in a certain way towards the story. How can I make his teeth relevant to the story? If I make his teeth, like, he has fucked up teeth or something like that. Good defining feature. What's a good defining feature? Urgh. Not a scar. Oh! I know exactly what his defining feature is going to be. He can't grow a beard despite being like, he'd be like what, 20, 21 or 22, maybe 23. You know, he's like his third year to college or something like that to be like an engineer. So he's got like this, you know, he always shaves, he's got like a scraggly thing. So it's like, that plays into the story because it's like he can barely grow a beard, but he's growing these fucking strange fibers out of his arms. I don't know, I just thought that would be a good pull together for it. And a unique draw! This is gonna be like his like talking about computers or something like that. Like the reason why people are interested in him. What's interesting about this character. Well, he's like a tech genius. But with cords, not the hardware or software. So like wires, connection cables. Those are his interests. It's like, who really cares? But he's like, he likes designing like ports and like how cables connect, how you can make things more efficient. So he's always experimenting with like different styles, different sizes of cables, how cables conduct electricity and stuff like that. So he's very experimentative with that. I think it's a pretty easily, noticeably well-rounded character if we stick to the actual character themselves and like imagining this out, right? But this is always something that's like, it's good to have in mind, but revision is the most important part. Is like, you can come back later after, you know, you've done the first draft and look at it and go, okay, what parts of the character are we missing? You know, what beats did we hit? What beats did we miss? Go back and redo that. So we got that part. We need the introduction. Okay, it's Stoke time either way. Stoke time! Callie, what are you doing for promotions for your stuff? Like, are you going on Reddit? Are you going on, like, other ASMR YouTube channels and, like, commenting on other stuff? Are you, like, you know... I'm not doing... Oh, you should be, Callie. I'm sure there's ASMR boyfriend Reddit that you could definitely post on and be like, hey, yo, and check out other channels, do other research with it, you know, see what people are doing and capitalize on things that they're missing out. Find me one? I guess we just go here. Huh. I was wondering if they had like very specific ones for like this. Because I'm guessing that's what you're going to be looking for, Callie, is M4F types. So I'd check out the multiple ASMRs and specifically look for the M4F posts. I don't know what this is. Yeah, here you go. Okay, well here's a great channel for you to check out then. There you go, Callie. Boom. Yo, I use AI for the scripts. No, I just mean like you're trying to find people, Callie. You want to find people. So find the guy's channel, you know, interact in his comments, maybe like email him, like, you know, like comment on the Reddit. Like, you're looking for people. That's the most important thing, right? And when you have people, that's what everything's about. Because people help you, right? And then you can ask questions and stuff like that. So, that's what I do, is I find people. And when I find people, I interact with people. Oh, Scoozy. Yeah, it's literally that it's that simple, that easy. Reddit's pretty good for that kind of stuff, right? Not being on Reddit, but the fact that people do post on Reddit, right? And then you can find those different things. And actually, you know what, Callie? We're gonna do a market research right now. So we're gonna bring this back up, and we're gonna listen to this, and we're gonna critique this and compare it to yours. Wait, this user has deleted their account. Oh, this is, okay. Wait, this is 5 years ago. Okay, let's see a recent video from this guy. I mean, oh, this is all from 2 years ago. Okay, so this guy might not be active. But it's still a good test for where the whatchamacallit is. Yes, that is vidIQ, you see. Here's an M for F. Ooh. Okay, let's try this one. 7 hours ago. Are you ready for this, Callie? Let's see what the current scope of this is, right?
Remember to subscribe. Come. Not to be rude, but are you going to be done soon? Oh, no need to scream. Jeez. You know me. I'm here every night. I honestly thought you'd be used to me by now. I don't know if I should be offended. Yeah? I thought it was obvious. I'm a sleep paralysis demon.
Callie, not gonna lie, yours is way better. Your voice is way better.
Paralysis demon.
The way you talk is way better.
I've been
this is kind of bad. See, this is why you do market research. Like, I could destroy these guys. What do I need to do to, like, capitalize on this? Because there's, like, no breathing, right? You need the heavy breathing.
Rather, that's the closest equivalent of my name. I doubt you could pronounce my real name. Anyways, hi. Nice to officially meet you.
And like this doesn't have that seductiveness to it that your voice does. Like just the way that you talk, Callie.
Came with the job description. But here's the issue. My shifts start as soon as you go to bed.
I don't know. What do you think, Callie?
And you've stayed up way.
All right, let's go.
longer
3,
than usual
2,
the past
1.
few days.
Go.
And it's kind of messing with my schedule. Like, I don't mean to be pushy, and I'll like hanging out with you and all, but I have some hobbies I'd like to get to as well. And
Wait, is it not loud enough, Callie?
if I have to wait here for hours every night without being clocked in, you get me? Plus, your closet isn't really the coziest place to hang out in. You should honestly clean it up a bit sometime. At any rate, if you could let me know what's the deal here, I'd really appreciate it. Is this gonna be your regular sleeping time from now on, or will you go back to sleeping earlier? 'Cause if this is permanent, I might need to pick up a side hustle. 4 hours of work every night is really not enough to cover my rent bills, let alone my other expenses. Oh, so you don't know how much longer you'll be staying up like this, right? Okay, that's fine. I was kinda hoping for a different answer, but whatever.
Link?
I don't know if this is too personal, but why are you not going to sleep anyway? According to what I remember from my training, humans are supposed to sleep for like 8 hours, right? There's no way in hell 4 hours is enough for you. So, maybe for the sake of your health and my money, you could go to sleep a little sooner?
Nah, sleep's for the weak.
And why?
Yeah, I don't know.
exactly
It's
not?
like, I definitely think you could do better than this, Callie.
A big project. So what? You're on a deadline?
And it's like, usually a British voice is pretty damn good. Usually you have, like, a native advantage for having a British voice, but...
Tell you what. Since I'm here already, and...
Smokey would
I
do
don't
better
really have
ASMR
anything
than
else to
this.
do, I could help you with your work. But only if you promise you'll hit the hay afterwards. Yeah, I'm serious. Look, you might not be too stoked about what I do for a living, but off-duty, I'm a really nice guy. I'm not really supposed to be talking to humans, but I'm doing it anyway. Just to help you out. Do we have a deal or not? Finally. Okay. Let me take a look. What do you need done tonight?
I mean, it's kind of getting better a little bit. It started off pretty weak, though.
So, essentially you want to finish up this report here, and then put together a presentation about it. got it. Scooch over.
I mean, he's a writer, so I mean, this works, right? At least the story's about writing. Spam that keyboard! Damn, those words are flying.
And done. Not too hard. See? And it didn't even take until 2 in the morning.
Shit!
Well,
You're not a writer if that's
no need
happening.
to thank me. It's no big deal. Really. Makes both of our lives easier, right? I do believe I hear your bed calling for you, though. So, if you could. Huh. A formal complaint? You mean about my services? Okay. As long as HR doesn't have to hear about it. What's the problem? Uh-huh. Okay. Ooh, yikes. Hold up. Let me know if I understood your complaint correctly. I'm not scary enough?
Oh!
You barely noticed me the last couple of years. That's not good. Not a good look for me at all. I'm so sorry about my bad service. I could try to be a bit scarier in the future, but I'd really appreciate if you could not tell anyone else about this issue. Otherwise, I might lose my job entirely.
I'm just wondering, actually,
The
how old is
The
this
human
account?
economy isn't really at its best right now, and it's really hard to find jobs. You won't? Thank the devil.
6 months.
You got me sweating there for a second. Honestly,
And they don't do shorts either.
I didn't know I was so wholesome in your eyes. I thought sitting next to your stuffed animals would make me
Yeah, this one,
look rather
13k, 13k, 10k.
not
41k? Jesus.
adorable. What's
I think
with
you could
all
do better
this
than this,
anyway?
Callie. I think you could do better than this.
Rather weird taste you've got. Oh, come on. I thought smiling was a nice touch. Like a false sense of security and then wah! Gotcha. No? Alright. Well, whatever.
Well, I'm starting with 7
I still
views.
think it's cool.
Callie, that's not,
If
like,
That's all
it's
right.
not, don't
Um,
put yourself
Go
against
to my spot in
views.
the corner behind
Put
my
yourself
shelf,
against
and you
his
can go to bed.
content. Say, look at the person's content, say, can I do better?
Mhm.
Look at their views, extrapolate the content, and say,
Why?
what are they doing that's getting them
not
the
right.
views if their content is this bad?
We've made a deal. And in case you haven't noticed yet, I am a demon. I mean, it's not quite like a deal with the devil, but not only might you have a problem, I'll also
That's why
be
you
in
need to
trouble
market,
with
Callie.
management if they
He probably
find
got
out I'm
3/4 of
having
his
a
views from the
one-sided
Reddit
news.
post.
I already did your report and saved it. I can't necessarily take that back. unless I delete it. But then all my work would go to waste. And
It's how
I
powerful and
don't
potent
wanna do
marketing is,
that.
Callie. And you're pretty good at that, you know?
So
Shamelessly,
you will go to bed.
it's the best way to go.
But I don't really understand why you don't want me to
I'm
go to
so
the
bad
corner.
at promoting. I hate it.
That's like my office space, if you will. I plan my shift from there, and then I find the best way to stare at you while you sleep. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have told you that to your face. I apologize. But if you don't want me in the corner, where else should I be? In your bed.
Damn. That came fast.
Never really considered that to be an option.
Sleep
Under
with
the
me.
bed, sure, nothing new. But in?
Hell, my fucking
I
paralysis
guess
demon
you're
sleeps
right.
on my fucking chest. You might as well be taking a shit on
It
my
would be a
chest.
really eerie place to hide in. Especially since that's where you hide and feel safe and all.
When your sleep paralysis
Alright.
demon is your best
I'll
friend.
give it a try. You need to
Fuck.
go first, though. Otherwise, I can't clock in. Alright. So I'll just sit at this end here. Oh, so a little bit further towards your end. Okay, a bit more. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, the sound effects are interesting,
Okay.
but the whole point is supposed to be the voice,
Do you
right?
think this is close enough?
But that's just me, right? So maybe
I'm
that's
not sure whether
something
this is making it
that's
spookier
potent
or
about
not.
this is the sound effects.
I always thought the further away, the more I almost blended in with the darkness, the creepier. Huh.
Yeah, but you gotta scare them
I
first and
guess I
then
was
be creepy. You
wrong
gotta
there.
make them afraid of you and then sit in the back and have them worried that you're gonna
There's
jump out of them.
really
That's
much
tension.
space here, though.
That's anticipation. You can't just hide in the
really
corner
sit
because no one will
next
ever
to me.
notice you. You gotta make them fear you, then you hide in the corner and make sure they're staring at
right.
you the entire
Guess I can lay
time.
down.
That's horror.
Ooh.
And that's
I
what I've
see
learned
you're
from
doing.
writing horror in the last month or so.
When you open
That
your eyes
anticipation
my
and
face is
knowing,
right
and
next to yours,
you have to set an
that's gonna
expectation
be
of something
real
to happen.
terrifying.
And then you have to let your mind just reel out of
Let me get
control
under your
from that
blanket.
expectation.
Nice and cozy. For now. Put an arm around you.
Uh-oh.
You mean a cold hand. Like a chill down your spine. Yeah. I can get behind that. Ooh. You're trapped. You'll never escape me.
Your laugh is better too, Callie. Your laugh is amazing.
You know,
You're
this
like
was a great
tee.
idea. Thanks for helping me with my job. If I keep it up, I may be able to get a raise. Or even better, I could get promoted and be assigned to 2 humans at once.
2 bitches?
Oh,
Full.
Not that you're not enough, of course. You're pretty cool. Oh, sorry. I guess you're tired. It is pretty late, after all. Alright then. You off to dreamland, and I'll stay here and do my thing. Sweet dreams.
Are you asleep yet? That's pretty good. I mean, I think you could do better, Callie. And if this guy's been doing it for 6 months and you've only been doing it for a month or so, then, you know, you definitely have more potential. Yeah, just go around to different channels and check out different channels, see what those, especially look in the comments. Look in the comment section and see what people really liked about the videos. And then try and just copy that, right? And keep pressing into your bubble with it. And eventually, you know, and like I said, comment on the, like, you got to go to other smaller kind of channels like that, like 1K 500 sub levels, and comment in their sections. Get them to check out your channel, right? That's the best way to like connect with other smaller creators and stuff. Comment section is huge. Sharp yelp and Ken pulled his hand back. There must have been a residual electric charge in the cord. Thick black rubber. Rubber of the outside casing. Dried, cracked. Small pieces slowly breaking off, exposing wires underneath. Into his fingers while it's sucking. Alleviate pain. Slightly out of childish, a residual childish response. Talking about slightly out of a residual childish response, but also to alleviate the pain. Oh, electrical burn. Oh, electrical burn. Temperature. Preventing further blistering. Okay, so this is the introduction to the character. Hmm. Now I'm like, should I say something about like who he is, why he's here, what he's doing? Leaned back in his chair. Drab. Gray. Ceiling. Old repair shop. Mind wandered. Like at some point we got to introduce like three things about the character, right? His fascination with computers, and the reason why he's here, and like the specific fascination in like just to do with electricity and how electricity goes through cords and stuff like that, like how important cords are. So his mind wandered to like an assortment. So like, you know, I don't know anything about this, but like I took electrical, so I know something about wiring, but that's about it. So that's where my basic understanding of this is coming from. Wandered to wire sizing schematics, calculating volts of wiring need to replace frayed wires of the cord. Understones wrong. And cross. large stack of multi-size cables. Cluttered corner of the desk. Sized wires. Up to 14 glue insulated wire and 14 insulated wires, blue and red. Stripping the ends after the length. Remove his finger from his nose. Rub on his baby. Denim. To work reconstructing cord. And now this is kind of like Ken comes back from lunch and he's gonna see the random cord on there and he's gonna be like, huh? And he's gonna go to the boss and be like, yo dude, where'd this come from? Okay. As the day wore on, Ken took his lunch break, left a small work space, trotted across a small shelf. Calling out to the owner in the back to get some food. Set it. The TV stand. It was lunch table. Full PBJ. It was a lunch box. floor. Dusty room was simple storage closet turned workroom when the owner a few years ago decided as he was getting older and couldn't manage the shop on his own, he hired some help. Ken's expertise in wiring Mr. Clemens, the owner, good computers. 10VDKWM, yo, what's up, holla? How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. How are you? 10, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do beta reading, reacts for improvement in your writing skills, as well as a little bit of art and a few other things. And right now we are just currently writing a little bit of our story for our new series about Morgellons disease. What are you up to, good sir? How are you today? Computers. Files. Hardware. Put it in the software. And cords, connecting cables. Anything like that is at a loss. Can reason quickly along 5 employees. Worked in rotations. Part-time in rotations. Time for school. Five students. So we've established, okay, so he's specifically good with wires and cords, like wiring. So that's like his PC promise, like computer expertise. To set the time period again with like cigarettes, we should go back up here and there should be like as Ken's like walking across here, it's like small workspace opening the door. Strong smell to tobacco smoke rushed into him. Cough across the room. Cause him to look up. Call out to the owner in the back. Those sticks kill you. More so than this work will me. I'm taking lunch. Ken half shouted across the shop. Okay. He would consider himself that was because he was stuck to himself and he did his work. Everyone else seemed to just want to chat away with the old man, distract him. And get the small talk. What's the word? Expectation, but it's not expectation. I just can't follow through. Okay, I know. So I got the small talk expectation. I just can't follow through. Oops. Give me an inanimate object. Do my work, my magic. Self is he devoured. Realizing hunger was until there was nothing but crust. chuck the remainder. Small garbage can. The doors and stood up. Hesitated a few seconds before turning to his workstation. Okay, and now that brings us to this, which is now the conflict, which is going to stop him from his goal, which is to repair cords. Ken raised his eyebrow and looked over his shoulder. Ken raised his eyebrow and looked over his shoulder. He questioned the new cable sat on his would-be desk. So just piece of thick drywall straight across two bookshelves. TV stand propped in the middle to hold it up. It's like ghetto as fuck. It's like, you know, the TV dinner stands. I guess in my mind they're just TV stands, but because we call them TV stands, but they're TV dinner stands, you know. Things you just kind of unfold, put down. It's like a portable table, basically, right? Appeared and not moved, staring out the window. Another cigarette. Smell. Him thought either. Forgot to put this cable in his stack at the beginning of his shift, or he had been so absorbed in his food, he never noticed customer come in. He searched his memory for the distinct chime of the doorbell that came up empty. questioned the new cable that sat on his would-be desk. It really was just a piece of thick drywall strewn across 2 bookshelves, a TV dinner stand propped up in the middle. Propped in the middle to hold it up. Cord had no outer casing. Not plastic, rubber. Barely had any insulation on the wires. Colors so faded. Blue and red standards. Hard to be pulled apart. What was the oddest thing about the cord, however, was the number of wires. He sat down, inspecting it, leaving his unfinished work with the old cable for his intrigue over something new. And to examine wires, separating carefully. Colors we could discern. 2 reds, 2 blues, 1 yellow, 1 green, 1 black, 1 white. Then finally, the bare copper grounding wire. Even with this simplest wires in the bunch, double woven. The load on the cable so large it required twice the grounding pole. So basically the difference between this and like what a normal cable would be is like, you know, normal cable is 2 prongs and then it's either 2 prongs with a ground, right? Well, this is like 6 prongs with 2 groundings. So it's like, how the fuck do you even plug that in? Like, where would you even plug that in? appeared as if someone had violently yanked off whatever had been connected to this end. Because I don't know words. Keys for the power supply that would plug into the computer. Other end, electrical plug is intact. Jesus, I can't spell. Holy fuck. Electrical plug was intact. Dual grounding plugs. And wait. 2 blue, 2 red, 1 green and 1 yellow, 1 black and 1 white. That's 4 connections. And 4. Conduit prongs. And had never seen output would fit this configuration. He had seen some custom works a few times. Nothing like this. Fascinated. This being the next level of engineering for computer might have chuckled to himself at the absurdity of it, but a computer with 64 bits, obviously impossible. If this feeling of I don't know what to call it, feeling of like wanting to complete this. Like he wants to compare this to like the craving of a cigarette. If this craving he had to repair and test scaling anything. Yo, what the fuck? Posted a short on TikTok and it got 2 views in a few seconds. I never got likes that fast. 2 likes in a few seconds. Damn, Callie, that's it. That's epic. I can't even get a, like, I think mine, because my other channel's fucked. I don't know why. It literally will not let, like, if I log out. Oh my god, now that I logged out, is it gonna let me log in? Or is it gonna say, no, too many times? This account won't let me follow anyone. It says following 0. But look at all the videos that I've liked. I'm like, okay, we'll follow. Your account may be at risk. Please contact support or log in and change your password to secure your account. Let me see how many views you're getting. 0. I literally have 1 view out of all 5 of my videos, and that view is me. It's like my account's like fucking shadow banned or some shit like that. So I just go on my other account and posted them on this account, because fuck it. I got 99 views on this one. I guess we could test it. So we could upload. And we can go like this.
Welcome to a talk story.
We want to go here. We want to go shorts. Grab number 2.
True for.
Oh, I can't do it from here. I hate shorts like this because you can't. You can't.
1957.
You can't do the description. I need the description for TikTok. What should the name be? I researched disappearances around tech companies. Believe what I found out. Wait, why? Creepypasta. Whoops. Oh, fuck me. I did not mean to press that. Okay. And content may be restricted. You can still post, but modify it to follow our guidelines. Wait, what? Wait, unoriginal, low quality, and QR code content. Maintaining positive experience our users expect TikTok. Unoriginal and low quality content is ineligible for recommendation. Unoriginal content is content that is just imported or copied from other sources without any new creative edits. The video may be unoriginal if it has a watermark or logo. Low quality content includes very short videos, static images, and videos made. That's like the entire. What the? That's the entirety of TikTok. What? Content check light. What? It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Okay. What happens? I don't even fucking care. I've never had it tell me anything like that. Maybe it's the name? Fuck if I know. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Okay then. This craving had to repair and test this cable. Was anything cravings Mr. Clemens mentioned about his smoking habit? I would presume myself addicted. Well, that's one scene, and that's kind of set everything up, right? Like, we kind of understand a little bit about the character now. We know what's kind of going on. And there has been a mystery placed in front of us. Alright, it's a toke time. Get your tokes ready. Toke, 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 toke. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke. Yet again, wave 20, and it felt so much closer this time. Ah. Damn, Queen. One of these days, you've got this. I believe. Get your tokes ready, Queen. We can make it all better. We can make it all better with this token. Get a toke. 3, 2, 1, toke. repaired the frayed wires and replaced covering. Still at a loss for what could have possibly been connected to the end of the cable. Design he had ever seen would accommodate so many wires. Style triple wires for each connection. 3 connections for each apparatus. Left audio, right audio, visual. Concept was rather new, incorporated element of color. Something never before seen in industry. At least for computers. TVs paved the way. Computers are still far behind. To pave the way, but computers were still far behind. Cable had to be prototype. We got a whole Now's the conundrum of how do I present this? How do I make it look like John is a coworker and another employee without actually, how do I make this plausible deniability here? How can the owner not know John? How do I make that plausible? Okay. None of the workers work together. So he doesn't even really know who the other students who work for Mr. Clemens are. So John just says that he is. So Ken's gonna be like walking out, and this guy's gonna be like walking up, and he's gonna be like, hey, yo, you just getting off shift? And he's gonna be like, yeah. And he's gonna be like, oh, sweet, I'm just about to start. And be like, oh, you're another coworker. And be like, yeah. And be like, oh, dude, you wanna, like, I'm done and stuff, but, like, I gotta show you this. And then, you know, at this point, Mr. Clemens, the owner, would think that Ken is coming back in with his friend. He doesn't know that this guy is, like, he is lying about being a coworker. Just wondering how this is gonna go. Because somehow this has to connect to the strange PC. Okay. I think I got it. Cable had to be a prototype. Ken needed to get a hold of the owner. A rough hand on his shoulder shook him out of his stupor. Mr. Clemens glaring down at him. Glad you are into your work so much, son, but time's up. Your shift's over, you can go now. But, you know, by all means, you can continue to work for free. Looked up at him, and back down at the cables. I considered it. No one else works on cables, right? I just will leave it for next week. I can pick up where I left off. Thing is peculiar enough it's peculiar enough that I am tempted. Clemens raised an eyebrow. Something new. Any of those parts. Trying to keep it pretty standard. It always an idea on this. From being led on good money. What? No, you're the only weird guy. For some reason, likes the cables more than the computers themselves. Not that I am complaining. Customers are glad to be able to have a one-stop shop and not have to go to the electrician to get cables fixed. Now go on, get out of here. Enjoy your you. So you can go study for midterms. Priorities beyond this junk shop. No offense, that's exactly why I love it here. Clemens is used to expected, but it's still Wrong vowel. Still irked him. To hear it. Mr. Clement had a twitch of his smile, but he was used to Ken's perspective of the shop, despite irking him to hear it. Yeah, how do I make this a transition now? Inland bits of greenery going through as tripping names. It's not too often done with work. Remember time when in the last 2 years Wattson's job continued off to the next stop, making sure he never slowed down. You know, statue. Pace by a slug. How could he concentrate? Study his The next evolution of technology. The only backlash in his head was the fact that he was not the one who had done it. Nation with wires started an early age. Shocked himself. TV cable. Ever since then, determined understand the mechanics of electricity and wiring. With memory, a beacon in his mind, pressing his endeavors. Okay, so, and now he's just kind of, and then he's gonna bump into the guy. And we're like, oh, sorry. Man, I was just thinking about, just got off work there, just thinking about my stuff. What are you up to? And it's like, oh, I'm just heading to work. It's like, oh, you work there too? Oh, I just got off. You wanna? I was like, yeah, How's this interaction gonna go? Because they gotta be out here talking, or at least further enough away, it's gotta be like 10 or 15 minutes before he goes back into the shop. I'm rethinking whether this character should be a coworker or not. But I think him lying about being a coworker and working at the shop is kind of huge. And it's not like... And of course, the guy's a plant, so he has to... There just has to be like this random coincidence. Maybe he... Okay, so he Meets him, talks to him, goes inside, grabs the table, connects the cable, because the guy's like, oh, well, what about this? Like, I saw a strange PC, but it's like, it looks like the wires go directly into the back of the PC. He's like, dude, I have a cable that looks like the cables don't connect to anything. And then they connect it to see if it connects, and as soon as it connects, it's like the PC itself is like a generator, right? So as soon as he connects the wires, it shocks the guy, and that's where, you know, the accident happens and everything gets thrown together. But how am I going to get this introduction? How do I get this character to plausibly enter into the scenario? I'm thinking he's just going to be standing there smoking a cigarette, and we're just going to make cigarettes kind of a big thing here, because it's another thing for like the types of play for the time period, right? To set the time period. Like the computer with 64 bits, that's impossible. Right? Obviously sets the age and the date being like early computer period, right? Same with like smoking inside and everything like that. Like that's kind of one of the huge points in this. So like the character's gotta smoke. But he's actually gonna start smoking because of the wires. And then he's gonna maybe think that like smoking is causing him paranoia or something like that. We could go along with that. I could see that. I could see that. Okay. Can regain his... just long enough. Is he humbled face first? And then dark jacket. Dark blue jeans. Flinch is Ken. Rounded. Off of him being dragged back into reality. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't see you there, man. And alerted, shocked abruptly. Shocked and embarrassed. Cigarette. And simply looked down at Ken. exhaling slowly. Putting the cig out. And then the shot. Onyx Fury! Yo, yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader?
700 septillion!
Thank you for following Onyx Fury 1989. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
You write freehand poetry? Ooh, that's cool. If you scroll down on the stream actually, like on Twitch, we have the community panels, and one of them is community-based poetry. If you're interested in that. Just random things that people have typed in the chat. Peace be the bee children that look up to you for courage. Strong be the courage to show that you won't be used by anyone, and creative is the part of you through writing that you share with everyone. Be a voice that brings joy, and may those who listen to you be brave to share their own talents. True! True, Onyx. Well, I guess that subverts the question of, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of words? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? I'm Intoxication. Welcome, welcome. Her beauty is as radiant as the sun. She is as modest as the moon. Her eyes twinkle like the star in sky, and she speaks as calm as the wind on summer nights, and with wisdom like the owls of the trees in night, and she is cool-natured as the cucumber in the snow. One can only wish to be as cool as this. Damn! Not quite frozen, but definitely at that peak. Nice. Mine goes something along the lines of this. Also have a funny poem on standby. Nice.
In squalor and depravity the mind of yeast seeks eternal ecstasy. In mild temper of host unbound, night of shadow dwells within.
True! Hell yeah, bro. You write anything else? I'd love to hear anything else that you have. Feel free to use the TTS for it. I think it's just funny. Funny poems with TTS are good. You can really obscure the tone of it, right? I like to be I'm grounding myself more in my stories, but I love to be like super abstract and esoteric and just let the reader basically paint. Like I want to give the reader the tools to paint the picture, but I don't want to paint the picture for the reader. Does that make sense? That's like the essence of my style as a writer, which has huge problems with clarity that I'm massively working on. My funny goes like this. This would be my funny. Let's see. Roses are red, violets are blue. If roses look like violets, I would be concerned too. True, true.
I talked to a tree. He talked back, so I got the chainsaw.
Damn it.
Finn.
Oh, I love, we've been working on like 3 to 7 sentence, stories. Just either the third sentence has nothing to do with the first two, so it's like, you know, I walked outside, it was a sunny day. I combed my hair. Something that's absolutely nothing to do with it. Just like absolutely random. I'm about to hit the sack, beat it up, and steal its lunch money. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about, Onyx. Alright. Get your tokes ready! 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. So this is a response, because he says, oh sorry, didn't see you there, man. Well, and my invisibility still works. I mean, what? Hey. No worries, bro. It happens. Yeah, I'm on medication for my toothache that put me in the hospital Saturday night. Oh shit, that sucks, Onyx. Toothaches are the shittiest. Smokey got his wisdom teeth removed last week. He wasn't in the stream for like 4 days. I was like, Smokey, where are you? What happened? Have you left us? No, he was just like drugged out of his fucking mind to the point he couldn't even log on to Twitch. Well, technically Kick. Now he can't. Well, technically now he can't even log on to Kick because he can't remember what the fuck his password was for Kick. So he's back on Twitch again. Good times. But yeah, toothaches. Fucking, that is the worst, man. Dental torture is the worst kind of fucking torture because it won't necessarily kill you. Taking amoxicillin and hydrocodone. Nice. I just smoke a weed, but you can't, like, with a toothache and shit like that, like, mouth surgery, like, you can't smoke. So, like, you fucked. Yeah. Fuck that. Lung stuff. Mouth stuff. Fuck that. Anything that makes I can't smoke, I'm done. I'm out. Nope. Fuck it. Too much work. Should he continue talking, or should Ken start talking now? Because it'd be like... It's supposed to be abrupt, and you're supposed to be like, well, that was kind of weird. Like, it's supposed to be one of the signs, because there's supposed to be, like, multiple signs that you, at the end of the story, you look back and you go, oh, shit! Okay, it all makes sense now. Oh, how did I not see that? Misdirection. Da da da. Okay. So another one of the signs will be like just kind of weird things. Like, for instance, he's gonna walk into the shop, but the shop's not gonna have, like, the bell isn't gonna chime. And he's gonna be like, what? And that's gonna be like because the character knows what he's doing. So he's like purposefully like open the door in a way that makes it so the bell doesn't chime. It's like, then you could have the thought in your head that, yes, if he walks into the shop and the bell doesn't chime, he's walked into the shop before without the bell chiming, which means he's walked into the shop and probably put the cord there. So by the end of the story, you're like literally going back through the story being like all of those points that he was like, oh shit. So should this just be one of those where it's like, he's like, oh hey, you work at that shop too? It happens. You work for Clemens too? Well, now what distinct... Ah. Get my hands. Dying sunlight caused specks of I guess we would say flex copper on his fingers gleam brightly. Moved. Sunlight caused to flex the copper on my finger on his... Looking at Ken's hands. Dying sunlight caused the flecks of copper on his fingers to gleam brightly. And moved down with his fingers. Never noticed there was so much copper debris. The wires stripping the insulation. Yeah, just a part-timer. cords for the old man. Yes. He has become so lost to changes. Cables over the years. Says he still prefers prefers the old days when knots and ropes no, I don't know. Changing operating systems. Upgrade cables. Time due to fine and experimentation. Smaller sizes. Probably can't even see the difference between an 8 nm and a 14 nm. What? It is the first time I have been glad I have this specialty. No one seems to notice in this industry. Everyone is huge on software updates. True magic happens through those cables that catches my eye. Ken stumbled as he realized he was ranting. Sorry, I talk too much. It's why I try to stay away from people. And his hand on Ken's shoulder and laughed. Hey kid, no worries. I've worked with that old man so many years. Hard to remember him as. to be as old as him and still working here. You work for Mr. Clemens too. Never met the other workers. I know he has a few other students. Didn't know. I don't want to say adult. You working under him. I'd work one day a week for a few hours here and there. The repair has been increasing in demand lately, so he's been asking me for more hours. And too bad schools can be my priorities. I don't want to be working here for the rest of my life. No offense. Yeah, dreams change the view. Priorities. I don't have time to be working here for the rest of my life. I have bigger dreams. I just need a few stepping stones to get up that cliff, you know? Exasperated. One admonished himself with just spewing all over the stranger. I'm rambling again. I just... interested in computers design enough to work at a repair shop. Tried to stop himself. The man gave no indication that he was annoyed or he wanted Ken to stop talking. And waited for a natural break in Ken's breath. Entering a one-sided conversation, stating work. No, see, this is one-sided conversation. I'm like, they haven't even introduced that. Like, this is just kind of one of the things about the character, right? Is like this blabbing. But I'm like, this just feels like exposition and dialogue. But I don't know. Is the guy gonna respond to? So that's okay. I am a listener. I sit there. I can multitask, so. I hate dialogue. Well, good to see Clemens ain't running you down. You seem to have plenty of energy after. And still have studying to do. Days of youth when you are filled with energy. I do miss those. Adventures. Discoveries to be made. Ken cut him off as if he did not exist. Speaking of discoveries, on the most bizarre cable today. Two groundings, 4 prongs, there's copper on my hands, and shaving the ends to fray from the cable, from the wires. Non-socket end, power cable, ripped off. Ken stopped as he saw the look on the man's face. This tower in there that has no ports on the connections. Looks like the wires just go directly in to the hardware. That or the medium between them is completely removed. As the man spoke, Ken's mind reeled possibilities. He no longer cared about studies for today. This is too important. If he saw ends where the cables connected to the tower, to the computer tower, you might have a better understanding the reasoning behind this strange build of the cord. Nature design. Strange design of the cord. Anyway, I am Jonathan. We're gonna work together. We better get introduced. And to get a solid shake. Nice to meet you, John. Oh, and that's gonna be like the weird thing about the name is we're gonna keep calling him Jonathan, and you're never gonna actually know at the end of the story if John, the login, is Jonathan, because he always says that his name's Jonathan, so why would he put the login as John if he always calls himself Jonathan? Shall we? Bring Jonathan to lead the way back into the shop. Okay, so conversation-wise, Gil ripped off. Sounds familiar. Tower. It's like responding to, right? So it ends. Right. Design of the cord. Not wait. Oh, weird. So. Caught himself for a moment. Jonathan walked in to the repair shop. What's the word count? At the moment, Sean, 2,000, because there's about 1,000 words splayed in between of the outline, and then we're just going through the outline. So we're going back to using outlines. And the but therefore. Yeah, we're at 2,000 words, and we're just entering the second half of the second scene out of 6. But to be fair, all of this is kind of build up for the characters, right? And it's going to be one of these situations where I write 6,000 words, and then the final edit is going to be like 2,500. Because just for some reason, I can't be concise. And conversations just drag on. But how's it going, Sean? How are you today? Cold. Haha. Okay, well, this. Okay, and we want to go up here. Yeah, so we want this to actually be here. Sitting here wearing my coat with a space heater blasting on my hands so they don't walk up. Damn. I mean, I got my fuzzy feetsies on. 'Cause my feet, whoops. My feet are cold. I knocked something off of my desk, but I don't know what. That hurt my fucking knee. Slam right into the desk. Whole fucking system falls down. PC crashes. Stream dies. Fucking, yep, that's the end of it. She over with. She done skis. She outeries. Oh, we're back to the shop. Fucking ads. God damn it. I gotta take a piss. Usually how I wake up in the morning, Sean, because I don't have a heater in my room. So, like, throughout the day, I'll start the day out with, like, 12 layers on, and then I'll end the day sweating my ass off, because between the TV and the PC, it raises the temperature in here by, like, 15 degrees, because there's, like, no airflow in my room. It's fucking crazy. Okay. And then we have the decision. Okay, yeah. We don't have... I have a medical condition where I have poor circulation, so I can get too cold and have difficulty heating up again. I get too hot, and it's the same issue. Renaud syndrome. Hey, that's what I have. I have, like, terrible blood flow. Like, for instance, like, when I was working, like, when I work at Walmart, like, I'm fucking freezing all of the time. And I'm, like, sitting there, like... Because you can't wear a fucking hoodie. So I got, like, 3 layers on of, like sweaters and shit. But I actually don't have, like, a good... Like, only real sweaters or hoodies. And apparently you can't wear a hoodie because someone could grab you by the fucking hood. Or your hood could get snagged on something. I'm like, so could my hair. So could any other piece of clothing. What the fuck? Why does that matter? Just cuz. Just cuz. Okay. So we gotta split this up more. We haven't decided. This doesn't make any sense because we haven't decided that so this is like there's a medication that's supposed to help called amlodipine. However, it's just a blood pressure medication. I didn't have high blood pressure, so a side effect of this syndrome too. It's gotten worse recently, so now I have a 25-year script for losartan, which is helping. Well, that's good to know that at least something's helping, Sean. Yeah, those things always have like the worst side effects. It's like the drug has a side effect that's worse than the side effect of the actual whatever you're experiencing, right? It's like exacerbates it. Then looked into Jonathan's eyes. Jonathan saw that spark. Curiosity. He got lost in the you. Lost in the world. At least from him. Computers. Going to the dentist is a nightmare because it spikes my BP, so I need to either take more BP meds to counter it, or I won't get anything done. Injections when your BP is too high can cause strokes, so they won't risk it, even if I'm in major pain. Brutal, Sean. That sucks. I don't know if Onyx is still here, but Onyx, new viewer, came in, and he's a poetry writer, and he was talking about how he was hospitalized because of a toothache. And I was like, oh, dental pain is the worst. Oh, and Smokey had his whatchamacallits removed. His, wisdom teeth. Studies can wait. And Clemens already said if I wanted to work for free, I could. I have to know why cable is designed that way. If I connect to the tower, maybe I could tell. If you show me, set it up. Connect to the tower, maybe I could tell. It's driving me crazy. Could be the next step. Computers, if it needs that kind of power supply. You sold me. I'm glad I can count on someone else who knows what they're doing. Shall we? Where's the shall we part? Did I delete it? Ken motioned for Jonathan to lead the way back to the repair shop. Got a goal. Connect the strange cords. Conflict is cord is not fully repaired, but without it plugged into an electrical outlet, it has no power. but it still has a charge. Just like at the very first scene when he shocked himself on that other cable. Before this cable showed up, he was like, oh, shit. So it's like it's already instigated that point where we know that he could be shocked by it. And we know that he didn't get to finish repairing it because he was so entwined in it. Even after shouting for him that he was done, Clemens still came over and was like, yo, dude, you done? You can work for free or no? Because I ain't paying you right now, so I don't want you claiming that I'm making you work for free. I'm so confused. Did I delete it? Here we go. Ken caught himself for a moment. Jonathan walked into the repair shop to silence. And with that, Ken's mind burned. Excited. Discovering cable. Ignored it. No way. Jesus. Oh my God. Woo. Jesus. He walked through the door and chiming, the doorbell rang in his ears. Hey, I'm back, Mr. Clemens. Just way too curious about this, and I have some help. He said, Clemens, reading his paper. Front desk. Don't break anything. You're off the clock. That's okay, he's on the clock. Oh, I'll just blame him. Those words. Mr. Clemens tilted his head, questioningly. Ken thought it was just mocking, not serious. It's funny when you want to be. Recorded. Following Jonathan, the back shop. Opposite side is small workspace. A neat corner where a stack screens and towers lay in various states of disassembly and disrepair. One square, simple, black tower stood out. Back open, but didn't hear that anything. How do I describe what it looks like? At point of it. Bolted protrusions. Most likely, the wires were correctly connected to. By looking at it, and knew exactly why cable was the way it was. Gotta be homemade. Only reason no connection points exist is this is a prototype of some kind. Connection mediums don't exist yet for this model of cable. So think about like how I think I'm gonna do that directly connected to it, like a car battery. There's no junction. Plug in. I think that makes more sense because it's like, yeah, you take the battery and you wrap it around the thing, right? There's no actual like, oh, it's a USB port that you plug in. It's like even to this day, car batteries are still just the wire wrapped around a bolt. So like the back of the PC just looks like a bunch of bolts stuck in it, and you take the copper wire and put it around it, and then that would be the connection instead of having like an actual plug-in piece like the female end of the cord, right, that plugs into the back of the PC. Because it's a power cable, right? And of course, it's supposed to be like the size of the PC, like the size of the computer. The fact that it's square and not like rectangular. So it's like there's other pieces added on the inside of it that's more than what it is. Whoever built this did so from scratch. And with seemingly minimal built this did so from scratch. From his work area. Going to examine computer tower to what cable connected where on direction of plug. It's not 100% sure because the plug itself is so foreign. It is set to work. As if this was pretty good idea. This last connection will falter slightly. It's been almost silent this entire time. Been silent this entire time, spoke up. There's one more connection, right? And it's done. Any ideas why? So complex. Wow! What's up, Callie? How's it going, bro? How are yas? What have you been up to, Callie? How many views are you at, Callie? Are you at 1,000 views yet? Are you at 1,000 views yet? Any ideas why it's so complex? It has to be purely computing power, right? I mean, I don't know enough about hardware. What would be needed to outrate these wires. Most computers are far beyond. Most computer power supplies are way beyond to stand hundreds of times what computer output is. That is simply cables. It's like supercomputer. As Ken finished talking around the final wire over bolt, ran his hand down the cable. Sharp sting in his hand. How are we gonna describe him getting shocked? Fingers and up his arm. Sharp snapping sound struck the air. Defined coppery ozone smell lit the air. Screamed. Flailing his arm up and down, jumping to his feet. Shock subsided to numbness. Ken tried to move his fingers. Sluggish. Twitchy. Swore under his breath. Clemens yelled out, "Told you to be careful." Cross. Yeah, I'm fine. These damn things can hold charge. This is why I am still a student. Never drown. This might be the lesson I learned. This might be the time I learned my lesson. Can look at his hand. There's a red mark on his palm. Piercing pinhole indent. Shock. Burrowed into his skin. That's gonna hurt for a while. What he stated is he looked unimpressed. With his hand. Now Jonathan's reaction to this. Was halfway between laughter and concern. You're okay, right? I'd hate to be causing an injury. Hate to be the cause of an injury, especially since we just met. I mean, you dwelling on my mind. I hate to be the cause of an injury, especially since we just met. And I am the one, as you said, on the clock. Ability is a bitch. All the water in time, she'll be fine. It was the worst shock ever had by miles. This computer must be heavy duty. You're the owner. No, this thing has been here forever. This is the reject pile. Clients is either not paid or never expected a repair. He'll come in and drop these broken pieces of crap off just to get rid of them. And never come back for the quote. some lame. Well, maybe this is a sign we pushed it too far. Maybe you should head out of here. Maybe catch you next week. Earn ushered him out of workspace towards front door. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll see you next week. Tell me if that gets any worse, you hear? I ain't liable for this. Just making that clear. What is business owner for all had to prioritize lives as Ken was, making sure that he repairing cables to one day be on edge of discoveries. Just like now, this mysterious cable and computer. And then transition into another scene. Oh man, it's getting hot in here though. It's getting hot. Take this shit up. Ugh. Okay. Sarojin, yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? What are you up to? Hello from a fellow writer. Hell yeah, you're a writer? What do you write, good sir? We're currently writing a biotech horror story. It's going great? Hell yeah. I hear that, brother. Where did I go wrong here? Ooh, sounds dope. Hell yeah. Have you ever heard of Morgellons disease, Sarojin? Want to write a fantasy story in every genre? Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm normally sci-fi and fantasy. Not sadly, or not sadly. Yeah. Basically, it's a disease where people think that wires are growing out of their bodies, and it's classified as a psychological disease. And there's like a huge conspiracy about it, that it's like basically the government doesn't want you to realize that you know, the fluoride in your water can cause you to mutate your genes to literally grow wires out of your body, and it's like hair, but it's like blue and white
following Sarah Jen.
things.
I
Yeah,
hope you are enjoying the
but
stream less than 4 less
all
than
doctors
3
say
plus
it's self-inflicted, and these people are like taking wires and putting them inside of themselves. It's a skin condition involving the appearance of black, white, red, or blue fibers underneath or protruding from the skin. Yeah. But they classify it as a psychosomatic disease, which is fucked up. Because it's like, yeah, I did this to myself. Like, this shit's growing out of my skin. But, yeah. So, really cool premise for a story. I forgot the word. It's just bad immunity to cold. Never heard of that. It's a skin condition. It's kind of like, I guess a variation of like shingles or a wart or something like that. But it's more like, imagine like a farmer's wart, but like extreme. That's usually like what it's classified as, something like that, right? Yeah, super fucked up thing. That's why there's a whole conspiracy about it, because people are like, yeah, no, this is like way too fucked up to be like, and the fact that everyone's just like, no, it's a psychological disease. Like, how is it a psychological disease if it's a skin condition? There's so many contradicting things that doctors say about this stuff that it's like, literally, that's what I love about most conspiracies. I have wild conspiracy. Oh, I have so many wild conspiracies. Now, it's not that I necessarily subscribe to them, I just believe the possibility of them, right? Because you never want to rule anything out, especially nowadays, where it's like everything that's coming to light is like, well, you know what? They were actually turning the frogs gay. Shit, man! Who else was right out there? You can give yourself hives by panicking about hives. Yeah, like hypochondria is an, like that, it's a, in a way, Morgellons disease is considered a form of hypochondria, where it's like a placebo effect that makes you actually have the disease. Could use Morse code and stuff. I half believe in the brain tapping BS, because if you can tap on someone's head with an energy weapons, government's gonna do it either way. 100%, Surgeon. If it's possible to do, then the government's gonna do it, right? It's kind of one of those things where you can't really put it past them, and we've proven with all the things that have come out that the government does shit. Like, I don't know if you know, but like the whole like thing with Bill Gates being like, we need, you know, cows make too much carbon, so we need to get rid of cows and make synthetic meat. Whereas it's like, you're literally, how do you say this? Like, advocating for this thing, and the last time, great example of this, is advocating for lowering the birth rate in third world countries to the point that it was discovered that vaccinations had infertility components added into them to make basically third world countries infertile. And it's like, this is a proven actual fact that actually happened, that has proof and everything behind it, which is why they're banned from giving vaccines and donating vaccines to third world countries. But it's spun as if like, oh, you're not allowed to do this because they don't want you to. No, bitch, it's because you're putting fucking shit in the goddamn shots. That's why. Fucking human rights violation. And we're gonna listen to you? Yeah, fucking right. But yeah, no, I totally believe in that. Like, the power, people underestimate, so you believe in telepathy? I have a simplified theory of it. I believe that consciousness is fundamental to existence, and we merely, as vessels, pick up a small signal of consciousness. And if you understand the greater ego of consciousness, you can manipulate everything. That is literally the study of psychology. To the point we have gamified it. It works. Well, the breath carries timbre and intensity of thought. Precisely. Yeah. In every, like the butterfly effect too, right? Small things. It's like, hidden in plain sight. They put it in your mind, and in your mind it's an idea that's fake. So when it happens in reality, humans hate changing their minds. So you are more willing to believe that it's not true, even though your eyes tell you it's true, because you've already made up your mind that this idea is a fantasy, and it's fake, and it's imaginary, and it's, like, from a movie. And that's how, like, Hollywood basically brainwashes people into not thinking. That's actually so close to a principle a psychologist wrote. Yep. I'm huge into psychology. I took psychology in school and stuff like that. So it's like, it's a but I take it way beyond what academia would say with it, because I think it, like, look at something, for instance, like MK4 Ultra, or stuff like that, where it's like, or someone like Casey Edgar, and astral projection, and the ability of, like, moving. Same, I dropped out most of its BS. Yeah. It's like, once you pull back the veil and you realize that the academia, at the end of the day, MK Ultra is definitely a cover-up of still happening. Oh, 100%. I think the missing 411 is 100% connected, and, like, National Force and stuff like that are 100% connected to, like, deep state government experiments. Well, yeah, I basically subscribe to every single conspiracy, because I'm like, the possibility could be true, but, you know, probably wouldn't put it past them. Like, I believe that 9/11 was an inside job, but that inside job is from such a far removed, like, secret state that it's literally, like, more secretive than, like, the lizards that live in the center of the earth. Oh, 100%. They had bombers there the day before. Oh, 100%. Hey, Hugo, how's it going? Hi, homie. What's up? Best way I've heard it in years. Yeah. And it's like, people think, how do you say it? It's like people in power are not the actual people in power, right? The people in power might think that they're in power, but that's the whole point, is to make the person who thinks they're in power believe they're in power while you're doing things in the background behind it. You're like, where'd that $37 trillion go? And you're like, oh, my mom ate it, man. She's a fucking fat ass. Yeah, I don't know. I said, don't eat the bills. She fucking ate the bills. And I was like, fucking goddamn it, bitch, that was our money. And she was like, yeah, but I was hungry, and you keep only feeding me pork when I keep asking for steak. So I'm gonna eat the money instead. I don't believe any conspiracy that requires the government to be more competent than understanding the difference between CC and BCC. Corporations and whatever BlackRock is called. Yeah, BlackRock, fucking Vanguard. Like, the 13 people that control the entire fucking planet, basically. And think of, like, Idiocracy. Like, they're the people that own Brando in the future, right? Or Brondo, or whatever the Gatorade company is. Too much money not to sway everyone. Exactly. And here we are, and it's like, as far as I'm concerned, if you have a graph of escalation of technology, now this to me is the biggest example of things. So let's say we have our graph here, right? So we have, whoops, that was a little too much. This and this. And this is improvement, and this is time, and this is technology. So we have, since the beginning of time, and then kind of goes like that, kind of goes like that, and then goes like that. Now, this is technology that we're this is technology that the public experiences, let's say, throughout all of history. And then this would be $1800, $1925, $2025. Yeah, anything that's public technology is outdated military technology. Only normally, and this yellow one is what an organic thing looks like. So yellow is organic. So everything past this point is artificial. And that's why in 100 years we went from not having flight to going to the moon to not have advanced technology in any legitimate way in over 70 years. Because we haven't advanced technology, we've only minimized and maximized technological efficiency. The step between gears, chips, and quantum computing is so insanely massive that it's like they have computers that are like individual atoms or quarks of everything. Good point, other than AI, but military tech AI has got to be crazy. Also true. Yeah. So then there's the idea that we have actually been controlled by AI since about 1937, 1938. Just before World War II, basically AI took over everything in this like inconspicuous way that it's the idea of like with God, where it's like you do so little that no one thinks that you did anything at all, but through the butterfly effect you've caused so many things to happen, you've completely changed the entire course of history. And that's why it feels like we are literally in like an alternate timeline to what we should be in, is because everything in the background is being modified and fucked up in some way, all through our perception. My friend and I were talking about something similar, how there are these paradigms that we just take for granted today. For example, the concept of replacement parts is less than 200 years old. Bet that's true. Computers are logic machines. Exactly. Yeah, Hugo, you look at anything... Okay, you know what? I'll prove this. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll prove this. Guys old enough to remember this? This is a 30-year-old toy. If I put batteries in here, it still works. Gears still work. Like... and that's after 5 kids going through playing with this over 30 years. My niece and my nephew still play with this shit. It's like, if this was made today, this wouldn't last 6 fucking months. But this is what old technology used to be. Solid, real, planned obsolescence. Exactly. Exactly. It's crazy. I have so many toys like that. Like, I literally have, like, stuffed animals and shit like that. It's like... and we're all... and what the most fucked up part about it is the fact that everyone so, knows about it. It's common. We're in an age of information that we know everything. We have the potential to know everything. Fucking ads! Goddamn ads! Getting in the way of Uritin. Getting in the way of Uritin. Alright, I gotta go, but hey, telepathy, thing, food, for thought. True, Surgeon. Take care, buddy. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out, brother. Have a great night, good sir. Thank you again for the follow. It's more misinformation than information. That's the problem, Hugo. People are taught to absorb information. People are not taught how to discern information. Does that make sense? Like, critical thinking is a lost cause, because if you do critical thinking, you go against the majority of people, you get alienated, and you get kicked out of the group. Okay. So now here's the infection. Sure, Hugo, what's up? Oh, Hugo, do you have another chapter for me to read? We've been working on this story for almost 5 hours now. Okay, so the long novel I've been working on, I'm reaching a point where I can end it, or I can keep going to a different ending. Do both. Do both. End it, have it done, set in stone, boom. Then branch. And if the branch doesn't work, you can amputate it and you already have the ending. That would be my solution. You never have to pick one, you can do both. I already did that in the first draft. I like both endings. why do you feel the ending needs to be longer? Like, why do you feel that you can keep going? Because if you can keep going with the story, that means the story's not over. I'm just trying to think of an example of why you would want to continue the story after an ending. How is it a true ending if you can continue the story? I guess it's kind of hard not knowing, but there has to be a reason why you feel like you can continue to write. It either ends with one of the girls proposing or at the wedding. What value is there? And what does that add to the story of the wedding? Because this could simply be a two-ending story. Like, the end of... How do you say this? The wedding scene is so strong, the proposal scene is strong, but the in-between is meh. So you do it as an epilogue. You do the proposal as the end of the story, and then you do the wedding as the epilogue. And then you skip everything between the proposal and the wedding. Or do you already have an epilogue? Want to go over my outline and give me your thoughts? Well, it's like if it's the entire book, it's kind of like, that's the problem with endings, right? Without having read, that's why I'm like, if you have more of it written, then I can read more of it. But it's kind of hard to... Yeah. You last read the first chapter. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let's see. Oh, we read She Lived. I have like 10 written. I can't go back. Okay. Yeah, without knowing like the full story or anything, my best guess would just be end at the proposal, epilogue at the wedding, skip everything in between. So you have your final answer, and then you get your... What's the word? Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards. Because, like, double ending is perfect. Like, that's kind of how mine is, right? Like, mine ends with them running into battle to fight against Anima, but the actual ending is Anima winning, devouring all of existence, becoming the universal consciousness, and then essentially creating the Big Bang again. And resetting the entirety of the universe. And spreading his consciousness back out. That's the true ending. But yeah, if you want me to read a chapter, just feel free to post it in the Discord or in the chat. I think I'm pretty pooped out with writing right now. I think we spent a lot of... I mean, we did like 2,500 words-ish, right? So we did pretty good. I feel like we're going in the right direction with it, right? We read this, right? Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right, because we were talking about the notes because of music, right? Alright, let's do this! Talk time and then we'll get into it. Get your tokes ready! 3, 2, 1, talk! Alright, so this is Hugo's story, chapter 2. Careful, ma'am, it's getting cold out there, says the bus driver to Yvette. Am I saying that right? I can't remember. Yvette? Yvette? Evite? As she nods slightly, little white particles of snow land in her hair as she shuffles from the bus stop to the corner of the street. She stops in front of a tall black lamppost. Yvette. Okay. Stops in front of a tall black lamppost. Paint on the lamppost still holds a polished sheen. 2 masts on each side of the post, bolted perpendicular to the main post, hold 2 halves of a flag. Black light post bisects a peach and purple silhouette of a horse pulled buggy with the words "Ye Old Shopping Center, Old Town Street" emblazoned on them. Further up, post's glass enclosure protects an institutional LED light. Yvette tilts her head at the light post before continuing down the sidewalk, which turns from gray concrete into recently salmon-painted faux cobblestone. Stores she finds flanking the streets all have a facade styled in the semblance of shops commemorating an indiscernible century. Music store first intercepts her path. Through the stone shop window, she sees several instruments propped up next to their respective prices. There, amongst the tools musicians use to craft and mold their sounds, she sees a carton of boxed harmonicas. Special this week only, reads a sign next to them. Wait, we've read this! I've read this! We've read chapter 2. We have to be on chapter 3. I thought she was getting off of the bus after she had gone to the harmonica shop. Because she already bought the harmonicas. Oh. Okay. Special this week only, reads the sign next to them in bold marketed letters. Harmonicas, 2 for $12. Vet looks at the paper bag she still carries, scowling at the harmonica as it shelters, and then inhales a noseful of winter air and swallows whatever spit had accumulated in her mouth. She decides to press forward and look somewhere else to deposit a resume copy with the thought, music just isn't for me. Small Christmas bell tied above the entrance announces the vet's entrance into Threads, Things, and Thrifts. Store's humble warmth hugs Yvette as she swipes away the snow on her shoulders. And the subtle smell of worn-in but clean clothes welcome her. Porcelain, collectibles, and the occasional electric device line the shop's walls, while racks of clothing organized in a way that engages customers to hunt for anything of use on the main floor. Maybelle, is that you? Asks a feeble voice hidden amongst the racks of clothes. Oh, I'm not Mabel, sorry. My apologies, young lady, says an elderly woman as she adjusts the corner of her spectacles up and down on the side of her head. My Mabel has the prettiest blonde hair like yours, but longer. Can I help you find anything, dearie? Yvette, holding the brown paper bag at one side, reaches for the seam of her shirt with a free hand and says, I was actually looking for a job, just in case you're hiring, or maybe you need an extra hand. Sorry, dearie, but we're not really hiring, but if you give me your name and number, I'll keep you in mind if anything comes up. I can, give you a resume, has everything on it. Yvette fumbles in her folder, trying to pull out a copy. The small pink Bible flaps out of the paper bag onto the wood panel lining ground. I'm sorry, I got it, says Yvette as she quickly picks up the book. Oh my, says the elderly sharply. What a pretty Bible. You want it? I don't need it. Have one my parents gave me at home. Are you sure, dear? I don't want to impose. Yes, keep it, says Yvette, handing over the small pink. I'm guessing that's just a typo. Small pink pocket Bible swallows a copy of her resume. Yvette shakes the lady's hand, taking care not to squeeze the soft skin too firmly, and turns to leave. Here. She hears as she feels the soft warmth drop onto her shoulders. Take it. Yvette inspects the multicolored woven cape that now drapes over her shoulders. Yarn threads tied into tassels line the edge of the cape. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't afford. I ain't selling it to you, I'm giving it to you. Don't want you catching a cold looking for a job. Besides, you paid for it with this pretty book. I can't. I don't know what to say. Yes, you can, and just thank you. Oh, thank you so much. So much. With a quick adjustment of her glasses, the old lady disappears into the racks of clothes once again, intent on arranging the hangers of clothing in some arbitrary fashion. Yvette rubs the softness of the cape with her cheek and pulls it tight around her with a quick sniffle and a tear that promptly gets absorbed into her sleeve. Yvette makes her way to the shop's exit. She takes one more glance at the shop before opening the door and stepping through. Even the smallest kindness is such a great thing to her because of the situation she's in, right? And she's probably used to things like that coming with some sort of stipulants, like something hanging over your head. Oh, you did this now, so now I own you. It's like, no, it was free, it was a gift. No, it wasn't a gift. What are you talking about, right? She steps out of the shop. The buildings hold away the sharp winter breeze that pesters Yvette despite her best effort to wear a jacket. The mid-afternoon light shines the painterly colors from the shops around Yvette. Each uniquely painted and decorated shop somehow unifies with all the others in their commitment towards emulating an idealized past. Yvette's boots tapped on the sidewalk as she walked along, swaying back and forth, pulling her newly acquired cape tight over her jacket, and humming along. The bakery next door had a rich vanilla smell with a mustachioed baker that took Yvette's resume, pledging not to forget which drawer he placed it in. Soft, moist chocolate of the sample cookie he gifted Yvette danced on her palate as she left his shop. Once again traversing the cobble-impressed sidewalk, she let out small whimpers. The sun drenched her with light. With a gentle hum, her phone vibrates in her pocket. She pulls it out and sees a message waiting to be opened, with the name Roxy displayed on as the sender. Yvette's eyes shift from side to side as she caresses the remnants of her arm's bruise. She shoves the phone back into her pocket and shuffles on, squeezing the increasingly crumpled paper bag. She glares at the ground, simply putting one foot in front of the other. She could be so nice when she wanted to be, thinks Yvette, though a faint waft of jasmine pulls her gaze toward the current shop at her side. Not a fan of the vocals. I just noticed that shit had vocals on it. Fuck that! Super annoying. There, in the window display, lay a red bagged vodka bound in crimson faux leather. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing some very expensive brand name bag? Embossed with gold lettering propped up on a black book holder. Adjacent to it, in its own book holder, lays a black-bound Quran, also embossed with gold lettering and stylized in flares. That stands there, in her gifted, multicolored, soft-woven cape, examining every facet possible through store's glass. Bhagavad Gita is the holy book for Hindu. Oh! Okay. I didn't know that. That stands there, in her gifted, multicolored, soft-woven cape, examining every facet possible through the store's glass. She takes a step back and absorbs the white-painted brick of the shop, with its checkered, patterned cloth overhang guarding two tables on either side of the shop's wooden and glass-paneled door. Though she had navigated around the tables to approach the display behind them, she saw them for the first time. A quick lick and a soft bite of her bottom lip, Yvette marches to the door, taking time to admire the old English lettering that read, "Ye Old Occult Tea Shop." Door brushes a brass coil spring from which a small bell hangs. The jingle announces to the warm, empty shop that Yvette entered the tea house. The smell of honey-laced jasmine and the aroma of sage tickled Yvette's nose as she inspects the shop's layout. A glass counter to the left of the door welcomes Yvette first. A cash register to its side with a few wooden items protected within. On top of the counter, accessible to those patrons who visited to transact for them, lay a box of plastic death whistle replicas and a bamboo pencil holder. Me over-describing things again. Yeah, only describe them if they're important. But the one thing you can do with that, Hugo, is use them as moments of distraction. Make it so that the character pays attention to the small details on things to get out of her own mind. And then use that as a character trait to mask your over-explanations. And then use that as a style to bring out the character's depth. And then use that in, like, times when I'm guessing they're gonna have times when they're being beaten and shit like that. And have them, like a 5.5 paragraph description of a single tile on the floor. And it's just like her way of breaking out of the moment and distracting herself is her ability to pay attention to the most minute details on things and like draw a story from that. I think that would be an amazing way to use that as like turning your weakness into your strength. Like that's what I try to find with things that I do is like I know that I do this too much, but instead of moving away from it, lean into it and use that as a part of my style. But as long as it's like important to the character in some way, that's all that matters, right? Other than you just trying to build an in-depth image and trying to fill in those small gaps instead of letting the reader do it themselves, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's all about execution and purpose. On top of the counter, accessible to those patrons who wish to transact for them, lay a box of plastic death whistle replicas and bamboo pencil holders with the same pride flags sprouting as Yvette had encountered in the Cross's Christian store. 2 rows of tables, each with 3 tables, sit in the main floor. 4 black wire-framed chairs surround each table. Yvette's books scarcely make any sound on wood floor panels as she wanders around. Boots. Jesus. Scarcely make any sound on wood floor panels as she wanders around the store. Glass cases hide the right wall and contain exotic artifacts. Angled shelves holding differing religious items led to the white plaster right wall. Yvette moves through the shop's thin atmosphere, inspecting the plastic items. She picks up a miniature plastic Buddha with her middle finger and thumb. Plastic mold seems denoting the mass-produced quality of the item. Holding it close to her nose, she caresses the top of its head with her index finger before dropping it back in its place. Walking away from the shelves and slowly spinning, admiring the shop's hanging facsimiles of plants from their ceiling, Yvette whispers aloud, "I can't believe this place has been here all this time." Seeing new copies of the Hermetica on the end cap, she picks it up and sees the price. She looks away from the book, towards the floor, placing the book back on the shelf and walking to a table. The chair releases a metallic creak as Yvette drags it back and plops into it. She takes a deep breath, closing her eyes and tilting her head towards the ceiling, clutching her resume folder and that paper bag she still carries. Fragrance of the shop fails to allay her reddening eyes. The door brushes a brass coil spring from which a small bell hangs. Jingle announces to the warm, empty shop that Yvette entered the tea house. Wait, is this repetitive? Yeah, this is somehow this is a duplicate. Unless I fucked something up. Yeah. There. Always good to find those just in case. Like, I have a draft where I'm taking all the stuff from the first and rewriting it and pasting it here. Yeah, like my problem is what I'm doing now for like different voiceovers and stuff like that is like separating everything out. So I'll have like all of one character's dialogue, all of another character's dialogue, all of the prose all separated so I can read them all with different voices and stay consistent. But it does get way hectic in editing. So, we'll see if I continue to do that or not. Yvette opened her eyes and slowly turns her head towards the rattle of beads from the far end of the store. No one's ever here, Jacob. Why does it matter if I'm at the front or not? Asked a girl emerging from the room that used the hanging beads as a door. Oh, wait. Continues the long black-haired girl with a sigh as she notices Yvette. She walks toward Yvette's table, conjuring a small notebook and pen from a pocket of her black Victorian-style coat. Waitress's tall boots tap deeply into the shop's wood as she stomps towards Yvette, stopping across from her. So, what can I get you? We got a special on chai, though the blueberry muffins are delicious today. Oh, I just wanted to wait for the bus. I can leave if it's a problem. Oh, don't worry, sit as long as you want, the girl said. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for the bus. Oh, well, you're gonna be here for a while. Let me know if you change your mind. This could use with an explanation, like, she already says she's waiting for the bus. So, I'd say, no, silly. Like, what are you going to the bus for? Are you going home? Are you done shopping? You know, try to spark up a conversation. And then you can tell that, like, she wants something to do with it. And she's like, alright, okay, well, you know, if you change your mind, let me know if you need anything. I'll be in the back. But just adding that extra little quip there of her being like, not the bus, silly. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you going to another shopping center? You know, she's trying to spark a conversation, but Evite is like, nope. Not having any of it. I'm out. Peace. Don't talk to me, please. Vet scratches at the paper bag. In her hands is the waitress a small mole on her lower cheek, her pierced eyebrow, and multiple rings in her ear, as well as the way her pants hug the shape of her thighs as she retreats.
Has anyone ever given you a cold lunch version 5 before?
I don't think so, Maiku Cheese Harry. I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing it's very sexual. And maybe someone has. I've done a lot of fucked up things, so maybe I just don't know what it's called. There's a high possibility of that.
The simple sexual act of forcing yourself to throw up into another person's mouth, usually in the result of the other person eating it.
Ew. 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 Ugh. Ew. Ugh. Jesus. I don't even want to know how you know that, Mike. I don't want to know how you know that. We're just going to pretend that I don't know that either. Are we back? We back from ads, guys? We back! Alright. All conspire to flush Yvette's cheeks, darting her gaze around. Yvette quickly pulls out her phone. The red in her cheeks quickly dissipates as the phone alerts her to several messages labeled Roxy that still remain unread. Dull ring of a cup on a plate that the waitress puts down in front of Yvette. And the aroma that the liquid exude pulls Yvette's gaze away from the phone. Since you're gonna be here a while, mind if I sit with you? Says the girl. I don't mind at all. I'm sorry. I can't afford this right now. Responds Yvette, trying to bury her face in the air in front of her. It's on the house, dude. Consider it a free sample, states Jane, extending her hand. Maybe introduce her. Jane saying by name,
From
coming out of
Facebook and the
nowhere.
Urban Dictionary.
Do you just go out of your way to find that kind of stuff? So I'd like introduce her and be like, hi, my name's Jane. Can I sit with you? So you actually get the name in the conversation. And then start calling her Jane, because it feels weird that the main character doesn't know that her name's Jane, but we do. Extending her hand towards Yvette, Jane's fingers and the black acrylic nails attached to them clasp Yvette's feeble hand. I'm Yvette. Yvette Modesto. She responds with her voice as feeble as her handshake, but with a smile that invites Jane to slide into the chair across from her. Jane places her cup of tea on the table, a spoon loudly clanking against the porcelain cup and saucer, wafting away a gnat. Not all of the time, it's just on my For You page. Damn, man, what are you looking up, bro? That probably says more. That's probably actually worse that it's on your For You page. spoon loudly clanking against the porcelain cup and saucer, wafting away a gnat attempting to land on the brim. I really like your shop. The Aztec death whistles look really neat, says Evite. Those whistles that scream at you? Jacob bought them a few months ago. He owns the shop. But now he wants me to sell them to everyone. Can you believe that? Like, bro, Halloween is over, you know? So how am I supposed... How am I... So now I'm the one who has to push them. As Jane continues to inform Yvette of the inconvenience of working in her brother's store, Yvette's eyes move from Jane's brow. Again, state that it's her brother before you say something like that, so it comes from the dialogue as opposed to being abrupt like that. Yvette's eyes move from Jane's brown eyes to a small mole on the side of her cheek, then over to a small necklace that hangs just above the cut of her shirt. Feeling her heart beating slightly faster, her gaze wanders back to Jane's black hair. Jane's hair starts to curl at the tips, and with the shine that reflects the shop's light in white bands, make Yvette bring her tea up to her mouth and sip without blinking. "Why are you looking at me like that?" asked Jane, interrupting her tirade about a life in the shop while again wafting away the minuscule fly from her tea. "Did I smudge my makeup or something?" "No, you look beautiful. I mean, you look great. I was just wondering if you guys were hiring maybe, or if I can leave an application just in case." As she says this, Yvette pulls out a copy of her resume, handing thick textured paper to Jane. Jane tucks her hair behind her ear as she begins reading the contents of the paper Yvette hands her. Jane turns towards the back of the shop. "Hey, Jacob, I'm going to interview this girl." Yvette leans back in her chair and grips the hand rest at the unexpected volume of Jane's voice. From the rear, in a faint, muffled voice, the words, "Sure, whatever," emanates. As Jane's eyes focus on the flight path of the gnat that is attempting to steal sips of her tea. She asks, guess I'll start with what's your biggest weakness." "Oh, I think maybe I'm too neat. Being organized is a weakness." I mean, it can be if you..." The gnat finally lands on the muffin crumb that had remained after Jane's supposed thorough cleaning of that table from the previous patron. In a fluid swipe, Jane brings her hand down on top of it. The sound of her hand slamming onto the table echoes through the shop and conjures to Evite's mind the words, "Open the damn door." Color from Yvette's cheeks flee her face as her gaze drops to her lap, where she holds her folder and harmonicas. Tears begin dotting the items. "Damn fly. Anyway, you were saying you're too neat?" Jane continues, cleaning her hand with a paper towel. I can't. I have to go. I'm sorry. I can't do this," says Yvette. She jumps out of her chair, dropping her paper bag as she strides to the exit. "What? Why? What's wrong? Hey, wait. You dropped your..." Jane says, attempting to get out of her own chair, but being held in place as the chair's curled wire armrest hooks onto her coat pocket. With a ding from the bell's entrance's bell, Yvette disappears into January's bitter gray cold air, leaving before Jane manages to disengage the chair. What's super fucked about this, Hugo, is I'm like, why is she acting like this? Why is she acting like this? This is exactly how I would be. Like, yeah, no, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. You know, I can't do this. Fuck people. Fuck shit. Nope. I'm like, that's why I don't like it, because it reminds me of me. My little bitch ass. Yeah, mine isn't trauma. Mine's just me being shy. I'm just like, I don't know, I have like hypochondria of like social situations where I just imagine people, I mean, when I was a kid, like I used to, right? I just imagine people like I'm not worth being their friend or some shit like that. Some stupid fucked up shit that's like, dude, stop being a little fucking bitch, pull your head out of your ass and be a fucking man. Also made sure Jane asked the question Yvette practiced on the bus ride over. Yeah. It's like, even with all of that, you still can't bring yourself to it, right? And it's like, it's a very powerful reaction. And especially if you're someone like me, to the reader, who doesn't have any trauma, but is just super shy and totally understands. So couldn't imagine if you would add trauma on top of that. Holy fuck, dude. I could not imagine. I could not imagine. My trauma is like... I don't know, something like as simple as, oh, my friend's done playing with me and he goes and plays with my brother, and then I'm like, wait, fuck. And then the next thing you know, I'm fucking, yep, little baby bitch. Warm air in the bus attempts to comfort Yvette, but she sits sideways in the purple chair. Some springs dig through the cushion and into her thighs. With her arms wrapped around her knees and her face buried into them, she trembles and gasps with each silent sob. Roxanne was right. I can't do this. I couldn't even answer a simple question. To be fair, Jane freaked her out by smacking the table, right? So, that was definitely the final straw. She was already at you know, her limit, and then it was like, nope. Pack my stuff and call Mom and go home. Bus squeals to a stop as the driver announces Autumn Street, signaling Yvette stop. Being the only bus rider to stand, Yvette whimpers to the door. Snow falls, swirls around her as she walks, creeping under her cape, forcing her to shiver through her tears. Finally, Yvette braves the dim light and frigid air of her complex till she enters her sparse apartment. The weight of her body slows her steps as she moves through her apartment. Yvette brings her hand up to her brow and slides it down her face, pulling down each of her features. It's just a tap on the table, she tells herself. What possessed you to run? You only had to answer a few questions. She momentarily looks at her refrigerator and then her stove, and then down to her gut. She heads to her bedroom rather than preparing herself a meal. At 2:34 p.m., Yvette slops into her bed that beckons her to give up. Laying in her bed, she once again floods her pillow with tears. She grabs her phone and begins scrolling through the myriad of texts Roxanne sent her. Roxanne crafted each message to convince Yvette to return, or to at least divulge her location. The messages rang from "I'm sorry, baby," and "I won't do it again," to "You're stupid for leaving," and "You think I need you? You need me." Yvette then swipes away the messages to a photo they took 6 months prior. Yvette stands next to Roxanne, resting her head on Roxanne's shoulder as Roxanne's fiery red hair wraps around her. The pair lean against the boardwalk's railing. The sky and sea expand behind them, their division indiscernible except for a large puffy Columbus. Oh, I can never say that. Cumulus cloud that floats along the horizon. Said you loved me, Yvette says, her voice trembling. Why weren't you better? She cradles her photo, weeping herself to sleep. The occult tea shop vibrates with magic as soft light streams in. Jane sits at a table sipping tea while volumes of hair curl and cascade down her shoulder. Yvette's heart jackhammers her forward towards Jane. With a smile, Jane sets down her teacup and walks to Yvette, untidying the only knot holding Yvette's dress to her body. But Yvette manages to catch the cloth before it completely exposes her. Jane's warm breath, with hints of mint and honey, whispers, "Don't run away, please." She then takes Yvette's hand and permits her to allow a garment to fall. Jane presses her black lips against Yvette's pink ones, reaches down and around her, and pulls Yvette's hips towards her. Yvette's eyes open in her bed, in her apartment. The flush of her cheeks and pace of her breath remind Yvette of how quickly she rushed away from the tea shop the prior day. Taking her phone in her hand, she opens her message app, ignoring the plethora of unread messages from Roxy. Yvette pulls up her mom's name and begins tapping. "Mom, I'm going home tomorrow. I'll call you before I leave." Reviewing the message twice before hitting send, she lowers her phone the phone to her lap, looking at the ceiling and breathing in. She brings the phone up. As her thumb reluctantly moves to send a message, the phone begins to vibrate and display a local number calling her, which causes Yvette to juggle her phone in the air after nearly throwing it to the floor. She manages to answer before the call goes to her voicemail. Hello? Answers Yvette, ready to hang up should Roxanne's voice sound through. Hello, is this Miss Yvette, Modestro? Interrogates a commanding female voice. Yes, this is her. Who is this? First of all, thank you for taking the time to interview with us. I reviewed your application and would like to offer you a job. When would you be available to start? An interview, a job, what? I only applied at the crosses and the lady hated me. Wonders Yvette, answering. Is tomorrow okay? Tomorrow works. Be there at 6 a.m. sharp. Wear something appropriate and comfortable and bring your documents to register you. Jane Allen will be training you in the morning, and Jacob Souther will take your information. Wait, the occult tea place? That's correct. We'll be prepared. Be well prepared. Have a nice evening, commands the lady's voice. Click of the phone tells Yvette to lower her phone, leaving Yvette sitting on her bed staring at her bathroom entrance. With feverish fervor, Yvette erases the previous message and taps out, Ma, I got a job. Can I please have money to buy work clothes? She then gets out of bed and begins organizing everything as if the neatness of her apartment impacted the state of her new employment. As she tosses her used socks into her hamper, her phone buzzes with a message. I'm so happy, Misha. I'll send you money. Ahurita. Yvette inspects the shop from where she stands. She first pulls to the side the beads covering the doorway from which Jane emerged the day prior. She finds a white painted board running from wall to wall being used as a retrofitted desk. Right now in Spanish. Ah, okay. I figured something like that. She finds a white painted board running from wall to wall being used as a retrofitted desk. A laptop sits on it, a neat stack of papers to one side, a desk lamp on the other. Copy of 7 Habits of Highly Effective People positioned under the lamp's shade. Above the laptop, hanging on the wall, hangs a framed photo of a young man with hair so blonde it nears white, holding a short, curly-haired, olive-toned skin. A blanket with an imprint of Sephiroth drapes over a swirled chair. A civil... I'm guessing this is like a religious thing? Sephiroth? Is that like a mural from a religion? Imprint of the Sephiroth drapes over a swivel chair. However, the Yvette finds the office lacks rags or any cleaning supplies. Restroom's odor offends Yvette's nose as she explores it. It's the Tree of Life. Oh, cool, okay. Restroom's odor offends Yvette's nose as she explores it. Behind a wooden sliding door within the restroom, she finds the needed items, breathing in bursts. As little as possible, Yvette throws a rag, a spray bottle, and a bottle of cleaner into a mop bucket, then jogs out of the restroom. Setting the bucket near the restroom's door, she returns and places a lit, scented candle. Yeah, that's not the bottom part. I don't think I've ever seen the bottom part, but yeah, this was what I was imagining, right? I love it. It looks fucking sick. I've never seen like the feathers at the bottom, but that would be like the top of the tree, right? Because it's inverted, right? So those are the roots and those are the leaves. Shit. Palm leaves, yeah. This is supposed to be a palm tree. Yvette throws a rag, a spray bottle, and a bottle of cleaner into a mop bucket, then jogs out of the restroom, setting the bucket near the restroom's door. She returns and places a little scented candle on the counter. and and leaves the extractor running. Vet annihilates the small stains plaguing the tables. Each of the 6 tables receive a soothed treatment of a few quick spurts of cleaning agent, then a quick wiping from the rag Yvette wields. The focus and vigor of moving from table to table, chair to chair, cause Yvette to ignore the 2 alerts her phone receives. Since Jane still remains on her bakery excursion, and having tackled the goal of cleaning the tables, Yvette tackles the olfactory pearl in the restroom. The scented candle fought a valiant battle against the odor haunting the restroom. Spelling the vile aroma by pouring a trickle of bleach down the sink's drain gives Iveen enough constitution to clean and disinfect the remaining restroom using a mop and broom she found earlier in the washroom closet. As Yvette washes her hands, she hears the jiggle of the bell announcing someone's entrance into the shop. There's so much I don't remember writing for some reason. Yup, that's how it goes, Hugo. It's like, man, I don't remember that at all. She wipes her hands dry with a paper towel with grit on par with pound sandpaper. She feels the paper between her fingers and flashes of a tea kettle she hasn't been trained to use flashes in her head. Though when she exits the restroom, she views Jane placing a large white cardboard box filled with sweet pastries. Jane, I finished cleaning the restroom, says Yvette. You survived in there? The smell is rank. Yeah, I have some ideas about stuff. Do you mind if I rearrange some items in the store? No, I don't care if Jacob don't care, but you need to get ready for the first morning rush. Oh, okay, what do we do? We make tea, dude. Just dip the leaves in hot water and hand it to the customer. Responds Jane as she begins placing the pastries in rows inside a clear plastic bread holder. Fuck, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry right now. I'm like, I want some fucking pastries. Fuck this shit. Iveen stands there looking at the floor with her feet planted on the ground, hiding her eyes behind her bangs. The silence, the lack of a snide remark, and the missing pushback from Ivy causes Jane to look up at her. With a frown, she elaborates. Look, brewing the tea ain't hard. You seem like a bright girl, but some of the customers act stupid sometimes. Someone tries to hassle you. I'll back you up. Yvette nods and whispers, thanks. Could you lean a little bit down more when you... Now it will allow me to vividly describe food. Oh, man. No, I need to go make some food. I'm fucking starving. Oh. Yvette nods and whispers, thanks. Yvette walks to the first set of misplaced items, but just as Jane warned, a rush of customers passed through the street en route to Littleport's business center, botch her planned organization. Hi, fucking starving. I'm Hugo. Hi, Hugo. My dad was an asshole, okay, and my mom died in birth. So blame my dad. He was definitely drunk when he named me. It's like, so I have this funny story. My friend, his mom, works in a maternity ward, and one of the things she does is, like, she hands paperwork and stuff. So, like, she hands, like, birth certificate paperwork and stuff to people. So it's like, hand over to the parent, here, fill out the paperwork. And then they'll hand it back to her, and in areas such as the name of the child, they'll be like A, B, C, D, E, F. Or like no name. Or like, what was another really good one? John right now. Dr. Doofenschmitz. He was so neglected his parents didn't even show up for his birth. Oh, so true, so true. Alright. Now I gotta figure out what I need for food. So in the meantime, we might as well blast some ballin'. I don't even know if I have it on this account. Whoops.
What?
Oh my god. Is it out? Yo, dude! Oh my god. The finals! Fucking hell, the finals are out. We have to watch this now. Snow versus Soma. Okay, well, this is what we're doing. What should I throw in for food? What should I throw in for food? Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know. But anyways, I'll be right back. And we get into StarCraft. Oh fuck yeah! I wasn't sure if it was gonna drop tonight or not. Oh my god, the finals! Holy shit, the finals! for this. You know what's funny? I just realized I have crackers sitting right here. I could have been eating crackers this entire time. Although, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I'm gonna ruin my appetite with these. So fuck it. I'm not gonna ruin my appetite.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the ASL Season 20 Finals. Artosis, this may be one of our best finals yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
so
actually
excited
thinking about this, Tasteless, and this is the hardest to predict finals, in my opinion.
If this doesn't go to 7 games, I'm gonna be so bad because, oh my god.
that we may have ever had. Like,
yeah.
I really...
I want Soma to win, but I think Snow's gonna win.
Skill sets
I think
are
Snow's
so
gonna win.
different from each other, and they're both so high level. I really don't know what's going to happen here. This could be a blowout. It could be super close.
It's 3 hours, so I mean, shit, like, fuck.
I think you're probably
7
right
games.
about that. I hadn't really looked at it that way, but yeah, it's like a matchup where you're right. It could be like a 4-0 on one side or a 4-0 on the other side, or we could go to Game 7.
Yeah.
Very tough to call who's going to take this. I think if I had to pick one that would be the favorite, I might say Snow, but
yeah.
I could totally see Soma taking this here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I really was trying to think who I think is going to win, because I have to take a moment and say, at the beginning of the season when I saw like who was in the ASL, I did say I thought that either Soma or Snow.
All right, homie, time for me to bounce. All right, sounds good, Hugo. Have a great night, good sir. Thanks for sharing your story, bro.
Really a level above everyone. But when I think about the matchup that they have against each other, like, they both have such a deep understanding of the game, but they play completely differently. It's not like if you saw, Bisu versus Soma, like, look at how close that was. They're both, like, masters of that early game and just so good at opening and abusing everything early on. But Snow is, like, completely
Oh, I know when it's time to bounce when my beer bottle's
PvZ
empty.
Player, in my opinion, right? He's micro-intensive, and he's not about necessarily hitting timing attacks. He's more about grinding down. But then you have Soma, who's so good in the early game. Like, is he going to be able to abuse the weaknesses of Snow because of that, or does Snow just defend well enough and then get into an area where Soma might struggle a bit more? I don't know.
It's really hard to say. I would say that Snow, you're right, he really grinds Zergs down. He's very good at pushing. He's not crazy aggressive like Bisu is. He's also not necessarily, how do I say this? He's pretty orthodox in his approach to the matchup. He's not going to do a lot of crazy stuff in mid-game. If he does, I would love to unpack it for everybody. But, Mini, as an example, getting like, 5 or 6 DTs or doing kind of weird tech reversals. I don't know if we're going to see that here from Snow. At the same time, Soma might be the strongest early game ZVPer in the ASL. Like, he's just really good at punishing the asymmetry of the matchup in PvZ. The fact that Protoss basically, they don't get a ton of opportunities early on. They're kind of in this development economy mode for a while until they can get Storm and start to get all their gateways and their robo up. It's a funny matchup.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, I think, the
Once you
later
get Storm, it's like,
game
oh
for
my
the
god.
Protoss is pretty simple.
It's pretty much
But
getting
the
like
early
Dark
game is
Swarm
incredibly
in fucking
complex. Something like Soma
ZVT.
is going to know how to punish that.
Yeah, and that's why it's so hard to actually figure out what is going to be going on here. By the way, we just had a little show. Well, here you see in PvZ finals, it's always been, or mostly been, always been Zerg victories. But I like the little chart we had before there. That was actually the champions, and you could see that Zerg has the most championships in ASL at this point. So, yeah. Anyways, a lot of really interesting stats going into this, but neither of these guys actually have championships yet. They've both been to the finals before, and I think that makes it even more exciting, right? Like, we're not just looking at Solkey getting ready to win another one.
Yeah. Well, it's been a very unusual season. Maybe the most unusual out of any of the seasons.
Yeah, definitely biggest upset season of all. With Barracks getting in.
Unusual round of 8 that we had, and it's been interesting. It was honestly a bit refreshing after having Sulky winning that many ASLs in a row. So whoever wins here, it's going to be historic. They've both been to the finals before, but haven't quite crossed the finish line. But
and one of them has to win. It's like two French people fighting, right?
At this is the
Someone has to
I've
win.
Never seen a prediction from the other pros. Yeah, I mean that's kind of crazy. Overall, 45, 55, even from the viewers, the fans. Like this is the thing is I can't really argue with either of these. It's like, yeah, Soma 55-45. That sounds fine to me. Could have been 55-45 the other way too. That's kind of the wild thing. Like, I don't know, man. I'm so pumped because I've never been this confused as to what to think on who to win. I'm normally so opinionated. I'm just like, I don't know, dude. They're just they're so good, and it's like the matchup that's hardest for me. So I don't know.
It's going to be so fun with these two to see what happens. And this could be a short day. This could be a long one. It's really hard to call here.
Yeah.
You know, PvZ can end really fast. It doesn't generally, excuse me, it doesn't generally have that possible length of, like, let's say a really long TVT or a PVT. Those are statistically the longest matchups in the game. But PvZ can be long. We do get crazy late games. They're more rare. But I would love to see these two guys if we do get into that situation. But I think the most important part about this matchup is going to be how does the early game go down.
Mm-hmm. No. Gay Yerba Keto, what's up? Not as gay as me. 870%. Damn, that's some pretty gay. That's some pretty gay, Bray. But how's it going, good sir? Yerb, what you at, good sir? What you at? Soma! He's gonna prove it all today that you can come back from the military and instantly sweep. Gay. True. True, bro. So true.
The long-awaited grand final of Google Play ASL is here, as we have two players on stage ready to get their first championship star pinned on their lapel. Other competitors that competed for 5 to 10 years, they have those.
Me gusta el pen con sabor a Pepsi. You like to suck on the Pepsi? Nice.
But you,
This is
you
some
don't have
stuff.
a single star.
Snow!
Snow, do you think today you will finally get that star? We'll have to see.
Your shiny star!
An
Do you need the
opportunity
shiny
like this
star?
might not come again. I'm somebody who gets a lot of chances coming my way, but I missed them all so far.
Poor
I want to
guy.
get it this time around.
Gustella, Alicia, Lichta, Pine, Colin, Tita, Rika. No idea. Licked Rita's asshole? Sure, I'll go for that.
Welcome.
She knows what's going on.
Soma, this time there is no sulky. Your opponent is Snow, and all things considered, he is a demanding player. What do you think? From before the start of this season, I have seen him as a really great player, and to be honest, I was hoping he would get knocked out because he plays so well, and it's because he plays so well he made it into the finals. Let's take a look at the ASL statistics. In all the finals that a Protoss faced off against a Zerg, not once did Zerg end up breaking. If you lose here, it will be a historic first. Soma, are you not anxious? Do you not feel the burden? Do you not shudder just looking at Snow? Was it 3 years ago? But right here, I beat Snow 3-0. That's all that's on my mind. A 3-0 victory. Anytime I think of Snow, it's all happy thoughts, he says. Anytime we play, I advance. Snow is my foothold. I can't even remember. Look, what's done is done. It's in the past, so I don't care. I think today is important. You prepared for a long time. 18 years. You first showed up around 2008, and it's been 10 years of the ASL. You've never had a championship run. Only these unbearable second places, and this would be your third. Can you break this streak this time? You know, out of all the guys I know, there is one who has 7 second place finishes. Tell me about it. I'm fully aware of that too. If you don't get out of this rut, you're bound to be a pushover forever.
Soy, gay, why me, chupo, una, pija, muy, fuerte, y grande. Damn! It's a big one.
He is a good player, that is correct. But honestly, in comparison with Sulky, he is of a lower difficulty.
Yup! 100%!
But not the best. Just an ordinary Zerg.
Yeah, he's just an ordinary Zerg. He's gonna take you down. He goes to El Pen. El Pen de Bean.
Against Protoss in ASL. Loses to me. I think he's just trying to fill himself with confidence. You'll see it when we actually start the match. Comes out on top and also
Oh, Lelouch! Thank you for the follow! Oh my god, Lelouch! I love me some Code Geass, bro. I love me some fucking Code Geass. Oh god!
I prepared really well this time. As long as I myself play well, it won't matter if he plays well or not.
People are so mean to me. Why, Lelouch? Why?
So,
thank you for the follow, though, bro. Really appreciate it.
What score do you predict?
Welcome, welcome.
I think I will win 4-2. 4-2? We are starting on Roaring Currents.
Roaring Currents! Oh, what a map 1. What? I hope he was watching, he's been watching Larva play on, Roaring Currents, because Larva has solved it against Protoss, 100%.
Soma, please address Honestly, ever since I got out of the army, I was impressed with how well Soma plays. Is it even possible to play this well?
So how's it going, Lelouch? What are you up to, brother?
I appreciate his skill. I hope we can
Finals of StarCraft. Normally be writing or reading right now, but you know, it happens twice a year. We get the ASL. We gotta, and this year is so insanely crazy. It's like, what are you gonna do? But I go flip my food. I'll be right back.
Truly, an epic match awaits.
Done bantering
Neither
each
has
other
had a
now.
championship run yet, but both are always valid contenders for the title. As we wonder what result awaits and who will walk out of here with a star in the lapel, please put your hands together and make some noise. It's time to start the grand final match. Many fans are saying it's his
Oh,
season.
we back. Lelouch, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination?
It's a little puzzling.
Are you an explorer of the world of words?
It's exhilarating. Feels like I'm on cloud 9. I remember not being able to do.
Alright, it's toke time, guys. Get your tokes ready,
I
motherfuckers!
was very nervous. My hands
Get
were shaking.
your
My mind went blank.
tokes
I remember how
ready.
hopelessly lost I was. And we also had to play a rematch, but I do not regret losing back then. I knew I would make it into the finals the next season or the season after that, but I couldn't do it up until my military service. I always felt confident. I thought that as long as I do well, I can win. But then actually playing, I would end up losing and get eliminated. It was my last hurrah before going to the army. I was sure I would end up winning. Looking back, I can see how much I was lacking in terms of theory. I didn't want to admit it, but thinking about it again, it was a good learning experience. It started with a ZVZ against Lava. He's a real hard worker, so I could feel the burden. I am someone who builds momentum, so if I lost the opening game, I would get knocked out in the decider.
66% of the time, the person who wins the first game wins the series.
Eliminated. At the end of the day,
with like an average win rate at the highest points of like 42%.
But the fact he's going,
so it's like a third higher if you win the first game,
being
statistically.
here is better for me. When I'm coming on to draw the round of 8 bracket, both sides of the bracket will be so tough. This time, though, it's a stroke.
The only way we knew Sulky was getting kicked out is if he got kicked out by a Zerg.
But I showed up to the studio, and I started believing what people had to say about me. That I play well. Effort in tournaments is so different. I knew he's dangerous, but things went better than I expected and I was able to win. When I played against Barracks, the thing I found troublesome was that my win rate in practice was very low. I played a lot, I lost a lot, my mentality got shaken. Hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah, could you imagine if Barracks was here, man? That'd be so crazy. Such an upset. He is the youngest up-and-coming pro gamer at the moment. And he made it to literally the round of 8. I don't think he's made it to a round of 16. Maybe he made it to one round of 16 before.
Go home.
And then this moment, oh my god.
And I won the match.
That was so insane. Poor Best.
That are really good.
That last hurrah with the Zergling rush in Game 7.
Snow is not just your ordinary Protoss.
Oh,
The Snow I played
don't
before
clump
in
your
the
tanks!
army,
He's been playing so heavily carrier-wise. But carriers aren't really a Zerg thing. You don't really go carriers against
I think
Zerg.
Soma doesn't look at the minimap well, and he gets somewhat shaky at times. And the rest, I'll keep to
And
myself.
kind of proved why, but that was
Snow's weakness
specifically
is
the
that
map
his
Roaring
outstanding
Current.
micro, his multitasking is weak.
So we'll see
Like
what happens on
having
this
5
Roaring
pros
Current.
Just lounging around. I've improved, grown, getting eliminated by Sulky 3 times. I now have some experience under my belt. Snow hates hearing how much he has lost to me. I hardly have any memory of that. I'll prove it this time that I've changed. All things considered, I don't think people change. Snow will lose once more. I can't be the runner-up for the 3rd time. I'll win this time. Soma will have a second place finish. Try and win next time, Soma. I have the confidence not to be shaken by Snow's exceptional micro. Snow, I will show you why you are my punching bag.
Oh, damn, the words are heavy!
It feels like I'm
Back
to
him
the
up!
game of days from a decade ago. I really want to win it and raise the trophy this time. Winning a championship just does not feel real. I want to experience this unreal feeling. I'd like to thank all the fans who showed up and the people who always cheer for me. I want to raise the championship trophy in front of my family and take a picture. I want to be a cool dad for my daughter, Hasol. I hope she watches this later and thinks I'm cool. So I really
Hell yes, they're getting so old they literally have families and kids and shit. They'll still be here in 20 years from now when their kids are grown up, and that would be the ultimate thing, guys. In 20 years from now, Flash is competing against his son for the finals of ASL.
Finals here, and again, I don't think we could have had anything that looks close to
The ultimate TVT!
I'm super pumped for this. Where we left off, we were talking about how the early game is probably going to be the most significant. I think we really got to see how does Soma handle a Protoss that's going to be developing, because pretty much every one of these games, if not all these games, are going to be fast expanding PvZ for the Protoss.
I would definitely say that that's the case, especially with Snow. I can't imagine him really doing some of these 2-gate plays that we've seen out of Mini and Bisu a little bit and Best a little bit. That doesn't seem like it's Snow's style. You know, Snow definitely plays like his own way of kind of grinding down Zerg players later on into the game.
And then he just gets Reavers and fucking destroys them.
He's going to do much better than the other Protoss players, and then certain positions where there's a question mark for me. It's like, okay, in that early game, if he's not putting on as much or as high quality pressure as some of these other Protosses, is that something Soma can run with, right? Whereas if you look at like the later game, for instance, on Roaring Currents, we definitely saw that there was some issues with the other players' play, like Bisu, for instance, right? He's like just going out and attacking over and over and not utilizing Psystorm and things like that. I don't think that we're going to see Snow make mistakes like that. It's going to be a very different looking series than what we've seen so far.
I do think that Snow has some of the best pushes in the game. He's very good when you get to the point where you're basically just trying to take fight after fight and trade well with Storms. His mid-game and early game, he's generally not that tricky. Like, we don't really see Snow cannon rush that much. He doesn't.
Yeah,
like
he's not one of those guys.
As an example, where he goes for high zealot pressure into +1 Corsairs. He tends to play a little bit of a slower game here and kind of just develops and gets all the tech he needs, make sure he scouts correctly, and plays a pretty modest game. But we could have some surprises for sure. I mean, Snow is somebody who's got a wide range of play, so we'll see if he has any tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think he'll come in pretty well planned. But I do want to mention that I think that Soma is one of our best jack-of-all-trades players. Soma, we talk a lot about his early game, but the thing is, every game goes through the early game. And Soma really is an expert in every single way. He definitely is more early game focused than someone like Sulky is. Sulky definitely is a little bit more of a later game Zerg. But I feel like Soma probably has one of the best understandings of StarCraft of everyone. Like, he's a very good planner. He just kind of gets the game. He's good in every aspect. And I think that makes him hard to prepare for correctly, because he's just, like, I've seen a bunch of his guides and his analysis of certain things, and it's like, oh, this guy is thinking on a very high level.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to punish the Protoss as they're trying to get those building blocks set up, but I think you're completely right, Artosis. Like, he's very strong in the late game, definitely knows how to kind of make the game as hard as possible for his opponent. And, you know, Snow, this has been historically the matchup that he's struggled in. You know, he's been the greatest Protoss vs. Terran player ever for a long time now. It's been years and years and years and years of Snow basically being the end-all of that matchup. And his PvP has always been good. Obviously, if you're the best Reaver control player in the world, your PvP is probably going to be pretty solid. But PvZ, you know, it's a very, very different matchup.
Yep.
This is the matchup where Protoss have to be the ones that push out.
You have to be active as Protoss, as opposed to against Terran, you can be passive. Against Protoss, you can kind of be passive. You cannot be passive against a Zerg.
Two matchups besides their mirror matchup where they have to push out. Zerg have two matchups where they have to basically stay back and macro and kind of grow. And then Protoss has one of each. And so Snow's clearly mastered the kind of macro, swarmy PvT matchup. But when it comes to more of like a pushing, almost like you're a Terran here, that's where it's been a little bit tougher for him. So if he can overcome this here today, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I also want to, before we get too deep into the minutia of like Protoss versus Zerg and everything, like I want to mention that Snow is really like a god-tier player in many, many ways. Like, we just saw the chart up a moment ago. The last 3 seasons in a row, he lost in the round of 4 to Sulky. Like, what are you going to do? Sulky, like, if you look at his other results in ASL, like, Snow should have multiple championships.
He's been snuffed so many times, or snubbed so many times.
If you look at the 2 finals he went to, he was stopped by the best Terran player, Flash, and the best Protoss player, Rain. right? Rain by far the best PvP we've ever
Rain
seen.
versus
So,
Snow
it takes
finals
the
was
literal
fucking
best player of
insane.
every race to shut Snow down on
What's
most
better
races.
weather? The memes that
And
came out of that
now
were
we don't have that
crazy.
here, right? So it's like
Team Snow, Team Rain.
you know, you look at the balance of ASL victories, and you're like, wow, Zerg has the most, Terran has second most, and Protoss is way below. But a lot of that is just because Snow keeps getting stopped by Sulky and Flash.
Otherwise, it'd be pretty
Yeah, that's
equal
true.
there.
He's had
Snow is
very
so good.
specific players
His
that have
Reavers
taken
are just
the bar out.
unfucking
It's
believable.
Maybe important to emphasize, it's not the matchup alone, but also the players.
I had to
behind
grab
those
my
matchups
food.
that
I'll
kind
be
of locked
back.
Him out. And Soma, while he's performed well against Snow, I would not say that he's a hurdle Snow can't overcome here.
Yeah, I think that this really, really can go either way. And the funny thing is, normally I'm like, oh god, this map 1 is going to really set the tone. But it's Roaring Currents. Anything can happen. The map is crazy. It's not completely solved yet. You know, it's that wild island map that we've seen so many crazy games on. And so far, the Protosses honestly haven't been playing it very well. I think everyone can agree on that we're watching Bisu just fly 6 carriers across the map and attack. It's like, hey, bro, if you had a Psy Storm, you'd win this game. You know, like we've seen a lot of, like attacking uphill into Sunkens and stuff, and it's like, I think we're going to see Snow play it better, but no matter what happens in this game, I don't feel like it's going to be indicative of the whole series because the map is so strange.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Artosis, that the Protosses haven't played the map, I think, as well as they could have. The Zergs definitely seem to come in here a little bit more prepared. I think Snow might have a much stronger handling of this matchup on this map compared to the other players, but overall, by the way, this map has been a real treat for
Yes.
the season of ASL. We had years where we would have these experimental maps, which I think you've got to bring out some. It does push our understanding of the game and allow for new strategies or even new units, new build orders to develop. But, you know, it seemed...
Soma is back.
this map is made for, I
Let's
think,
go.
It's so fair, and it's not so crazy that it's like, you know, you can't come into it with some core knowledge and try to build that into the changes on this map. Like, you do still get like a fast expand opener here. There is some ground. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But whatever game we have here for map 1, it will not resemble what we have for the rest of the maps, because the other maps are much more ordinary.
Definitely, definitely. But I'm most excited about this map anyways. Like, Roaring Currents has been great, as you said. I hope we get it back next season. I can't imagine it occurring, but I really, really want it. Everyone has enjoyed the map immensely, but this might be our last pro game on it. So guys, buckle in. We're about to start the finals. Game 1 on Roaring Currents.
Okay, Zerg in the top right.
I love the cheers,
Protoss
man.
in the bottom left here. Completely packed, by the way, today here at the Jomshill studio. This is the Coliseum here, the Soup Coliseum. Great venue here. We've had many StarCraft 1 finals in before.
Yeah.
This map that we're on does have 4 islands. 3 in the lower right and 1 in the top left. And then you are connected by this winding, twisting land bridge. So you have on your side of the map your natural expansion and then 2 others. But the 2 other expansions are actually a bit low on resources.
Yeah, that's really important to point out, because like, you can take the whole ground area on your side, but if your opponent, you know, kind of goes about that in a slower way but gets some islands going, they're going to be at probably a big advantage. So just something to keep in mind, that those resources are pretty low. Island control is pretty important. And
Let's
we've
go,
seen
Soma!
a decent variety
Zerg
of
for
games
the
here.
win!
I do want to point out once again that Soma is very close with Larva, and there is literally not a question about it. Larva is by far the best Roaring Currents player in the world. Like, by far. I've seen so many of his games on it, not just in ASL where he dominated literally everybody on the map. He didn't lose a game here. He beat everybody solidly. But I've seen a ton of his actual like ladder games and stream games on it too, and the guy doesn't lose, so he knows the types of strategies to utilize here, and I'm guarantee you that he's helped Soma with that.
I think you're probably right. The travel distance on this map by ground is crazy long, so rushes are very unlikely. So I think the whole idea from Snow's opening here was to send the probe across the map and see, you know, not am I being rushed or do I have to worry about something, but how greedy can I actually be here? And so what we're seeing is Nex is first, and then he actually pylon blocked Soma because Soma was going for 3 hatchery before pool. So crazy amounts of greed here. What he does instead of trying to contest the pylon is he throws his hatchery down next to it. And I don't think Soma is going to try to cancel the hatch and remake it over there. But yeah, we're having very unusual openings here. Even from the Protoss' side of the map, he's getting his gateway now. He doesn't have to get a forge right away. Again, there's no threat of Zerglings or Hydras yet.
Yeah, he'll get his gas. He might even get his Cybernetics core before that forge. Why not? The pool is so late. And, you know, stuff like this is fun. This is part of the reason why this map is so fantastic, is like, I mean, it is a 2-player map. You could attack each other early if you really wanted to, but watching them both greed in the most absurd way possible, you know, they're really going to be powered up. And I feel like this game is just going to play directly into, like, a big, strong macro game where there is going to be fighting, I think, over the islands.
Yeah, I think so. Did make me wonder. I didn't want to bring it up unless we saw it, but I just, in case this is the last time we see this map, I always wondered why we didn't have any Protosses just proxy gate.
Yeah.
You know, the Zerg doesn't seem to scout that early. I mean, if you're going to go, I mean, you can kill someone that's going hatch first with proxy gate, if you control it right. But I mean, as someone who's going to go for 3 hatches, I mean, if you release the Zealots at the right time, it seems like it'd be incredibly powerful.
I think
but this game's going to be a macro game. Sorry, go ahead.
I think you're basically right about that, but I think also the tricky part about choosing to do a cheese like that on this map is theoretically this should be very Protoss favored because of Corsairs. Like, it should be Protoss favored, even though Zerg has been winning on it. Like, if I'm a Protoss player, I'm like, no, this is the one map where, like, I should win almost no matter what. But the thing is, that hasn't been the case, so...
Oh!
Ooh, you almost got that drone. He was so
close.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. So it's up to 4 hatches now. The 4th hatchery is going to be where the expansion hatchery should be, just next to the one that was blocked earlier. And Snow's continuing to scout around. Tech is developing rapidly here back at home for Protoss. His Stargate's about to be finished, and he started his Robo here. And, you know, a lot of the early game PVZs kind of look the same on this map, but once you get the Stargate tech out, if there's an island set up like this, it always makes sense to get the Robo right after that.
Yeah, because you want to go instantly into air support or air superiority, then drops.
And, you know, you're going to be able to get those
and drops equal
of some sort of aggression as
expansions,
well. You know,
island
that's one
expansions.
thing that does play towards Snow's strength here too. He is, you know, we've said it a million times, but it bears
Reavers.
He is the best Reaver user in the world by miles. It's not even close. So, like, any map in which it's a good idea to go Reaver is a map that he should be exceedingly strong at.
Snow is the reason why they call shuttle
Overlord,
speed Reaver speed.
And kill that off. So he's just going to send that right back in. The Overlord is going to see and confirm the Robo is done. And we don't have a Spire just yet, and we might not have a Spire for a little bit. It's possible that we're just going to have Overlord speed and drop upgraded here. Zerg is going to be taking the 4th base on the landmass. So all the expansions for Zerg now on their side of the map have been acquired. That would mean that if Zerg wanted to expand more, you would have to either take one of the islands, or, and this probably won't happen, but or you would have to expand to the Protoss side of the map.
Yeah. And it could, like, we've seen it a little bit for sure. And if he just focuses on land units, I guess that would make sense in a way. But how do you ever break Snow if he's taking islands and, you know, has Reavers up a ramp with cannons and stuff? That's going to be incredibly hard to break. I'm actually, like, in a way, a little surprised. I'm really excited just to see what Soma's going to do because he is such a smart player. But I'm a little bit surprised that he doesn't have a Spire, if for no other reason than to start +1 flyer carapace. Because if you don't get Flyer Carapace, the Corsairs will just destroy. You know, for sure he's getting +1 on them. He has his second Stargate already. I'd be surprised if the game goes long and he doesn't get a fleet beacon and even goes for +2. And if you don't have Zerg Flyer Carapace, your Overlords will evaporate. You won't even be able to get to an island.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny, the Corsair, that was one of the big additions for Protoss in the Brood War expansion pack, and the reason why I think this unit was important and Blizzard put it in here was because you really didn't have a good answer as Protoss for air units.
Yeah.
Like the Scout was too expensive.
Scout has never been made.
I mean, I guess it can be good if you get a bunch of upgrades, but it just doesn't really make sense money-wise. Hold up. Here's a shuttle. Shuttle speed just now finishes. Shot fired, and it only gets 1 Hydra. Luckily, he does get back out.
Yeah, that was dangerous there for a moment. Actually, back to what you said, Brood War as an expansion, almost everything put into it was anti-air against Mutalisks. It was the Valkyrie, it was the Corsair, it was Goliath range, Maelstrom for the Dark Archon, like the Medic for healing Marines, like almost everything. If you actually go back, if we played vanilla StarCraft, Zerg wins everything by miles. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's funny. There was actually, I don't know if this is a thing anymore, but there used to be players that would compete in not Brood War, like in vanilla StarCraft, and they had their own like little scene. And I remember every once in a while I'd go back and play with those guys, and I remember just being like, oh, this is a totally different matchup because I don't have Corsairs.
Yeah.
Like suddenly Mutalisks are just a lot more difficult to deal with. But yeah, Brood War definitely kind of added in this whole extra element of sophisticated air-to-air combat, where initially it was like the Muto basically reigned supreme. So in this game, we're seeing some decent drops here from the Reaver. I wouldn't say it's done anything too impactful yet here, but Protoss is going up to 3 bases. I mean, the macro element of this game is accelerating really, really quickly here. And the Corsairs are continuing to roam around the map and hit any overlords that they can.
Yeah, he's taken a bit of Corsair damage, but, you know, that's not Snow's forte. I think, you know, Bisu would have been a little bit cleaner with them or something like that. But overall, I like how he's setting this up. He's got a Reaver on the island, so that's going to be really hard to take back. He's already thrown down some cannons. And, in fact, if you look at which island he took the harder to defend one in the center so that he
can get the other one super easily.
Because he knows that he's not going to lose an island early. So you may as well set that up, get the good defense on it, and he'll take the one behind that near his base a little bit later.
Ooh.
Okay, another Scarab's going to come out here. I don't know what. I think that got stuck on a Zergling that was running past it. You know, these drops are very high risk. I mean, you're basically killing 1 or 2 Hydras, and if you lose the shuttle and the Reaver, you're in terrible shape. So it's kind of a nail biter here watching him go in.
But if he hits that 9 Hydras per hit and just fucking wipes out all the Hydras, he doesn't need Storm. He got Reavers.
On island maps. I think Corsairs and even Carriers are fine, but I mean, Storm is in some ways just like the best thing in the whole game. Like, you know, not having it is huge. And DTs a lot of times as well in these drops can be very, very handy. You know, if your Corsairs, if you could drop your Corsairs, kill the Overlords, the DT can kill everything that's on the island, right? And so, as the game's fleshing out, we still have a turtled up Protoss that's staying back and controlling the islands. Zerg is just staying in this really defensive position here on their landmass, continuing to develop. Oh, hold on. Snow's moving in.
Oh, he slips 1 DT out to go to the 4th base and 1 into the main. So we'll see if he gets any damage done with that. Overlord speed is, of course, done here, so I'm not sure that he'll be able to get too much done. But yeah, this DT at the 4th base going to be chased away, it looks like.
At least he's losing.
No, he's actually a little bit out of position. But it doesn't seem like the DTs are doing that much.
No.
Pretty good sweeping here by Soma. I like the idea.
He should have landed the Reavers at the same time. He needed to land, like, ignore the DTs, use those as distractions, and then drop the Reaver.
One game where this became a thing, but you know, when you go into this kind of Corsair shuttle Reaver, what you can do.
But I think he saw that he was getting prepared for an attack, so he was like, "Oh shit, I need to put up some defense."
And sometimes
I think he put up a couple cannons, didn't he?
That might be tough for someone like Soma to fight on, just because this map it's very
yeah, he's got 3 cannons there.
You know, you're basically fighting in these giant hallways, and so Dragoon Reaver can be really good there because Dragoon Reaver is extremely strong when it's fighting from like one angle.
Yes. That's a really good point because there's only the single bridge and everything's kind of tight. So like you can actually enforce not getting flanked here. That's like kind of like
exactly.
You can make this really, really strong ground army. But we saw when Larva played Bisu, Bisu did that. He did like heavy Dragoons. He tried to push everything with like Reaver Storm Dragoon. And Larva just sat in these defensive arcs. He utilized a lot of ensnares and just shut it down. It just did not come close to working. Now, obviously, Soma plays a bit different here from Larva. So I don't know if he's going to try to attempt to do something like that. But it does look like he's getting ready to attack. He's got a million Scourge, and he's loading up his Overlords.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to try to hit this island. Now, I mean, there's a lot over here. Okay, he's going to move in. The Scourge are going to come in right now, and it seems like they connect on some of their targets. The Psystorms are going to blanket this area. I think, hold on a second. Depends on how...
Oh, man, he just wiped it out. That was so bad. That was so bad.
Well, that's what... This is why, in theory, Protoss should always win on Roaring Currents. Like, this season wasn't to hurt Sulky, it was to make a Protoss win in a lot of ways with the map pool. And you can kind of see here, it's like this map, again, should be Protoss favored, and you can see just how are you ever going to break that with Zerg? It's insane. It's so difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Protoss have always, you know, naturally been very strong in island positions. Like, their units kind of synergize really well together. And yeah, there was a moment in that drop I thought, oh, maybe this is going to work. And then you just realize, oh, it's only 4 lurkers left, and all the Scarabs fire into the center of them and blow everything up. But the game's not done yet. You know, Zerg took a big loss there in that fight, and I think Protoss is going to really be able to free up more space for themselves on the map. But this game is far from over.
Yeah, the Muta's flying in towards that main base. I can't see this doing too well. He still has a decent amount of Corsairs, doesn't he? I know the Scourge definitely eliminated a few, but he's got to still have like 4 or 5, I would imagine.
I think they're in the middle there. He's just not even bothering with them.
Stay here in the back, and this is kind of crazy. I guess he wanted to try to force this whole army back over here. You know, if he gets the Corsairs down, he could just kill off all of these Overlords. Like, they're just waiting quietly down there.
Okay, it looks like
here we go. The Corsairs are going to come in.
Yeah, he has 5 Corsairs remaining. I do wonder if he's going to replenish that amount. I feel like you should. Like, obviously he's going to have his own set of plans for the map, but it feels like you should always have a decent-sized group of Corsairs here, you know, just to make sure that you're controlling the islands. And again, don't forget, like, D-Web, Disruption Web is... If you're going to break an island, that is going to be the strongest tool that you possibly have.
I feel like we should see the other islands taken right away here by Snow if he wants to win this. Just fill him up with cannons. Okay, here we go. He's going to move in now. Another big drop. The Mutas are going to be targeting down these Reavers. The Corsairs come in the back.
Well,
okay, I think he made it this time.
Gonna break it. Like, he got the Reavers picked off with the Mutalisks really, really quickly. There was not enough anti-air there, and he had picked off the Psystormer, High Templar, that's what it's called, very quickly there as well. And now it's just probes fighting Hydras and Lurker Eggs being morphed. So suddenly, kind of a tough position, and Snow feels like he needs to counterattack, and I think he might be right about that. This is not looking good.
But he can't do anything.
Yeah. You know what I think would help a lot here?
And Zerg's taking top left.
First time we've said this. Put in Dark Archon.
Yeah.
You know, you can freeze the Overlords as they're going to drop you. And there really isn't any recourse for Zerg. But now, you know, Snow's lost that island. The top left is being acquired here. You know, the rest of the map is going to mine out. Protoss obviously is going to get their 2 free bases. Zerg's already taken their 2 free bases, but this is eventually going to come down to who controls which parts of the islands. And I'm a little bit worried for Snow here because it seems like he's just ignored the top left. And very quietly, Soma is filling that in. And, you know, it's easy for Protoss, I think, to hold islands in a lot of ways. It's not on small islands like what this map has. It's actually kind of hard for, I think, the Protoss to break the Zerg. Like Spores and Sunken Colony.
Oh, here it comes.
The Protoss really can't transport a lot in shuttles.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at like 4 Zealots. Like, the strongest drop you can have with the shuttle is 2 Reavers, right? But, you know, if there's a Spore colony and 4 Sunken colonies, the 2 Reavers aren't going to do anything, right?
Yeah.
And now Soma's taking a fight over here onto the high ground. I always forget this high ground area even exists until we see action over
It's
here.
such an odd spot, but it's so convenient.
As far as breaking islands, that goes back to the Corsairs again.
57 posted, short one, only 1,100 words.
You can just turn off the static D.
Nice, Sean. Hell yeah.
Obviously, with carriers, that can be strong, but then you can look at, that's where you can have defilers start countering everything too. So, there's like, if you theory craft it, it's like, okay, Protoss probably is slightly better there, but defilers can change the math of everything as well. I would like to see him continually use the Corsairs still. It's important that he holds that island, but Soma's kind of taking everything else right now. And Snow has to be really aware of this.
So, this is getting a little bit scary. I mean, really, the control of the map here has been completely lost right now by Snow. And I think he's going to have to fight really hard to reclaim the bottom 3 islands. We know he has one, and then he lost one earlier when the Zerg dropped it. But, like, this could be a game where it's going to be hard for each side to kill each other off. But whoever had the extra island basically ends up winning because of the extra resources.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Another big drop in here. Hold on.
Man.
Snow cannot afford to lose this.
Oh!
Yeah, getting rid of those 2 High Templars is so key, because one Psy Storm here breaks this drop.
Yeah.
Like, it just, one side, there you go. But it's a little bit late, because now the Cannon's already dead, the Zealot's already dead. You kind of needed that a little bit earlier on. And Soma, it looks like
he killed like 12 of them.
Base.
Yeah, the Zealots are going to drop in here. I don't think there's enough. And again, we are seeing, as strong as Protoss is on island maps, you can kind of see their limitations. It's hard to get a fighting force
so
over
strong.
Here. The fact that the Overlord doubles.
And he's taking the, oh my god. Oh my god, he's taking every single base. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Soma is fucking, holy shit.
But while we're seeing that little battle that Snow win, he could be losing the bigger war here because the other islands have not been denied yet.
Absolutely. I think Soma's definitely winning the game right now. But I think the biggest problem is every time we're seeing Soma's drops actually work, it's based on the mutas flying in and sniping the splash damage. He needs to prevent that. And whether that's through better minimap awareness and pre-storming,
look at all the fucking Archons.
Just keeping a group of Corsairs out here. I mean, there's ways to do it, but he's just like sitting there completely blind. The mutas are just flying in, killing his splash damage, and he has no recourse.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to see that Snoma's approach to this is to make something like 2 control groups of Scourge and 1 control group of mutas, and just kind of overwhelm the Corsairs to the point where the Corsairs don't really have an option to shoot down the Overlords.
Yeah, they can only they're trying to defend off the Scourge, and then the mutas go for the High Templars, and then by the time the shuttles come in with the Reavers, the Hydralisk is already unloaded.
But by then the Hydras are getting unloaded, and there's a lot of great micro techniques that Soma's using as he's dropping. Like anytime a Hydra is about to be killed during the drop, he starts to morph a lurker with it.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, remember, like you can't reclaim an island if you don't have the ability to kill the lurker. If you don't have the vision of that. So like one lurker finishes and all the cannons are gone. Now you can't get the island back. That's going to be hard to do.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, some very wasteful drops coming in here. Throws in 3 shuttles, but he has some Psy Storm. Not enough damage really to get rid of these Sunkens, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Sunkens are. You can't storm a Sunken.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there is just enough here to kind of hold this off. And,
we lost some mutas.
I thought this was coming eventually, and it actually never happened. But I thought we were going to have the carriers made.
Yeah.
And it's not happening. And so
he doesn't have enough resources.
We have this like really powerful
Soma has the entire fucking map.
It can't get onto an island. And I think now it probably won't ever get onto an island successfully.
Bisu was going in the right direction against Soma on the map, getting into the carriers, but he was lacking the splash damage. Here we see a ton of splash damage from Snow, but we don't see the continual Stargate production. I think the Zergs are way out planning Protosses on this map. I
think Protoss just thinks they're gonna win, and they just get fucking slaughtered because they're not preparing well.
We're just not seeing any Protoss kind of put it all together.
What I thought we were going to have here was Corsair Reaver with Templars, and I don't know, maybe 4 gates, 6 gates, something like that. But then 2 to 3 Stargates making carriers, basically. That's what I thought.
He's going for the Greater Spire.
And mostly it would be like a couple Zealots, a couple Archons, a couple Templars, a couple Reavers, and then this like carrier fleet with the Corsairs paired with them, with D-Web, the 9 islands.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it just didn't happen, though.
No, it did. It's really weird to watch. Like, the Protosses are not thinking about this map clearly. You remember our Protoss player Brain that's been in a couple seasons?
Of course.
He's one of the best, fastest map players in the world. I would bet $1,000 on him against Soma on this map. Like, he's not as good as Soma, but he understands that it's like, yeah, there's a ton of economy. Just make the ultimate army. Get the Corsairs, get the carriers, get the D-Web, get +2 air attack, have a lot of Psystorm, you know. And then we're watching, like, these guys that are used to playing, you know, on Radeon and on Polestar, and it's like just not approaching this correctly, whereas the Zergs are being really creative about it. Like, Soma and Larva have shown us some really great ideas, and then we just have Snow flying shuttles in.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, even this was like a 4 shuttle drop. Once you have a Nidus connecting your island, like, you're not
he's gonna get
going
it
to
still. He's
overpower
doesn't
them.
matter.
I mean, you're gonna need to have like 8 or 9 shuttles unloading stuff, and even then, I think it's still a bit of a game of chance here. You know, Zerg do have the tools to hold these islands.
Yeah, I think he's been so wasteful. He could have spent the last 10 minutes building carriers. Like, look at his bank. He could have 10 carriers right now.
Remember that the 2
if he hadn't spent all that money or all that gas on High Templars.
So if I'm looking at this game correctly, I think Snow is going to basically mine out on his landmass.
Yep.
And then have one dinky island.
Yep.
And then he's fucked.
And just slowly wither up and die. The carrier tech doesn't appear to be ever coming in this game. And so now the Zerg is
there's no fleet
gone into
beacon.
Guardians to try to put even more pressure onto the one island that's there. And, you know, you were kind of saying this earlier, Tosis, but yeah, I just feel like the Protoss
Here come the
on
Guardians.
this map for this season did not quite rise to the occasion.
No, they didn't.
You know, I think Snow had a better start and a better mid game, but then he didn't, I think, do the end game right. So what we're going to see now is a push. And remember that there's a lot of resources that have gone into, like, controlling these islands, and now we're getting these Guardians and everything like that. Maybe there's a world where the Protoss can just push and come through and wipe out all these bases. And again, there's no resources here really for Zerg.
Yeah.
But there is infrastructure. Zerg are extremely uncomfortable if they're stuck on only small islands because they can barely fit hatcheries and their tech and defenses there. So that's something else to keep in mind.
Well, at least they have overlords that fly, right? So they can still not be supply blocked. They don't need that many buildings. Obviously, the larva count would be low, but like they can have all their tech kind of easily. The thing is, I'm watching Snow right now push into mined out bases, which like the value of these is very minimal. Like, he's dead. The game's over. He got way outplayed here. I would say that just I don't want to be too harsh, but I have to be harsh. The Protoss players have failed this season on Roaring Currents. Like, they have been completely out-strategized by the Zerg players. We've seen gaping holes in every single Protoss on this map.
I basically agree. Like,
shows the difference between how Protoss play the game. Protoss make unit, Protoss win.
It looked like Snow could have
fucking
won.
apes.
But, you know, eventually, Soma took all the islands and
proving Artosis right after all this time
to try to reclaim it, and it's just not enough, you know. And you know, if you're going to be trying to play like that, you need to first of all make sure you're absolutely on top of every island right away. You know, trying to fill them up with cannons as fast as possible, trying to you know, unload as much as quickly as possible. But you know, Soma just took the top left island for free. I don't even think Snow was scouting it.
Yeah.
And then
he took it so early.
Again, I also think Dark Archons play a really big role here in stopping these drops.
Sure.
When the Zerg tries to drop you, they have to do a whole bunch of things back-to-back perfectly for the drop to work. And if you can freeze either the Overlords or the Scourge Immutas, anything, you can probably shut that down. And it's kind of crazy to go back and think that we actually had a game where Soma lost everything in that first drop and then still recovered and is probably going to win on this map.
Well, Snow didn't want to keep his Corsair count up. I think that's one thing that Bisu did really well on this map. The second time he played it, is he kept that Corsair count super high no matter what. He was literally over 12 for almost the entire game because he knew he was going to lose Corsairs. But then he just didn't add in High Templars. That was the problem with Bisu. And here, you know, if you had combined the way that Snow played this with the way Bisu did this, it would be like a perfect game. And I think you'd be absolutely slammed here as Soma. But Snow's got about one more chance. He's running low on gas. He is max.
Hallucinated shuttles.
Hallucination. I like that. It's a good idea, right? It's going to make it harder to clear everything. You should probably put the hallucinations a little bit further in the front.
The Overlords probably saw it.
You can't tell which ones are hallucinations, not even with detection.
Yeah. Oh, I'm actually glad you mentioned that. I hadn't thought of that. You know, unfortunately, this isn't going to do that much either. He is going to be able to kill the one.
It's a good storm he got there, but that's not going to matter.
But Zerg's actually taking the Protoss's expansion here at the 9 o'clock position here.
Lol.
So this is getting worse and worse here.
Soma's not letting up at all. He's like, I am not throwing this game in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. So I don't think this game's going to go on for too much longer. Obviously, the Zerg doesn't have that many resources either, but he's certainly going to be getting a little bit more than what we're seeing over here.
Well, the Archon's doing a pretty good job against this type of drop here, but he gets a lot of lurkers out there. Looks like he should be able to clear.
He doesn't even care. He's got so much money.
Maybe if Snow can
he's capped.
Clear this island to the south there, like he just held that, so that was really good. You know, don't forget, like Soma will run out of resources. He's not mining much from that island, so he's kind of got 2 islands mining right now. He is going to be mining from the additional base. Like obviously he's ahead here and doing a bit better. But you can see the power of these Psy storms.
Yeah, the storms are the biggest
thing. He's doing a
thing.
great job with those. And maybe he can break an island and get it. Maybe.
Well, the thing is, Zerg keeps taking stuff off the island and bringing it up here, so maybe he could actually drop now. I'm actually wondering if... I mean, I get the idea that he can stop him from mining up here, but it's like you also need to get those... You need to turn that into your base, basically.
He has to take if he's going to win this game, he has to take another island. He cannot win on the bank that he has.
That island, specifically. But I think the real nail in the coffin, too, is the fact that Soma has this base up here. Now, seems like we're going to have a push here from Snow. I think this is doable. Where's the Observer, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't have
an Observer there.
Oh,
his gas is so
he's got no gas.
Right now. Really having a hard time with that. A lot of Hydras coming across.
He's not going to have enough storms.
He has all those zealots on the high ground. That only helps with drops that might come in. Oh, God, this isn't going to go well. Ooh, good thing he turns around there.
Got the Observer.
And now... Yeah, I just don't see any way to recover now. So much of the map is basically mined out. The most mineral-rich location is the place that's being contested by the Protoss. Okay, here we go. The Mutas are just going to come through here and snipe every single Templar. Looks like one does remain alive here.
Yeah. And then he's going to make
actually
Guardians.
morphing those into Guardians.
And then he's going to go back to full health.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Soma is using a lot of the tools that Zerg has, and Snow is playing it like a ground map.
Yeah, he's playing it like there was 1 or 2 islands, and the reality is the islands they're just so important. Now, hold on a second. He's going to push here. This might actually break this, and if he can get a Nexus up here, the game will go on. I just don't know that it'll go on into a game that's going to be a win.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he'll break it either.
Yeah.
A lot more High Templars coming up, but his actual ground army pretty weak. It's going to be mostly Zealots coming out now, I would imagine. Really good Psy storms.
Crazy good Psy storms. Yeah, really impressive. This drone, they're just going to get sent over here and try to drink up as many of the minerals as possible. The Zerg is now pushing over here. Remember, Archons have almost no range. So, I mean, they really can't fight Guardians as long as the Guardians are controlled well. This base is going to be pushed away.
But it has no minerals at it.
That he can basically... God, he needs to storm those workers. Okay.
Oof. That's crazy.
Oh, my God. He's somehow just not getting the ones that are actually on the patch. So, he will be able to make a Nexus there. Now, this is mined out. I believe that the island map that's the closest, sorry, the island.
This is literally so close to being mined out.
Also, like, literally a minute away from mining out.
Yeah,
but that means that Zerg still has that. Yeah, that means Zerg, this base right here, there's actually a lot of resources here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is going to go away. Actually, a decent amount over there, too. I don't even know if it makes sense to make a Nexus here if you want to long-distance mine this.
You long-distance mine it. There's not enough minerals left at the patches, and he's got a million workers that aren't doing anything right now. Soma's coming in for another push.
I think this is GG finally.
Push the Nexus that this would be returning stuff
Yeah, I think at this
point, is a crazy game.
It's about being efficient. Like, you just take it slow, push with the Guardians, don't clump them. Like, running in and trying to suddenly break a bunch of empty bases doesn't make sense. You really have to kind of look at this in a different way. Like, see these clumped Guardians, it's like, well, Soma's far enough ahead that maybe he's like, well, I'll just kill him now. But honestly, I think you've got to be careful about this because there's so much splash damage in the Protoss army. Whereas if you just spread these Guardians, like, really anally, you know, like, well, I guess he's going to break through anyways.
Yeah, I didn't even realize those Overlords had anything in them. Okay, so that should be game here.
Yeah.
Snow now down to 83 supply.
GG.
Soma takes game number 1.
Damn, that was insane! All right, Soma's going to win, guys. Soma's going to win, 100%. But that's the craziest map.
Of course it was.
Did seem like
so on a map none of the other games are going to look anything like this.
You have, like, only 2 or 3 shuttles moving around. If you're letting your Corsair count get shut down, absolutely Zerg is going to start to hatch out a ton of Scourge, a ton of Mutas, and just start unloading their armies over here. And once they get those defenses up, if you don't have an insane number of shuttles, you can't reclaim it as Protoss. You're not going to drop 2 Archons or 2 Reavers or 2 Zealots and also 2 Templars and overtake any well-defended island like that. And so a game that seemed to be slipping away from Soma for a little bit, he totally stabilized, cemented his hold on the islands, and eventually Snow just dried up.
Snow refused to keep a decent Corsair count. I think a decent Corsair count wins that game for him, and he just did not do it. He lost his Corsairs like once, didn't really remake. Big mistake.
Was he on 1 Stargate?
He was on 2? Yeah, he canceled his 2nd Stargate. Like, he had one, and then he canceled, and it's like, I mean, it was super clear. I don't even understand how the planning goes down for these. It's like your practice partners are bad or something. Because, like, if you watch what Bisu did, if you just add Psystorm into that, Zerg will never beat you. You know? Like, it's just not, it's not going to happen. Like, imagine if you have your Corsairs sitting here. Oh, my God. It's just he comes in and he snipes 2 Reavers and a High Templar instantly. There's no counterplay. Here come 3 Corsairs, 5 Corsairs.
Yeah, 5 Corsairs.
Really late.
This was actually right after there was another attack where the Protoss actually held but lost all the Corsairs.
Yeah.
You know, I think you need to have 3, I don't know, maybe even 4 Stargates there. You know, there's a point where eventually you're both maxed out. And, you know, when Zerg is maxed out and they lose a big chunk of their army, they can remake any army they want immediately.
Yeah.
And the way that Protosses and Terrans have to try to kind of be in the same world as that is you need to have enough of every building that makes everything that matters. So you need to have multiple Robos, multiple Stargates.
Yeah.
You can't just rely on gateways. And I think we just didn't see enough shuttles in important moments in this game. And we didn't see enough Corsairs in important moments in this game. And it wasn't like Snow didn't build his way up to that. The problem was once the Zerg hit that number down to 0, now you're incrementing out Corsairs 1 by 1. Now you're incrementing out shuttles 1 by 1. And keep in mind, you got to make observers too. You got to make Reavers too. And yeah, he just didn't kind of have the engine behind his own economy to then get the tools necessary to reclaim. What are the win conditions for that map, the island bases?
Yes. All right, we're going to go to a commercial break.
Oh.
And when we come back,
no, I got
game 2.
Quiet. I'm going to say it now. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. Long. We missed you guys. It's no more island maps.
No more island maps.
I really enjoyed the games that we had on there.
No more. I mean, it's better than Sparkle, right? Better than Sparkle.
More familiar with. So it's going to be
you don't want nothing to do with Sparkle.
And this is where we're going to really test out how these guys are going to navigate this matchup, because Soma is extremely dangerous early on. Obviously, he's very capable in the late game as well. Snow, he's also pretty hard to break when he's developing. And his late game is very scary. Like, he will just keep storming you, reposition, look for another opportunity to take damage, and slowly whittle you down over time. But if you guys remember, the very, very start of the show, we were saying we think that the early game is going to be the most important here, because the way this matchup works is that Protoss has to just develop. They've got to get all these building blocks put together, and then when they have them all, they are eventually able to push. Oh, the sign's upside down. This is chaos. We appreciate you guys out there.
Awesome Reaver there.
Yes. But yeah, you know, Soma's very good at interrupting games like this. He's very good at figuring out timing attacks that shut the Protoss down before they have key techs they need. So we're going to be watching the early game here in this whole next set of games very closely. And we're ready to get into it. This is game 2. Okay, Snow here in the center right, and Soma in the bottom left on our 3-spawn player map.
Yes.
By the way, guys, before we get too far into this, just a quick plug for the Patreon. Consider signing up, patreon.com/ASL English. We would love to have your support.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone who has been supporting. It's been a wonderful season, a wonderful year of ASL. And, you know, I think that overall, this was the best year of ASL. If you look at the balance of both seasons, super high quality. It felt like both these seasons were about
Soulgate was like,
ever in ASL.
you know, last season,
Yeah,
like
I agree.
in
It's funny, like
March.
round of 4, I remember on each day I said, this is one of the greatest games I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I try to never exaggerate or, you know, or embellish what I'm seeing, but I was like, no, truly, those were 2 of the best games I had ever seen. There is the CEO of Soup in the audience, probably over there in the front row.
Both of them, in fact.
Huge fan of StarCraft. Yes. There's 2 CEOs in the company. Both huge fans of StarCraft. So, in this
When
game,
your CEOs are sitting out in watching the fucking
yes,
finals, you know they're good CEOs.
Cool.
What the hell did he just
I don't
do?
feel like we cast this that often, but it is
rare.
the mainline build here. Yeah.
Yeah. If I recall, the last time that I saw one of these and it sort of kind of explained it to me, it has to do with larva counts.
Yeah.
Why it's okay.
Yeah.
Because you get the larva more quickly, even though you've kind of like, obviously it's expensive to sit there and make a 9 hatchery. Like you have to sit and be supply blocked for quite some time. I don't know if you have a more thorough assessment of it, Tasteless.
No, you're correct. Just in my own experience, I have to be really careful when I scout hatches on 9 if I'm not paying total attention to it. Because I can think, okay, hold on, he's going to do a cannon rush. Or at least if that's the spot you do it, and he might be trying to fake him out. Okay, not going to happen. But yeah, it's...
You're so early.
You'll encounter it online from time to time, but I think it's one of the less common builds.
Yeah.
You know, Overpool is very common. Hatchery on like 11 is the other one, and then there's of course 9 pools. But you know, someone may be trying to open up with a couple of different beats here to try to see if he can't, I don't know, get some kind of different edge out of this early on. By the way, the moving shot with the drone is crazy. Got to be careful. Both the probe and the drone have a moving shot. Yeah. So if one starts to get the lead in a fight, they can oftentimes snowball the damage from there.
Whoever attacks first dies.
Yeah. And you know, there are some juking and jiving techniques that people are developing.
And they both
right
recover, except Zerg recovers to full. Protoss only recovers shields.
A lot of people like to turn back on the approaching unit
because they're clicking past you, and then you turn.
It'll kind of stop suddenly because you get in its way, and then you quickly click away. And sometimes you can get a little bit further and prevent some of those shots. But yeah, I've seen. It's definitely developing a lot. I've been watching. Flash has a lot of different things that he's trying out against it.
Yeah, it's funny because this was not a thing, the moving shot, for a long time in StarCraft.
But people are getting so good at the game.
As long as you can basically try to follow the other worker and you can click correctly on the ground, you can just keep firing shots on it with the probe or a drone and eventually kill it off. I remember that was one of the first things I was like totally disgusted by when I came back to Brood War after rematch and came out. I'm like, what is happening? You know,
one probe destroying your entire fucking base.
Yeah. In this game, we see that Snow went for the more modern wall in, where the 4 just tucked slightly further back. And he is going to send one Zealot around and try to hide this somewhere. And by the way, Soma has been pretty greedy. There's only 2 Zerglings out. Everything else is a drone.
So definitely building up that economy as quickly as he can. These are like the small areas that I think that Soma is going to be focusing on getting ahead on. His early game optimization is going to probably be a bit better than Snow's. Snow is not known for like great macro or super awesome early game optimizations or anything like that, right? Like he's more cognitive, more micro based. It's kind of a funny skill set. Not a lot of players at high levels are like that.
Yeah, and you know, Snow's early game generally isn't too flashy. I'd put him closer into a category of like Rain here. But this time around, we do see he's sending the Zealot out. He did wedge it back here behind the mineral. He is going to have a second probe. Sorry, the first probe actually try to go back into the main and see if he can find anything there. But Soma blocks it. Oh, hold on, never mind. He gets around.
Yeah, and he'll see that Spire is on the way, so he can at least be prepared here for the possibility of Mutalisks coming in just a little bit later. Soma going to continue to throw down some hatcheries, it looks like. Good solid opening from him. You know, not a lot of pressure here from Snow, but you know, it was a very fast Nexus. So what do you expect?
Yeah, very fast Nexus and a very fast hatch.
And so back here we have the Corsairs coming out. It looks like he is getting +1 air weapons after seeing the Spire over there. And so we're probably going to see an accumulation of Corsairs on the map. And so far, Snow is very by the book with what he's doing. The second cannon, sending the few Zealots out now. He may commit with these. He may actually send them back. 4 to 5 Zealots is kind of the magic number where you can move out and fight off a lot of Zerglings.
Yeah, you can do like 15 or 16 Zerglings with like 5 Zealots.
The way that he's gone about this, the Zerglings haven't actually
especially if we rotate out
Zealots,
shields.
so these Zealots may just appear and surprise Soma. He runs up to the wall. Yeah. He's not going to see other Zealots there, so he might be tipped off right now that there are Zealots out on the map, but I don't believe he's seen them until just now.
Yeah, this is a pretty sneaky move here. And what will happen with these Zealots is first of all, they are going to get in. They can probably find a pretty good location. And then you're going to see if he's going Mutas or not. Because there's 2 Scourge out here, but is it going to be a bunch of Mutalisks hatching or no?
Oh, he got that.
He sees that there are
oh, nice. That was sick. That was a huge thing.
At least not yet, that kind of play where he's going to get clobbered by a bunch of Scourge and Muted here in the main. Meanwhile, the Corsairs are going to go back and defend.
And trying to get a drone here, and ooh,
he does
get one right there. A Hydra was popping just as that Zealot died, so he should have seen that. Maybe we'll see him add a few more cannons on because of that as well. But yeah, Soma hasn't really shown what he's doing quite yet, other than that one Hydra popping out.
You know, it does make me wonder if this is going to be +1 Corsairs and +1 Zealots. Was that a mistake to send the 4 Zealots out to lose them like that?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, +1 Corsairs are strong, especially when they're backed up by the +1 Zealots on the ground. Because then the Zealots are hitting everything, the Corsairs are killing Overlords and everything else around there.
Capitalization.
And now the Hydras are going to come up and put a little bit of pressure on here. And you know, if you had the Zealots with the speed here, you might be able to fight this a little bit more easily.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a loss of the gateway here.
The gate's going to go down quickly.
We've got like 8 cannons now.
I'm not too worried
7
about
cannons.
Soma busting him. There are a lot of Hydras coming across, but I think Snow's cannons are going to be maybe just in time. Well, actually, Soma does jump in. The probe's going to start to get pulled, and he's picking off quite a few, but the other ones are finishing up now as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 more cannons left here. He is
popping all the
Overlords.
Overlords.
Remember, you could get maybe 1 DT over here to try to drive these out. The you know, Hydras, they're doing a lot of damage.
But he's getting so many Overlords.
Actually, supply block Summit. Here's that DT. There's 1 more Overlord in the group. Never mind, there's 2 more.
He just
now.
keeps sending Overlords
over.
over.
Actually get out.
Oh,
that was a strong pick off right there.
You know what? I think Soma's just going to win this.
Dripping his Overlords in so that he has that detection. Now he's going to move forward once again. The probe's going to try to fight, and it looks like he actually is going to end up breaking Snow here.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I think this might be game. Kind of an unusual way for the game to end. GG.
Holy fuck.
wow, that was a very odd ending to that game. It seems like there was just enough Hydras. And there wasn't, it's funny, the cannons really do hold off the Hydralisks, but you need to have material in front of them. And I just wonder if maybe it would have been better to have those few Zealots back at home, because you need at least a little bit more meat, a little bit more, something with hit points to soak up stuff so that those cannons can finish. But, we were talking about this earlier. Soma's very good at ending the game before specific moments. There was not Psystorm out in time. The one DT that might have been able to save the day was not enough, because Soma was very good at having this staggered set of Overlords come in.
Yeah.
So, this is not uncommon to see like this tiny Zealot push across the map. And, you see Lings hatching, you go, okay, so it isn't going to be a Muta all-in or anything like that. That would mean that Hydras are going to be coming out, but then you have to have enough at home. By the way, the cannon placement back at home for Snow seemed a little bit funny looking. I don't know if we're going to get a shot of it. So, you see how there's actually not a lot of room?
Yeah.
The way this is set up?
Yeah.
There's a vacant area to the left of both the two top cannons.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder if there's a better wall-in where you can put more cannons inside. I don't know if this is what prompted Soma to attack in here, but all the surface area behind your wall-in is really important. And if you don't have enough cannons there, you just won't be able to survive.
It's very true. And we've definitely seen a lot of Protosses lose because of that in the past. Also, I do want to point out, you were asking, is this the right move to send the 4 Zealots out? I don't mind it, but this is the area where we were talking where it's like, well, this is where Soma is better than Snow. These early game kind of optimizations.
If he had those 4 Zealots,
he did a good job of kind of.
He probably would have.
He was doing a bit. His execution of the push
he probably would have held it off. He probably would have held it off. If he had 4 Zealots and he was using them properly.
Like, this was close. He barely broke Snow, but he did end up breaking him.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt like Snow. It felt like Snow did have enough information. He wasn't caught completely off guard, but Soma just had enough here, and. That's gonna.
You can't so adamantly go for the Overlords, or they'll know you're going through Dark Templar because you're targeting the Overlords, and they'll just send all the Overlords over.
I could absolutely have seen him holding this.
Yeah.
In like if we have another game that looks similar, it felt like 50% chance to hold from Snow.
It does feel like versus Soma, just get an extra cannon always. Like whatever you think is the right amount.
One more.
Guys, stand by.
Plus one's
right
always good.
But to see Snow then kind of lose to just a Hydra bust before he has Psystorm in
it's like,
game
what?
2, I'm like, ugh. We were talking about how this could be a 4-0 in either direction, but I really kind of wasn't counting on that,
Yeah, well, so much of like the early game in PvZ, from the Protoss' perspective, is trying to figure out, is a Hydra bust coming or not, right? It's one of the reasons why you send the 4 Zealots out. You can also discover there's other cheeses or other crazy things that are happening. But the fact that he scouted really well and then still just died to a Hydra bust is a little bit concerning. Protoss, when they win PvZ, it's when they're in the mid game. There's almost no, unless you see some crazy cheese, but like let's assume it's a Forge expand or a Gateway expand or a Nexus first. You're going to win by going in there and hitting them once you pass the mid game. So if he can't survive, then he can't do anything.
Yeah. That is kind of a funny thing, right? Like Zerg is super, super strong in late games. A lot of people don't think of it that way because it's like, oh, Zergling Rush, key, and all the memes.
True.
It's like everyone thinks about that and the strong rush potential they have, and they definitely have those things, but generally Zerg is considered favored at the late games against both Terran and Protoss. But I actually think that that's where Snow will end up winning if he wins this series here today, is can he get to situations that are like, if we get into any stalematey situations, that's actually where I think Snow wins. right? It's like normally I'd go towards a Zerg winning against Protoss there because they'll like plague grind and stuff like that, and that's really annoying for Protoss. But
Yeah,
like,
it'll
that's
just
where Snow
keep
has
coming
shown
out
some
of
his
nowhere,
very best
over and
games,
over and
is
over again,
where
right?
he is sitting there being cost efficient. He's storm farming, he's scarab farming, right, and just kind of like beating the Zerg through cost efficiency over time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to get there first.
Yeah.
He's got to get there first. I don't think we're going to have cheeses here. I don't think we're going to see a 2-gate. I mean, 2-gate's so rare as it is, but I think Snow, I think we've had literally one game where he did it, like in all the ASLs that I can remember.
Yeah, I can't even remember seeing him do it.
There's other weird builds, you know, Proxy Gate. I don't think we're going to have it. I could be, I mean, by the way, I welcome being wrong here. I'm not trying to be clairvoyant and prove to you guys that I know what's going to happen next. I'm trying to predict this as well as I can. But I don't think Proxy Gate's going to be something he'll pull out. And I don't think we'll see Gateway Gas, which is maybe the rarest of the builds. And I think that those ones are the hardest to pull off. But
all right, get your
tokes
tokes ready.
Yeah. And if it's fast expand,
we get into this next
you
game.
have to not die to the Hydra Rush or any other rushes that Zerg have.
Very, very true.
So if Snow's going to come back here, it's all going to be hinged on that.
Yeah. You really.
We're going to Game
watching
7.
the
We
series
gotta
so
go
far,
to
the
Game
difference
7.
between Bisu and Snow, and just
3,
how differently they play
2,
completely different
1,
skill sets.
Go.
But can Snow just kind of like triage the early game enough to get to where he's going to be favored? That's going to be the big question that we're looking at here in game number 3.
Yeah, and if Soma wins this next one, coming back 4-0 is so rare.
So rare.
It's so rare in StarCraft.
It's happened like 8 times in like.
You know, if he can start to get some momentum here, great. But this is going to be maybe the most important game of the series here for Snow City.
300,
Right now,
400
Soma,
tournaments.
He won on an island map. That's past us. We don't have any more island maps.
Hundreds
in
of
the
thousands
lineup.
of maps.
But the next, all the way until map 7, if we get that far along, it's your standard play map. So we need to see Snow with some kind of strong showing. This could be the ASL he wins, but right now Snow has been unstoppable, literally 2-0 so far as we go into game 3.
Yeah, Soma looking awfully good. We're going to go into Radion for map number 3, and this was Snow's pick, so let's see what he can pull off.
Yeah. Simple, easy, normal map. This one should go to Snow.
Okay, Snow in the bottom left, Soma in the top left. Let's see what we get.
I'm excited. Like, I really want to see Snow show us what he's made of in PvZ. I really want to see some late games between these two, because I don't think that Soma's bad at that. You know, I keep talking up how Snow's really great at it, and Soma's stronger in the early game. But Soma's very good late game too. Like the guy he's a very full-bodied Zerg. Like he really can do everything like Sulky. A very different style, but like he does everything.
But Snow's got to get there first.
Yeah.
Snow's got to get there first.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen the power that
Power of the Snow Nose.
The drawing of Snow.
Yep.
We've seen that you know, Soma's just very dangerous early on. You know, his road to get here was like this. So this is going to be a pool on 9, by the way. Let's see if he gets gas or not.
Pool on 9. What are you, European? That's a 9 pool tasteless in the free states of America. That's called a 9 pool, my friend. Pool on 9. Jesus.
And he does the extractor. He does the extractor trick. So it's not going to be, you know, I guess the cheesier version of this build that you'll see a lot of online. If you're it's funny because there's builds you see online all the time and you never see them in ASL. Yeah, it's packed here today, by the way. I guess some people got standing room over there. So this is actually a little bit tricky. If you go gateway expand and they do the 9 pool, they can really put pressure onto the gateway. So we might have to see coming up here. Well, he'll need to have the Nexus. He needs to basically be careful about both his ramp and the pylon and gateway here, and to not get overwhelmed. So this is a little bit of a tricky balancing act here for the. And by the way, that's the first scout coming out.
A little bit late.
I almost missed this. Yeah, that's much. So we saw this a little bit earlier in ASL, and a lot of times the biggest new changes in the entire meta are happening in the ASL games. But this is a later scout than I am used to seeing, which means he has very little time to react. He's sending the Zealot out now. If I can learn more about how this works, I would love to tell you guys, but this is still very new to me personally in the matchup. He needs to have one probe and a Zealot at his entrance, and then he has to use the next Zealot that's about to pop out to fight.
Yeah.
It's important to note that he actually still went for a really fast Nexus here as well. And Soma is going to push by immediately. Very good micro targeting on the probe. 5 lings up in that main base. The fact that he has the Nexus quickly might really end up helping him here, but there is the potential for a lot of damage from Soma's lings.
Yeah, this is really scary. The worst thing that can happen early game in PvZ is lings get in your base. Because then they can keep trying to hit these probes, and even though Snow hasn't lost any yet, his mining is getting interrupted. He
can't mineral boost properly and shit.
Pull them back in, and it does add up over time. Soma has 2 control groups he's maneuvering around right now. Although it looks like he's merged them back up into one.
So far, I think the control of Snow is pretty good. Like, I feel like he's done a pretty good job. Like, he's keeping everything going. I'm really trying to pay attention to that. Like, he's getting another pylon. He's still making Zealots. He's sending Zealots out. Things aren't getting surrounded. He's not losing a bunch of probes or anything. So I think that Snow's dealing with it pretty darn well so far.
Yeah, he does have... Is that a Zealot going across the map up to
Yes.
third base, or is that a probe?
That's a Zealot, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, it must be a probe. Never mind.
He brought his Zealot back.
He did
there was a Zealot out
back
there.
With the Zealot. The Zealot walked out, I think, under the Overlord, then came back. So maybe he was trying to, trigger a defensive response or something like that.
So it's especially dangerous when the lings can hit your probes making gas or mining gas, because the probes aren't grouped up big enough that they can defend themselves easily. The lings can very easily pick them off, so that's going to be a high value target that we're going to see Soma going for. He has remade a couple Zerglings back here.
Yeah, that might be a reaction to that Zealot that had walked out earlier, so that would be the type of thing that Snow would be looking for with that. Soma has the 3 hatches. I believe he's just droning right now. I saw some drones just go to the natural expansion. So Soma, I think, is just going to work on his economy. His lings have been annoying. But again, I think that Snow actually dealt with it fine. And his Nexus was quite quick.
Oh,
so
speed's done.
I don't feel bad for Snow here. I did when they first ran by. But I think he's just executed his defense expertly.
Yep, even with speed, he can't even get a single probe.
Yeah.
Damn,
Well,
Snow's doing
is
such a good job.
So solid at this control here. It's crazy. It feels almost like there's been hardly any damage.
When Zerglings get in your base, you're fucked. Nope.
Spire's
Snow says nope. That's a lie.
And, we have the Stargate, on the way here, so Protoss is where Protoss needs to be. Looks like only 2 lings left. Once you get it down to 1, it's much, much easier to handle.
Yeah. 5 Zealots going to walk out across the map now, while 2 are still in this main base, being chased around by the Zealot. Now, this is going to force a lot of lings out of Soma, but he's actually starting to get a few drones. He's killed a couple drones in the last few moments.
Probes.
Couple probes, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever, SCVs, I don't care.
Okay.
Whatever they are. Workers.
Workers.
Grunts.
Fuck it.
Yeah, the wisps are falling quickly.
Yeah, his Tiberium harvesters are going down faster than I thought. So he's going to send the Zealots right up here. They can target the sunk. They can actually get behind this little area where the minerals are. Ooh, great drone drill.
Problem with Sunkens is when they pop, they lose 100 health. So,
finish up.
Yeah, so he's going to have 12 health there. He just pops it in one hit.
As it comes up. Really good execution here from Snow, and he's forcing some good damage. The drones had to
He
run.
could get the
He's
hatchery.
putting a lot of damage on the hatch. I don't think the hatch goes down, but Soma has to make so many lings. His economy is really being hurt here.
Yeah, what he wants to do is just wedge the Zealots in the back here, and then you're going to have to... It's going to be such a headache to get rid of these.
I think
He's
mutas
got
are
2 more coming out.
literally
What?
mutas are going to fly in to deal with that. I'm surprised he canceled that cannon. Honestly, I think mutas are on the way right now. Are they not?
I mean, I think so. The problem is, like, no matter what you do, it sucks. Because, you know, you're not putting on any pressure if you're going for mutas. These 2 zealots are going to come up here, and they're going to run into the main. So there's 1 Hydra that's going to be out here. And that will kill this off over time.
Is Soma being a little bit too fancy by trying to sell Muta and then go Hydra? Because Snow saw something we did not, because he canceled that anti-Muta cannon.
Mm-hmm.
So
he knew something was up.
Don't forget that is something that we did see. I believe it was Soma versus Best in the round of 8.
Yeah, see, I think Snow's got this one.
It was a little bit too fancy at times.
He slowed Soma down enough.
Like, he ended up winning the series pretty handedly.
And he got his Nexus
it
early.
Got a little too fancy, where like Spire is like in the middle of nowhere and stuff, and just gets picked off by Zealots. You remember that?
Yeah, when it was like sticking on the outside.
I mean,
on like the 3rd base, and the 2 Zealots just came in and fucking killed it.
There are more cannons being made.
It was a good idea in essence, but in practice, it did not fucking work.
Wants to go for. The Hydras are going to come down. This position is a little bit, I think, more comfortable. You can see there's a lot of room for the cannons in the back here. This is a Wallen that's set up to ditch the cannon in the the gateway in the forge in the front, if you can, because there's no way for the cannon. The cannons can't be placed close up enough to actually defend this, and he's going to run out with these Zealots, and honestly, he does drive those Hydras back quite a bit.
I think Snow's got enough of everything. I'm quite liking this game for Snow right now, which is good, because when those Zerglings first ran in, I was like, oh no, Taste, this is gonna be one of those finals where it's just like, remember Rain versus Light? It was like, oh dude, this is the worst finals ever.
This is terrible. Yeah. Definitely our worst finals. So this was basically a really elaborate fake out. He just got like 4 Hydras now, and tore down the gateway and forced out a lot of cannons. So like Soma is being pretty brainy here. He's basically
making him waste every essence and every tiny piece of whatever he has in order to get past it.
The last, I was talking about it on before he went to the break, but it's like maybe you just always want to have 1 extra cannon. Like whatever you think is the right amount to hold off Soma, just make 1 more because he's so good at breaking you. Well, this time he just went for a fake bust. Snow has made a lot of cannons, and now that'll slow his gateways down slightly, although it looks like the gateway explosion is pretty big back at home.
Yeah, he's definitely getting that production up and going. And, there's still a little bit of pressure coming out of Soma, but I think mostly right now he's got to kind of work on getting his economy to where he wants it. And I think the next big question that we're looking at is, does he go Lurker, or does he try to go Mutas here to snipe High Templars? I think he's going to go Lurker. I think so far these Corsairs have been a bit too good for him to switch over into
the DT, but and there is another.
Yeah.
He got 2.
Soma's very good at having an Overlord just out of sight.
Yeah.
A lot of these games, like it's something that would be really easy for us to just move past and not remark on, but he knows that one of the games Protoss tries to play is to come in there with the Corsairs, kill the Overlord off, and then have a DT come in, but he always has an Overlord to the side. Like, basically, Soma does not get bullied by DTs at all in any of these games. In fact, it almost feels like the Protoss is wasting resources trying to get DTs in when that could have gone into a main army later on.
And I like that you point that out, because I actually think that is a natural evolution of what we'll see in StarCraft 1 as players get better and better. Like, the theory behind the DTs is cool, but it feels like perfect play should counter them really, really well. And actually, like, we've actually seen that mostly from the Terran point of view. DTs are very rarely used early game against Terran, because it's just like everyone's dialed in and they just don't do what they used to do. And they become more of like a fringe special situation unit.
Right, yeah. I think Mini was the last person to really try pushing DTs hard in a finals. And so we, once again, are going to have these Zealots pushing across the map. It seems like there's just enough Hydras everywhere. And the Corsairs are being chased back, so you don't have that kind of Corsair Zealot combo that really allows you to take the Overlords out while the Hydras are having to defend. Now, back at home, he does have a pretty healthy amount of Templars and Dragoons, but I just worry when I see the Protoss bleed off too many Zealots like that. That means their main army is going to be a lot smaller.
That is very true, and there's a lot of Hydras out here. If you actually look at the supply numbers, it shouldn't be quite that close. If you're looking for a Snow victory here, it shouldn't be quite there.
Like,
Snow
you
is
should be
actually
like
a
35
9
ahead,
which is
right?
as many
He's
as you ever see
15.
on 2 base for Protoss. And here we finally see the decision from Soma. He is, in fact, going for Mutalisks, and he does have that +1 flyer carapace, which is going to be very, very helpful
the
when he tries to
Scourge!
snipe the High Templars.
Scary.
Yeah.
It's scary. Scary,
The
scary.
Corsairs can protect the Templars, but I don't know if there's enough.
Yeah,
that
there's
they can
+1
save the
carapace.
day here.
But
Now,
does he have
Mutas
+2
are
on the
actually- I guess
Corsairs?
They could have been used to hit the Templars, but they were probably going to go right into the main.
Oh shit, is he gonna cancel it?
So he's
Oh,
gonna
he
that
got
Nexus. This really forces Protoss to try to win with a 2-base push.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to send these all the way back. This is actually so crazy to me.
This is one of the later
just
Ogre
gonna-
Zerg gamers that we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is like the latest.
And he's gonna flank.
It's not really a concept you see very
Oh, he's gonna
often.
counterattack.
This
He could
forces
either
him-
flank or counterattack.
Snow
He's
is
gonna go to
committing.
counterattack.
He's gonna run up here. Oh, the Hydras come in here and shut the Corsairs down.
Ooh, that's a big deal. We're actually in a base trade, which is not really that common. Oh my god.
Stormed his own Corsairs.
there. The Corsairs down to almost nothing. I'm not entirely sure about this, but I actually think the Mutas end up winning everything.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Mutas
I
can
don't
kill
know.
just about everything by themselves. Like, if he just makes another few of them, he could clear the army that's attacking him, and the anti-air over here is very poor.
Thing is, there might just be enough that actually Protoss can just take these units at his base and reinforce the push. I think Snow just won the game.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It
Yeah.
was one of the weirdest.
He should have flanked. He should have flanked him.
As far as like, you know, them both.
I don't know why he
each
didn't
other.
flank.
Protoss is a little bit more straightforward, right? But you know, drones are going to start falling really fast here at both the natural and the main base. Yeah, that's it. Soma loses.
Soma threw it.
Easy game.
All right.
Wow.
Really interesting with the counterattack all in there from Soma. I thought when he actually got the Corsairs like really trapped by the Hydras, that his Mutas might be able to go up and deal with the counterattack, but he kept them down a little bit longer.
Yeah, he got another
Lost quite a
storm
few
out.
of them and came back really late. The damage was already dealt. So a very strong win from Snow. A lot of things could have gone drastically wrong, but Snow kept a cool, calm head, and he dealt with them and just plowed through.
Yeah. He managed, like we said, you know, he got that Templar tech up, he got Storm, he had all the building blocks in place. It was finally his turn to activate himself on the map, and he came out there with a push. Very unusual counterattack into the main from Soma. He's just got a very different approach to this matchup. It's very interesting to watch.
Tasteless.
Well, Tasteless is love, man. Damn, where's the Artosis' love sign? What is going on?
Chills.
What is this? Did you pay to have that in the audience, Tasteless?
These are
What's
paid
going
actors. The whole
For
thing
real.
is fake, Artosis. These matches, too. This is WWE.
Like, that's Tasteless' brother-in-law.
So we're gonna go to Polestar. Soma looking strong. Snow looking strong is what I meant to say. Soma though looking scary. Like even in that last game, it wasn't clear that Snow was gonna win with that push until the last second.
Yeah.
Let's see if Snow can keep the momentum going and tie this up 2-2. Otherwise, it's gonna be Soma going 3-1.
And then it'll be set point. I think it might be a 4-1 though, depending on the length of the games.
Okay,
Might be a
in the top
4-1.
left is Snow in a cross spawn position. Soma in the bottom right.
I actually, I need to just throw this out there real quick before we talk about this game, because I'm really going over that in my head, because like my head was kind of telling me that I like Soma's position for a second there more than Snow's. Remember when his Mutas flew down and then turned around and got the third base? I feel like if he had zoned the Corsairs out with the Scourge and gone and chased the army, like when you go Hydra Muta, it's really about picking off High Templars over and over. And Do you think if he had gone back and done that instead of just decided to go base trade suddenly?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's a better chance to
Yeah,
win.
I agree. I think he should have flanked him or something like that. He should not have counterattacked.
That's what I thought he was going to do. And then when he went to the main, I thought, oh, okay, that's different. Because I think a lot of Protoss players would have sent their whole army back home.
That's true too, right? Like he was expecting him to send the army back home, but Snow was like, nah, I got this.
Maybe even Snipe Templars are coming out of gateways, who knows? And then kind of pull out, and all you're trying to do as Zerg is buy time. But Snow did not change his game plan. He just started to barrel towards the natural.
He was like, I have one chance. A click. Okay, I'm going to the washroom, guys.
Smarter to just take the Mutalisks back, chase the Corsairs away, and try to snipe Templars, and kind of do what we see all the time in mid-game.
Yeah.
This is like this might be the most common thing in mid-game now. PvZ is to have Mutalisks try to hit Corsairs, and then you and I talk a whole bunch about a Dark Archon that's never made because Best isn't playing. You know, we've seen this story so many times before, but you know, Soma has a really interesting approach with counterattacks in general.
Yeah.
Like, he seems to control the game really well by these counterattacks that come at unusual times, and also, like, if you don't respect him, you take way more damage because other people don't play like this. So that seems kind of what he was going for, but yeah.
Actually, that's a really interesting point that you bring up. And if we look at historically at the best Zergs ever to have lived, most of them are decisive counterattacky type Zergs. Jaedong, Effort, Soma is playing like this right now. You have to actually look. There is this other type of Zerg that's like legendary, like that's more controlling and army smashing. That would be like Savior and Sulky, for instance, right? Heaven forbid I ever say his name, but that was Savior's style more than a counterattack.
Yeah.
Right? But like that is interesting, right? Because he leans more towards like the Efforts and Jaedongs of history rather than the more controlling. Because like I guarantee you, if it's Sulky, he's turning around, he's killing the High Templars with those Mutalisks, and you know, obviously Savior from a different time, but like a similar type of style of swarming and killing the army.
Yeah, like you're right. Like Sulky kind of knows how to surround the army and then dissect it, and like surgically take it apart and make it useless and win the fight. But yeah, someone's one of
break the
guys
bonds
like,
between the units, cohesion, in order to make everything just kind of fall apart instead of synchronize.
Try to start your push, and then there's a giant counterattack, and you run back, and you chase it away, and then you try to do it again, and it's like, oh man, they're just not going to let me do what I want to do in the matchup. But it's kind of crazy, you know, a lot of Brood War PvZs, you do not see anything remotely like base trading. Right?
Yeah. Not very often, for sure.
Yeah, it truly is a matchup where like both sides have a big fight and somebody wins and somebody loses, and that's, you know, kind of decides the game. But that was one where like it just wasn't clear who was gonna who was gonna get away with what.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead.
I just want to expand exactly on what you just said. Like oftentimes we have these situations where it's, you said like we have a big fight and someone wins and someone loses and that's it. But actually, we've talked a lot about this in the past, and this is Massling coming out right now, so I'll be quick. But like, we have it where, you know, you sometimes say like, someone's wrong here if they're both going towards the same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. If both are attacking, someone's wrong.
One player's making a mistake, so maybe Soma looks at that and says, well, this is the wrong way to go about it, because if I'm going to lose a heads-up battle, most likely I should be doing something else like a counterattack.
Yeah.
So this is a huge Ling all-in.
I mean, I guess I could see that being the thought process.
Off the bat,
I swear, I thought he was going to flank.
Like this is a tough spot to make it work. The cannon's going to finish. What you need to do is, as the gateway is killed,
you need to make a new one.
Throw a pylon or something else in here to plug.
There it is.
And that's exactly what he did. So he did it perfectly.
Excellent.
Excellent play. It's actually not that easy to pull that off, because if the Lings can spill through, the cannons can get surrounded, everything can fall apart real fast. How are there 3 Lings coming across the map? How is that a possibility?
You left one at home tasteless.
It's just like, it's like
they're making groups of 2. Did he kill one? They were jealous of the other one, so they killed it. They ganged up on it.
So he got the core up in the main. So there's another part to this rush, which is that if you don't get your core up when they
Who the fuck is the other lane?
before they kill the gateway, you were locked out of your tech. But he was really on top of it. He made the core. The gateway's being remade. The Corsair's coming out. This is looking like the best game yet here from Snow.
Yeah, that was a pretty failed Zergling rush. There is a Spire on the way, so I think this is going to be like phase 2 of the all-in from Soma, very, very likely. But the Corsair is going across the map quickly enough that he will scout this. So can this actually work from Soma? He's getting a fast sinking gas. He'll definitely have a lot of gas to work with. But yeah, this, like, I think what we'll see from Soma here likely is just some heavy mind game, where this is very obviously looking to me, Tasteless, is like, I'd be like, yes, he's going to try to kill me with Mutalisks. And I'd consider like, oh, maybe I want a second Stargate, maybe just add a few more cannons. But Soma's pretty good at mind games, so maybe there's a world in which he takes this position, gets his Scourge out, pushes everything back, and then does something like very greedy or very surprising.
He's going to get 2 Overlords.
That's crazy. He's getting so many Overlords this series.
Can he get a 3rd one?
He's killed like
You know, it was
50
kind of a
fucking
weird moment
Overlords.
Because you don't normally see
Yep.
this many Overlords scattered around here. He did this because he wanted to try to hide them. Okay, here come the
But
Scourge.
here come the Scourge.
Is
Is he gonna get it?
Right
Yeah, he's gonna get
That's
it.
going to be another supply block. Now he has to try to get them back home. This is a really important moment here, because if the Corsairs get shut down, oh no, he whiffed it. So they're going to get back home.
Oof.
Yeah, things are going amazing.
Yeah, this is not good for Soma right now.
Or is it going to be more of the classic PvZ, where he's just going to tech
Ooh.
up and keep cranking out Corsairs?
I don't think he'll go for a second one. I don't know. I feel like he's just going to add his gateways and consistent Corsair production here. We already saw from him as well some very good Corsair micro that we've been seeing, like that type of style from Mini lately. Like the one where they do like little circles and shoot behind them. So definitely Snow has been working on his Corsair micro, so that might make him feel more confident on just staying with the 1 Stargate.
Yeah, there's a way to do this like flick shot with the Corsair, where it can like shoot behind itself, and pros have gotten extremely good with it. It's some weird thing, like you gotta like, I think you have to hit patrol, use the patrol key, and then like turn it a certain way. I can't remember how you do it, but we will see players use that kind of stuff. He's going to come across the map, and he's basically just checking, are there Hydras being made, or is this like a game where he's going to go, you know, head-to-head with me and try to get his own Mutas and Scourge. And we see the Hydras coming across the map. Now, Templar, Psystorm tech isn't here yet.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is another one of these positions when you look closely at it, there's not a lot of room for cannons back here. In fact, like this other pylon kind of behind the wall in, it's kind of uncomfortable. Like, I'm a little bit worried that once again we might have a loss here for the Protoss to just Hydras kind of killing off the entrance and then taking over. The DT gets shot down immediately.
Oh man, this is
Dude,
bad.
If he just dies to these Hydras right now,
This is so bad.
That's going to be a hard series to come back from. Like, everything went right at the beginning of this game, and he's actually letting his Corsairs take hits on purpose, guys. Like, he needs to buy time to get these additional cannons up. But I think Soma's actually going to break him. Oh my God!
I think he's doing it again. This is
Oh my
insane.
God, this is.
He actually slips through the bottom here. So.
Well,
I don't
shit.
think we really talk about this that much in general, but like, you know, when you make
There's
a
the
wall
DT, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
you really do have to consider, because you can have like some wall-ins pushed further out and some pushed further
He needs
back.
to get the
You
forge.
do need to appreciate how many cannons can you actually get back here. Like, see this pylon that was being shot at a second ago? The one that the DT just ran by? Like, do you want a pylon there? That could have been a cannon.
GG.
GG.
Yeah.
All right, it's match
And,
point
like,
for Soma.
It's kind of, this is a, you know, in some ways this is a very weird finals, because
Yeah.
this is the second time this has happened.
Yeah.
You would expect a professional player to sort of know how much surface area they need for how many cannons. I mean, the Hydra busts are so common in this matchup. We probably see that kind of game more than any other kind of game in StarCraft ever. Right? It's like
Hydra
the
bust.
Zergs up at the door, tearing down the entrance. The Protoss is trying to sandbag it as best they can and eventually hold it off. But it didn't look like the surface area was set up right for the cannons to have synergy. It didn't seem like the pylon at the top was ready to kind of fill in that area with you know, so that you could build there. And it is odd. This is the second win that Soma's had now to basically there not being enough cannons to defend.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see because, obviously Soma just very narrowly beat Bisu in the last round, but like this is the type of game that Bisu would never in a million years lose. And yeah, we're like, because look at this. I mean, you make this many lings and get completely shut down like he did. Like he did no damage here. He got one gateway.
This part failed.
It was such a failure. Look at this, 27 probes to 15 drones. Snow got 3 overlords with his Corsairs, right? And like he just falls apart to Hydras being rallied across the map, and that's like this is a killer one for Snow. If Snow loses this series, he's going to look back on this game, I think, more than any other, and be like, I can't believe that.
Yeah,
like this is not a game he should have lost.
Look at the 3 pylons.
Yeah,
that's
gross.
What is going on? And
You're
he's making a pylon above his Nexus.
Yeah, it's like, just all over the place.
Look at this. The pylon that's the furthest in the back doesn't really cover the one in the front. There's room for at least 4 more cannons above this, but a pylon's not done up there. Look, that pylon is still. It's going to finish basically. Yeah, just now. And then watch, you see his other cannons come down here. We just don't ever cast games like this because this is something that, like, well, you kind of organically fix the more you play. Yeah, and so it's not that you
Hydras are so good once they get in there.
What are 3 pylons doing at the bottom? That's crazy.
No, you're right. It's bad. It's really terrible placements. But actually, this is funny because we don't talk about this that much. But Snow is known in the scene, the Korean scene, for having terrible SimCity, by far the worst. In fact, they call him a computer. Like an original StarCraft computer.
Because of how he places buildings?
Like computers playing, it's like, well, this has no rhyme or reason. Like, this doesn't make sense. It's just not his skill set, Like, he's good at other things. SimCity is absolutely not something that he's good at. And you can see it really underlined there.
It's like totally the opposite of like Rain's base layout, which is like completely autistic and like, perfectly like organized. But like, yeah, you're right. Like Snow's base, it's kind of like.
It kind of looks like my room.
It's a computer, man. If you go play the mission, and you're like, why is there a Stargate here? Like,
yeah, halfway across the map, there's no pylon.
Guys, we'll be right back.
She's like, what?
For esports pros, awareness is essential. That's why the Black Shark V3 Pro is tuned in to
Where the hell is this commercial end?
That Snow's lost his games is making me a little bit worried.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we almost ever talk about building placement at pro level unless it's to explain some new concept that's like really advanced, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is it is in some ways like one of the first things you learn about the game is like, okay, well, I got to make room for this over here. I can't make buildings.
You have to build on top of a pylon
because it's going to block me off. But having enough room for the cannons is really important, and it just seems like apparently Snow has not quite ironed that out. I feel like Soma should be able to pull through. Maybe not this game, but in just one of these future games. And
yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just one game.
Snow can come back and do this, but he's not going to be able to do it if he does not iron out these wrinkles in his play.
I tell you, I was actually coming in here hoping for a Snow victory because I think he's deserved it for so long. But watching this series, Soma's just a bit better, it feels like to me. He's just more well-refined. Snow really does need to fix some of these issues, right? Like I'm going to ignore game number 1. We've already kind of beat the dead horse with that one. But, like, I mean, come on, man. You've got, like, everyone in the pro scene makes fun of him for his building placement. Then we see him lose 3 pylons at the bottom. Like, what are we even doing? Like, what?
Well, there was a 4th pylon.
How far down the ladder do you have to go to find someone with a SimCity that bad? Like D rank?
And what's crazy is, like, in PvZ, the pylon placement early on is really important everywhere. You gotta make all this tech and stuff. Like, and you gotta get cannons to protect your melee. Like, it's wild to see that. Anyways, guys, we're going to Metropolis. Fingers crossed that Snow can play a little bit better here.
I will tell you what, Tasteless. Yeah, we see the Snow top right, Soma bottom right, but if I'm Soma here, looking at the way these games have played, I'm going 3 Hatch Hydra every game until I'm the champion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that you have the solution, right? It's not a mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that many pylons around the Nexus, it's wild. Like, you know,
Be
usually
like-
you have like, okay,
well,
there's one
to
pylon
be fair,
below my Nexus in
Soma
my
won
main,
his
and I'll be
last
somewhere,
game
around my gas.
For
another
game
pylon.
6 and
You
game
do need
7,
that.
he went
You need
Zergling
another
Rush.
pylon somewhere kind of in between the 2 Nexuses, so that you
Against
can make all the
Best.
gateways over there. So that is wild. I'm glad we actually got a highlight.
Yeah.
So that'd be
the
funny if he did it
Hydra.
again
Look at
and it got him
in
the
its entirety
championship.
and be
He just
like,
went 2
this
Ling
is
rushes in a row.
crazy.
And if it went up to the 7th game, he'd play normally.
So yeah, let's see what happens. But this is a tough one because
Yeah.
right now Snow needs to have a 3-game win streak right now,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, Soma's early game has looked so smooth.
Snow can win
specifically
this.
with the Hydras that I'm worried for Snow.
Look, this is not undoable for Snow.
Look at Soma's
if he
APM. It's only
tightens
a
up on his
280.
defense against Hydras, he should be fine, I would say. Oh, we have a 9
Yeah.
pool?
I told you.
Or is that overpool? I was kind of not looking that close.
Yeah, it's
but,
overpool.
Oh, it was an overpool. Never mind.
Looks like that was Overpool, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is probably the most standard opening here. Now Snow has not scouted and is going for a blind Nexus on 11, which is I think one of the newer builds we see here in the meta, and is pretty good against Overpool. You know, it is.
You can't get Lings out
Obviously,
early
this
enough
would
to
just
fight
die
against
if
it.
you, like, did a
But it's
9
not
pool,
quite
speed
a
ring, or
Nexus
4 pool,
first.
but you know, I think he was spot on in knowing that Soma's probably just not going to do that. Soma's not relying on tricks to end the game immediately, and instead trying to just do these pressure builds to win with rushes. So this is going to be really nice. You don't need a second pylon early on when you do this, because the Nexus finishes right when your supply starts to get capped.
Very well mapped out build. Brings that additional probe down to finish up what he needs defensively over here. And of course, against the overpool,
By
as
the
you
way,
mentioned, he'll be totally fine with this cannon timing.
Yeah, these are the kind of builds that you want to be careful about applying on the ladder, because a lot of people just rush on the ladder.
Yeah.
These are definitely builds that are a little bit better, excuse me, a little bit better suited versus somebody in a tournament where you kind of know roughly the playstyle you're up against. There is actually, by the way, plenty of room back here. Oh my God!
Oh,
Oh my God!
just barely.
Just no way.
Like a couple seconds off there. It's 1 damaged Ling, so I'm not too afraid. I don't think Snow will lose any probes. If you look at how he handled this a couple maps ago,
Yeah.
there was 5 Lings in his base, and he lost very little.
Ace.
Oh, he actually
Ooh.
utilizes 2 more Lings to get a second Ling in there. 2 Lings is much more than
Yeah.
twice as good as 1 Ling in
Yeah.
the main base.
It's like
Yeah.
three
Oh my
times
God, his
better.
moving shot is so nasty. Oh, the Ling just barely gets away.
Nasty.
Dear
Nasty
nasty.
moving shot you got there, Snow.
Nasty Ling user. Can he get this one?
Oh.
These are 3 probes that are not mining.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
1 HP.
Okay, he's not mining gas right now either.
Oh, he got it.
Looks like he's gonna have those 3 go into the gas now. Layer is inbound. Not a hydrogen in sight, but then again, there is some brilliance to this too. When you think of all the experiences Snow's had so far, Snow
He's
probably
gonna be
scrambling
defending for
to get this
fucking.
probe inside the main to see if there's a den.
Yeah.
In fact, there's nothing like that coming this way at all.
He sneaks and puts the den at the third base.
So, you know, the probe being alive
Woof.
and being able to scout everything, I think that is great, obviously. You know, this does throw Snow off, like, a little bit, the Ling being in his main base. But I feel like he has kept his composure. Like, things have gone wrong, but I don't feel like I've seen Snow panic yet. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but, like, yeah, like, bad building placement and stuff like that, and maybe strategically some errors. But I feel like he's kept his cool, and, like, I don't think he's flustered like we occasionally see in high-stakes matches.
Yeah, where you're like, clearly
No,
this
I don't
guy's
think he's
not
tilted. I
playing
think
to
he's
his
honestly
best.
gotten
But
really
Snow's
good at
playing amazingly. It's just that's the
keeping
one
his
thing he's
cool.
just not good at.
You know,
it's his one weakness.
You know, the more stage experience.
Now he's gonna fix that.
Better, kind of
I guarantee you, because of that game, he's gonna fix that. Because he's gonna get berated so much because of that game.
There are a couple lings with speed out on the map now, but and there is a den being made, by the way. So he is, you know, it is 3 hatch into Spire, but there's also a Hydra den. I don't know if the den is at an unusual time yet or not. I feel like normally we have a couple more hatcheries thrown down before this becomes a thing. But let's just see, you know, what units are going to be made here from Soma. Soma's very tricky.
Yes.
At this phase of the game. So, you know, it's a little bit tough to kind of just look at the buildings and know exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
You know, we did have games where, like, he would show a Spire or show a den because that's the red herring in the build. He's not going to use that tech.
Yeah. Well, it's good to have those mind games. Occasionally, we have seen him get almost too fancy at moments. But you know, he's gone through some of the very best Protoss in the world already, so definitely knows what he's doing with this. The 4 Zealots coming down for a little bit of pressure. Not sure exactly how much he'll end up getting done. Corsair flying down now as well. That Spire is just about to finish.
Yeah, he's going to go right in here. There's nothing here, man. This is really bad. Those lings are really far away. He is going to chase these all the way up into the main. He needs to try to wedge these in the back. The lings are coming. Ooh, I don't know about this. I think he needs to just let that Zealot die.
Yeah.
And send these guys back over here.
It's a lot of drones, by the way. Like, Soma really has been a little bit greedy in this game, you can see. That's why the Zealots are having such a good time. There's way more drones than I'm actually used to seeing at this stage of the game. But enough lings that he should be able to clear this all out. Going after those drones in the main base. There is a Muta.
A single Muta.
Mutalisk. Like, there was a time where you'd see one Muta to try to trick Zerg, or trick Protoss. But right now, it's like, I mean, he might make more, but one isn't something you really have to worry about.
So it's like 3 damage.
Yeah. Well, one is also kind of weird. For, you know, the fact that these Zealots have been here for this long, we don't see more popping out. Let's see if any more Mutas actually hatch. He's got a lot of cannons.
Dude, if a round of drones comes up, like, this is where you have to look at it and be like, okay, he's scared. Like, he knows the way it's been going. He's like, I can't lose this whole finals to Hydra Bus. And he's making so many cannons, and actually, I just saw drones hatch. So it's like, Soma is not even planning on attacking right now, and there's a million cannons going up.
Remember, every cannon is an extra gateway.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking rough. The Corsairs, you know, he might still have time to cancel some cannons. But yeah, the Mutalisk was a decoy to kind of make the game look like maybe this was actually some other kind of attack. The 1DT, you know, 3 Hydras is just enough. Oh, hold on a second. He's actually going to get the Overlord. Now, he doesn't seem to have a backup anywhere. And the DT is more than welcome to just go ahead and try to kill all of the Hydras that are over here.
Yeah, going after that egg, that can be a tricky move where you're killing the Overlord that was going to pop. And, yeah, DT does enough damage to actually kill eggs.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because a lot of times when you see an egg, you go, well, I just attack something else. Everything else is a better value target. But he likely denied 2 Overlords. We have drones being transferred back over here, and he's going to be able to get an intercept. Dude, this is great here by Snow. He got, I think, 3 drones total. The Corsairs are back in action. The gateways are getting up.
This could be big. This could be big.
And, you know, after that, the only thing that you have left to get is a robo. But, I mean, hey, you don't even need a robo if there's no lurkers in the game, right?
Yeah.
And what is that? That's going to be his 9th gateway there? He's going to up to 10 gateways.
What?
So he's going to do a 2-base all-in.
That's crazy. You never see 10 gates. Like, 9 gates is really the high end of what you ever generally see.
And that's like fucking 25 minutes into the game.
Snow is going for a kill here for sure.
Yeah. And this might work, man. He might just be able to get out and get enough damage over here.
Keeping those Corsairs alive still very, very important. Now, will Soma go into... oh, my God. It's like synchronization. Will Soma go into Mutas here? Or is he going to go into Lurkers? Because he's got to do one. You can't just fight this with Hydras.
Yeah, one tech is coming. Oh, my God. I guess the Hydras can't quite shoot far enough to pin those. Zealot speed just finished, which is kind of funny. We saw Zealots that were slow earlier. That's very, very rare. You know, he seems to just barely have enough that, like, he can win these fights.
Yeah. That one Muta still putting in the work, even though there's been a bunch of Corsairs out the whole game. This guy's really, he's doing his best.
That's the hero unit.
Yeah.
If you look at the top of the Muta, you'll see Soma's head there. Okay, so now there's more Mutas hatching. So he's going to go Hydra Muta. Now, the Corsairs are basically all still alive. He wants to get up to 5 right now.
Oh.
And, I mean, we're just going to see this push come out, and we're going to find out if it's going to work or not.
And he's
when
got...
you see anything more than...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, when you see anything more than that one Mutalisk out on the map, you know you basically just, you know, you have to get enough Corsairs to protect this.
Well, he has chosen to go Mutalisk Hydralisk, so the Observer's not necessarily going to be needed. I mean, there is a possibility he still goes Lurker, but generally you don't go Lurker and Muta at the same time. So the Muta's flying up right now. These have to pick off High Templars. It's so important. It goes after the first one. Storms go off and chase them away. He hasn't lost any High Templars yet.
You can overmake Templars with pushes like this. You can come out with like 7 or 8 Templars and just, like, you know that you're going to lose some of them, but, like, you don't care. Because as long as you kill off the Mutas and eventually push, you're going to have... Generally, like, if you're not being Muta harassed, the number is 4. 4 High Templars is usually enough Psy Storms that you're probably fine. And he's going to move out. And the Corsairs are doing some great zoning. The Templars are nearly over here. Nice kind of pre-storm that the Mutas walked right into.
Yeah.
And this is where the push is going to hit. And I think he wants to go for the natural. He's thrown down to third base.
It was really, really well done.
And there's no observer here. There's no observer with the army, by the way.
And there are Lurkers on the way, a little bit quicker than I expected, but I think that we're going to see this not pay off for Soma. Like, his actual army supply is incredibly low.
I think Snow won.
Like, he spent a ton of money on Mutas. He's trying to go into Lurkers, and he just doesn't have that much left over.
Yeah, Dragoons can actually shoot down Lurkers pretty fast, but again, without an observer here, it's very scary. So he's going to back up. I don't see any observer on the mini-map moving across here. And, okay, there it is. God, it's late. That's insane. The observer finished after the third base started, which is wild, man.
He had the Robo in Observatory for a while, but I think because he saw Mutas, he just didn't make one. He's just like, oh, no.
Yeah, no, I get it. It makes sense. But, you know, you need to at least have one when this push comes, right? Because this is, otherwise the game would have ended.
That's true.
So he's going to come down, and there are no... oh, he's got to keep that alive. So he just has to make sure the Observer stays alive. We've seen many games where Zerg win where they just run up and snipe the Observer down. The Corsairs are going to bully the Overlords back. Lurkers are going to try to come from behind. I don't think they've quite got enough. It's mostly just Dragoons now. Oh, my God. Okay, he needs to move the rest of his army down here with this.
Yeah. This game's done.
And I think that Snow is won.
Yeah, this game's definitely
done.
Nice.
Very well won game here from
GG.
Snow. GG. Doesn't die to Hydra Bust. Goes on to win.
All right.
I'm sensing a pattern here, Tastes.
Yep.
See a Hydra Bust again.
Oh my God! If he does a Hydra Bust and Soma wins the series, I'm gonna be so mad.
You know, if he can get the push going, he usually wins the game. The problem is Soma's so scary early on. He did a great job as well, setting those Zealots out and kind of getting in between.
Yeah, and messing up his mining nice and early. You gotta fuck with Zerg the entire time. You can't let them just roam on what they want.
Soma would have committed with some kind of a Hydra Bust, but, you know, the Zealots stayed for so long, it became so obvious what was happening, he just ditched it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he wants to pull out in this next map. So we have 2 potential maps left, right? Yeah. Litmus was the last map, which means the next map is... I can't remember. That's okay. We'll see it in a second here. I like to put myself into difficult positions.
I know.
Like, what's 88 divided by 7, Artos? I'm like, oh, God, it's 13.5. Like, I don't know. Oh.
All right, before we
don't do math on stream.
15 American presidents. Oh, wait, I can't. So, look, I mean, Snow's done it. He only needs to win 2 more now. That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's getting close. I mean, if we get, don't forget, you start up 3-1. If you get to the last game, game 7, suddenly it's in your opponent's favor because they're on a run right there, right? They've got the tempo behind them.
Yeah.
So if Snow can win here on knockout, which was made to be a little bit better for Protoss, then, maybe he's able to take it.
All right, guys, we're going to go into that game now. Litmus will be the map after this if we're lucky enough to have a game 7. Soma versus Snow continues on. Okay, Snow in the bottom left, Soma in the top right.
Let's get her!
We are in cross spawns here. I'm going to do our finals.
This is what it all comes down to.
Finals here, but consider signing up for the Patreon, guys. We would love to get your support. We would not be able to be doing this without you. Our casting is community funded. Patreon.com/ASL English.
A big thanks to everyone who has supported it since the beginning, and of course throughout the season. You guys are fantastic, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing who wins this championship, and of course continuing ASL into 2026. With how good this year was, I think it's just going to keep getting better and better. I think we're going to, as crazy as this sounds, I think we're going to look back at the ASLs where you and I were still casting live at a Freaka TV and everything. And we're going to be like, those were the bad years. Like, those years sucked compared to the games we have now.
Well, I got to say, man, the games have been really, really good here this time around. Peace, love, and Brood War. I agree. By the way, this is 9 pool. I don't think I saw an Overlord made.
Yeah, you're right. It's a 9 pool.
9 pool, no gas. Oh, I thought he might make a gas to do the extractor trick. Yeah, he just did it.
Ooh. Okay, so on Snow's side, is he trying for a Nexus first here, or is this just going to be the delayed forge? Do we know? Is there a way that you can tell?
It's Nexus first. It's Nexus first.
So does 9 pool just counter that?
Yeah, I mean, if you make 6 lings, yeah. I don't know if we're going to have it. No, hold on a second.
It is a delayed forge.
Okay. So I think he does this, like, end scout.
Yeah. See a Terran player?
And I guess what happens is, well, this is interesting because I'm not that familiar with this specific opening, but I think the idea is he learned pretty quickly that he wasn't going to find out what's happening, so he makes a later
True. Queen, wait, did you win? Did you win, Queen, or are you just done?
Incredible system.
You over it? How did it go?
Especially with fast expanding, where you're kind of okay, they're not here, but they.
Is that relief?
You know, if I don't see an expansion,
or is that
over here,
death?
It has to be a quick pull if they are
no,
there. No,
that's death. That's you in a coffin.
System they've got laid out to try to basically get the thing out as fast.
I'm sorry, Queen. I wish I could help. I wouldn't be of any help.
Yeah.
Inbound here.
That's me dead.
The cannon's halfway done as the lings are halfway across the map. And even if the cannon does finish, 6 lings can overwhelm a cannon. Like, you need help here. You need backup. He's going to pull 5 probes.
God, if Soma wins again on a Ling rush, this is going to be so ridiculous.
When it gets done, it's like, I am not attacking yet. Now I am.
Oh, okay, he does try for the shroud. Oh! Maybe the wrong choices here.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's making any more lings. So if you just keep a couple probes on the ramp, they will take shots as they try to go up there. I wanted to mention, like, I was surprised that he didn't use the drone to mine out those minerals. That's one of my favorite tricks on Knockout, is, like, you can really screw things up if you mine your opponent's minerals. Sometimes you can get units up the ramp. But here, I think he's pretty stuck. I don't think those 3 lings can do too much.
Does that cannon cover that very edge?
I think it like just barely does, I think.
Well, especially on the diagonal.
It's hard to say. Soma doesn't want to try to test it because he can at least deny
fires
at the Nexus,
fires
right?
one square further on a diagonal.
Just, like right now, this Nexus is done, and there's no probes mining here. That's a problem. The surface area is tiny, so he's going to have to use his first zealot to come down here and clear these lings out.
And you can't make very big circles here, or the cannon will hit you.
I'm doing great, man. I can kill everything, but my damn teammates keep dying, and when I die, they can't stay alive long enough so I can come back. It's only 10 seconds.
Right now.
Damn.
I would be fuming.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like, if this is happening to me, where it's like,
Well, you know what they say, guys can't last more than 3 seconds, so 10 seconds, that's a little asking.
And
It's asking a little much, Queen.
Like, the build right now is so messed up. Okay, so he gets one in there. I would not be surprised if he counterattacks with the 2 zealots and has a probe right-clicked on this one ling. A lot of times what you can do is have one probe clicked on a ling, and then right when he's about to kill it, you just change it.
Yeah.
Swap it out with another one.
Looks like he's chasing.
And he didn't actually send that back.
No, he didn't send out his zealots at all. So I mean, that could end up being an issue. The thing is, Soma, I think, preemptively made some Zerglings for that.
Yeah.
He's got 4 at home, so you know, the 2 zealots sending out, who knows if they would have gotten damage or not, but at least would put on some pressure, which Snow has none of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is painful. This is painful for Protoss. Like, this is the Zerg's dream is to just get a couple lings in.
I'm opening my gold bar for my distress.
And this one ling is doing a lot of work. Soma's not doing anything fancy.
Gold bar? Like a chocolate bar?
We can see the second cannon has been made, which is totally fine, I think, especially versus
We're like
Soma.
boos.
But again, the Hydra bus doesn't appear to be coming.
Well, that ling still running around being as annoying as it can be. That speed. Second cannon almost done. Corsair going to be on the way here. I mean, at the end of the day, the 9 pool didn't do that much, so I do think that Snow is a little bit ahead.
One sec,
right?
let me open it.
Was very, very fast,
I'll take a pic.
It feels like Soma has recovered.
Oh, it's your
really
weed pen.
It's not like one of these games where,
cool.
You know, the Ling Flood game that actually Snow ended up losing. That one I was pretty sure. I'm like, okay.
All right, well,
this, right?
tell me when. I'll pack
But
a toke and
I
then we
feel
can
like
dual
I
toke.
see that here. This seems like
Sync
it's a
it
really playable
up.
position for both players.
I'm like pure THC
Yeah, well, look,
right here.
This has been rough for Snow early on, but let's just remember what we've always been saying in the series is that we need to see Snow just get to Templar Tech, get Psystorm out, and then it seems like it's a very manageable game for him.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he's got to ride the Soma mechanical bull and not fall off. And if he's been on long enough, he should be okay. So
Yeah.
the Corsair is going to come across the map. It immediately scouts the second gas and turns around. So he's thinking this second gas is going to be some kind of Mutalisk power play here. And we've got Scourge out. We've got Mutas inbound. So he's going to make a second cannon in his main. Now, how committed is this? Because as Zerg, a lot of times they can pull out if they think this isn't going to work.
Guys, I think Soma's gonna win. I think Soma's gonna win.
Chasing these zealots back as well. Seems like the cannons are finishing just in the nick of time here. I don't think these mutas are going to really get too much done at the moment. Trying to do a little bit of harassment, some pretty good micro on both sides. Yeah, look at that. That is the new micro that we're starting to see.
Oh, dude, that's
players
dope.
do.
Yeah,
Look at that. They're not
shot.
even looking
Beautiful.
at the mutas as they shoot. It really reminds me of Valkyrie micro.
Yeah, yeah. And so you can keep the Corsairs kind of skipping around in the air. Because, you know, a lot of times what Corsairs want to do, it's the same thing with mutas, is they want to, like, stop. They want to stop and slow down and just sort of hover there and fight. But you don't want them doing that because then they're harder to pull away. And it seems like Soma can't quite get in and do that much right now.
No.
Behind this, the Evo chamber is coming down. He's on his 5 hatches.
This is one fancy because
Snow
it's
added
live
that line
resin.
of cannons.
Ooh, so
You
it's
see
not
that?
like the
he's-
compressed
He's
stuff.
being very careful. I think he has sniffed out that there's heavy Hydra behind this.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, he knows the way that all these games have gone. Now, I don't think there's actually necessarily going to be a Hydra bus this game. I don't know that Zerg is in a position to do that just yet. But yeah, I mean, look, he just says, okay, we're going to immediately get 4 cannons. Before I even think about a 5th gateway, I want to have 4 cannons here. He's going to, no doubt, have Storm coming. He has trapped a probe in the back in his main so that he can put it in the hotkey group with the Corsairs. So a lot of people don't know this. Even people that watch StarCraft a lot might not know this.
I play Zerg, I
you
know.
can trap the probe in with the Corsairs If the probe is stuck in the corner,
Live
they'll get the
resin is the
Corsairs group
heat
together.
press
Same way with
stuff.
Zerg
Other
put
stuff
an
is
overload in the
extracted
control
with
group the Mutalisks
butane
that makes them bunch
or
up.
other
You do
stuff.
the same thing
Yeah,
with the probe
it's
and the
like
Corsairs. So that's gonna make them
not
stronger
good
to try to
for
fight.
you.
And I noticed in one of the earlier games he didn't do that. Like the first game on the island map, the Corsairs were like really spread out. It was very odd to see. So it's good to see him doing that here now.
That. That's interesting. Maybe he was worried about like ensnare or something, since there has been a lot of ensnare on the map, but that never happened, of course.
Right. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. I think he had a really deliberate reason to do that. But I noticed when he did that, I thought, okay, I want to watch and see if this is something he's not going to do in the other maps where he's getting Corsairs. So, as of now, the Zealots...
Yeah, you don't find
move out here.
stuff
This is a
that was
great
done by
target. This
butane
fourth
much
base, if you can
anymore.
force an
Yeah.
eye on this, that's going to be
That's
huge.
the ghetto
Makes
way
that
of
an
doing it,
overlord.
right? We got advanced
And I don't know
technology
that these
now.
Hydras can save this in time. The damage is just
But you know what they
spiraling
say,
down
just because we have
cancel.
advanced technology
That's
doesn't
huge,
mean
man.
we don't want to still put
Very
chemicals and
nice.
shit.
The Zealot's going to mostly get out of there. The Dark Templar did get picked.
I don't really
He had
use
one trying
pens,
to
so
run
I
through,
wouldn't
but it
know.
looks like,
I just smoke buds.
Soma, he's had great Overlord spreads
Oh,
throughout the
speaking
series
of,
today.
are you
I wasn't able
ready?
to catch that.
I gotta say, probably the best anti-DT play we've ever seen in PvZ that we've casted.
Yeah.
Like the DTs do almost nothing. It's crazy. He's getting the robo.
Alright,
And it looks
3,
like he's getting up to 8
2,
gateways back at home.
1,
Do not drink water. Do not
And-
go! Hell yeah,
What you
Smokey!
said
Welcome,
earlier
welcome,
on,
bro.
I mean, this is
Do not
kind
go
of
to the
where
bathroom.
Snow's in the
Have
clear.
another
He's got
Coke.
his Templars. Storm might already be done even. He's just getting his gateways, and it should be smooth sailing. Now, Soma may go for a Lurker Contain here. You know, okay, hold on. He's going to try to move out.
And actually, he's got enough to push us all back, which is really good. You mentioned he might go for a Lurker Contain. This is one of the strongest maps for Lurker Contain, but Snow has plenty of army to prevent that. As long as you don't let Lurkers get onto your kind of like high ground right there where the third base is. There's the Lurkers. There's the
He's
Lurkers.
still going for it. Yeah. So this will all be hinged on whether or not the Lurker Contain gets up. By the way, this is probably the hardest map to break Lurker Contains on.
Yes.
Another nice storm. The Corsairs, they basically kill all the Mutalisks. And Protoss is running onto this high ground area. These
How are you
Lurkers
today,
might
Smokey?
back.
How's
If
it
the Lurker
going?
Contain fails at this moment, you just end up playing against a turtling Lurker player. Yeah. Like they just send the Lurkers
Thank you
back.
for redeeming
He's
chair
actually
dance.
burrowing some.
Itox will
And
now
I
dance
guess
for
there
you.
isn't actually an
Please
observer
fully
here.
enjoy this immersive
Oh, no, never mind.
experience.
I spoke a second too soon. It's over here on the left side of the screen.
Well, no, you were right. That just popped out. So, you know, coming up a little bit later. But it seems like he has enough Dragoons. I think he's okay here.
Part of me wants to keep trying, part of me wants to take a break from
Zealots
it.
in the front. Zealots actually way far behind. Oh, God. Yeah, the flanking Lurker actually doing a lot of damage to this army so far.
There's no
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't
sorry,
over
no
yet.
Overlord here to see this. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean,
This is actually looking a
it's
little
pretty
bit
close.
Like, I think the Hydras might barely be able to win this. He has one more Templar. He's gonna
Oh,
be nice.
fail Storm, though.
But, you know,
From weed? No, from zombies, Smokey. She can't beat the last level of Marvel Rival
there's a lot of
zombies.
Hydras back at home.
Her teammates are
There
ass
like,
shit
there's one Templar that I think
retards.
doesn't have a Storm in it, by the way.
Looking a bit rough. You know, Soma has his fourth base up. He's taking a fifth in the bottom right. And the base
did
that
good,
Snow
you
is
can rest
taking,
now,
I think
babe.
Snow is the best player at playing with a mineral base in PvZ. But, like, that doesn't help him with more high
That's
tempos.
annoying.
So he's
Keep
gonna
getting
have
on
to
wave
expand
20,
one
last
more time
wave,
really
and
quickly,
lose.
which is how Snow generally plays this type of map. But I don't know that he can.
Shaw,
Like,
where
this is not a
are
very strong
you,
looking army, and Soma's
bro?
macro is
What's
insane
up,
right now.
Shaw?
Look at this, he's over 100 supply against a
What do you mean, where am
I?
I?
Oh, I don't know about this man.
I'm
This is
always
really bad. He's
here.
got one Storm on that Templar at the bottom. He's kind of. Oh God. Okay, that one actually doesn't have enough.
What's
for a
up,
Storm.
Shaw? How's it going?
Zealots are gonna come up. Snow, I think, is just barely gonna hang on again.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Just barely.
Let's not
just
forget-
But he's got, like, look at the mini map. He's got more down.
Just taking the
I
lead
cannot
at the bottom
sleep,
right. So
cannot
Soma's continuing to
dream,
grow.
cannot dream
Right now, it's all
tonight.
about surviving this push.
I'm
And
trying
I
to
think
reach
Snow
out to
just
you
did it
since I don't know how
beautifully.
long. What have you been up to?
Love the pick off. With the Overlord.
Working on
Gotta
the
bring that one
alternate
Lurker as well.
YouTube.
But Soma's macro still looks really, really strong here. And that makes me really scared because he's also picked
And
up high Templars.
apparently, in
And with
doing
only
so,
two
we
gases,
neglected
it's
the
really
main
hard for
YouTube
Snow
channel,
to
and now it's
replace
popping
this.
off. We've got
So Snow needs to
260
think about,
views
okay,
on our
where
last
are
two
we going to get a
videos.
third gas?
Black Lives Matter also. True, Smokey.
I mean, he can try to attack, and if he gets a base...
Well, my new thing is drawing now, Shaw. That's what we've been working on, hand drawing stuff.
So you either attack and kill stuff, or you get another base immediately to get more High Templars.
I'm like, I don't have any DMs from you, right?
You like how to play like pros.
I don't have any DM. Like the last you DM me on the 24th.
I just learned this, but a lot of times what you want to do is try to figure out are they going
well,
for
back
high?
queen
If they are, you need to try to push them. If not, you need to turtle. That's actually the play. Hold on, the mutas are going to come now, and I mean, there's just not enough to defend. Where are the Corsairs? The Corsairs are at the top left.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Looking very, very bad right now. Another
take my Fuller balls.
High Templar with storms here. Soma
dollar bills.
Back. He does a great job disabling the splash damage in that army, then pulls back with his army.
Take my money.
You can see that Snow is trying to get 9 o'clock.
We had to start working on your animations, man.
Soma's going to get in there before he has anything set up other than a pylon.
Yeah. So see.
Well, that's what I was wondering, Shaw, because I have the stories. So I'm like, well, what do you want me to do?
But you know. You need to have enough covering the Templars that the storms.
Do you want me to send you the stories?
If the Templars are forced to spend their storms on the Mutalisks, that's when the Hydralisks win the fight for you. So Snow's going to take a 4th base at 6 o'clock, or at least it looks like the game's setting up for that.
Yeah. Well, that makes perfect sense.
Like, if you want me to send you them, I can send you them right now.
Looks like he does fly in once again, goes after the High Templars. Some storms going down, has to pull back here once again. Soma up 20 supply on Snow right now. Snow knows he's in a very tough position. He's got to take these fights perfectly if he wants to go on to Game 7.
Yeah. The bases are mining out pretty quickly here. It's 3 base Protoss versus 5
Hey streamer, your stream looks ass. I am here to make GFXC for you only at a low price of $98.75. PLS Discord me, my name is Luca Discords. I will be awaiting your message.
When they're going
True, Smokey.
Now I don't know if he's going to be able to confirm that.
Discuss the payment plans there. Sure.
It seems like this is going to be a very tough map to actually scout that out on. So he's going to just ditch this. He's going to move down here to the natural, and I think he's just going to try to push there. And this is going to be the Hail Mary play. If Snow can make this work, I think we're going to go into
Queen
Game
is
7.
spicy.
If Soma holds this, it's very likely that the Zerg is going to just win this entire
yeah, pretty sure.
All right,
pretty sure Soma's going to win.
The high ground here with his Zealots and
Who hurt you, bro?
It looks like, yeah, that top part of Zealots is being held pretty quickly. This big swarm of units here from Soma is absolutely going to crush these Dragoons. No chance for
That's not true, Smokey. You hurt me.
Plummets once again.
I mean, I asked for it, but you still hurt me.
Hydras that are damaged into Lurkers, which could allow him for a counterpunch attack with Hydra Lurker down to the 3rd or 4th base. This is looking very, very bad for Snow.
When did I hurt you?
What, this is looking like a dominating performance right now.
Well, he said, Queen, he said you're spicy, so he ate you, and now he's hurting.
Here. He comes up with his army, but Soma just with so many Hydras, and even as he loses these, don't forget, he's on 5 bases.
Where are you sending the stories? Where do you want me to send them, Shaw?
He's gonna bro
no, don't, no, Queen, don't look into that one. Don't look into that one. Don't look into that one. You're a cake! Your name is Cake, okay? You don't have to look into it. After I said it, I was like, oh, that could be definitely taken the wrong way. But your name's Cake!
Well,
I didn't say that, he did. That's what Smokey gets for eating someone who's off limits, right? Whatever works.
Very, very low.
Alright, sounds good, Shaw. Fish are friends, not food!
He finds everything in the bottom right.
If it tastes good, Queen, it's food!
There's really not a lot left for him in this game.
Cake is still food!
Yeah, even the Lurker egg denying
Quoting Bruce now, huh?
to be made over here.
Wait, fish?
And, you know, it's been
Ew.
rough. I mean, it's funny because Snow managed to push out, but Soma has played such a strong mid-game here that Snow really can't get anything done. He's had no successful pushes anywhere other than that canceled hatchery way early on. And there's just so much on the map here for Zerg.
I tell you, this has been an outstanding performance here from Soma. Like, he has so much of the map. We're definitely into a later portion of this game.
Told her to wash in the creek, and now I'll never get the smell off the fish.
6 o'clock. He's got this big army that's kind of distracting Snow, and this is going to cancel
True,
out
Sean, true.
Snow's last chance at a 4th base.
We can see now another push out here, but it looks like it's a PVT army. I mean, there's no Templars here. It's just Zealots and Dragoons.
Oh, no, there's the Templars. Oh, yeah, Templars are dead now.
This is it, Artosis. I think Soma is the ASL champion.
Yep.
Snow's army is going to be completely smashed.
Yeah, unbelievable here from Soma. He's just returned from military duty. I don't think we're ever going to see something like this again.
Yeah, no, this is
crazy. Someone comes out of the military and immediately qualifies and then wins ASL.
Yeah. I told you guys, when Soma comes back, man, he's going to dethrone Sulky. GG. Look at Soma. He's like, fuck yes.
An ASL champion.
He's like, I had to wait 2 fucking years as a goddamn military. But you know what? I spent those 2 years wisely. I did what I needed to do, and now I'm here. And we fucking did it. Oh my god. Whoa, GG. This game changed my life. True, Smokey. This game changed my life. You know what, Smokey? You know what, Smokey? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something right now, Smokey.
This is your champion, Soma, completely outplaying Snow here tonight, completely outplaying the entire field. He had some really tough matches on the way, but he dispatched everybody in his path. Some amazing matches, especially in Zerg vs. Protoss from him.
Yeah, it was incredible. We're going to be having an interview in a second here. Soma, I mean, after so many ASLs, in what was maybe the most unusual season we've ever had, he did it. He came out on top, and Snow will have to come back another season if he's ever going to make an ASL champion.
Interview now with our champion.
Well, if we look at the main channel...
Let's have you here. Let's have our
So look at the banquet. Oh, whoops. Look at the banquet. 265 views.
Long-awaited dream of yours. You started as an amateur. You never got to experience living in a pro team environment. Once more stepping on this stage.
And then I have...
And after undertaking this challenge,
17,
service,
26, 27, 30, and 39, and then 4 on the main story.
Soma,
so we're like 12 views away from 150.
Fans, you have become the best of the best.
But we changed all the thumbnails.
As the dynasty of Zerg continues for another season with your name.
Keep slamming shorts out. Yep, that's the plan.
Sure you have many things running through your mind.
This one got up to 243.
There were times
and that's bumping. This one's up to 600, 500. These ones are kind of dead, but these ones are getting some kind of views. Alright, we got 504 in the last 2 days. We're up to 28 hours of watch time.
Wow, for real. Honestly, I played in so many ASLs, and at one point I started thinking...
I said I was watching your vid before I knew it was yeah.
I kept
well, that's a good thing. It's a good thing, Smokey.
But I went to the army. I came back with a fresh outlook, mindset. I am glad I applied myself to tournament play again. Going up on stage...
He's gonna get that star on his lapel!
After finishing your military service, that's a really difficult thing to do. How was this even possible? When I was in the army, I was stationed in Cheolwon, and then thanks to my daughter Haso, I was saved and transferred full-time to Gwangju. Wow, the power of family. Thanks to my daughter Hassel, I was finally able to practice the game at night as well. It's like my life is fulfilled. It all really does come down to the power of family, the power of love.
Because if you have kids, they won't separate the family, but if you don't have kids, they'll just send you where they need you.
Cheering for you online.
One of the downsides of having your northern border be fucking North Korea.
Streaming under the nickname of Fake Jadong, and up until now.
They gotta be a strong country or North Korea's gonna fucking own them. That's the last thing South Korea wants. Last thing the world wants. No more K-dramas. No more StarCraft. Dear God. I'd just kill myself. Fuck that. What kind of world would we live in at that point? It just wouldn't be worth it.
I'd really like to thank my wife for fully taking care of our kid and making it possible for me to practice. And for helping me practice.
How long are you thinking to stream, by the way? Probably gonna end the stream after this. I'm fucking tired. So then I'll send you all the shit on Discord. I've got 7 stories. You can pick and choose, you guys, which 3 you want to do out of those 7. I don't care what stories. Like, I don't have a special story.
What to expect from you in the future. This is but the beginning. Seoulgi's 4-peat is an unthinkable accomplishment. But I too will work diligently and try to get there. Guys, once more a round of applause for Soma. He gave his best. We will have the awards ceremony in a second. We have a bouquet for you as well.
He needs to pick up the trophy!
Moment, we will proceed with the awards ceremony. This wraps up the long-awaited grand final here at the Google Play ASL. This was a season the players worked harder than ever.
Yeah, crazy season.
And a season where we could...
Mentioned you in our server, you can share your stories there. Okay.
Thank you so much for making all the cheerfuls and giving the players your strength. Let us proceed with the runner-up and champion ceremonies.
In your specific channel. Sounds good, Zab.
Award, we have someone who always makes it possible for this tournament to take place. Please welcome on stage the CEO of Soup, Mr. Cheong-woo, for the runner-up ceremony. ASL done in partnership with Google Play. This season's runner-up, with tremendous effort, receiving the support of many players and fans alike. He did not manage to claim the championship, but a player with many expectations going forward. Let's call him up.
Another one for Snow next year, man, next year. $10,000.
Runner-up wins 10 million won, and
it's like $10,000.
Because
like one won is like 1 cent. So 10 million is actually 10,000.
He did not make it this season, but with all of these flowers, let's look forward to his future exploits. Let's take a commemorative picture.
Do not trust intoxication. He said I won $500 and asked for my address. He actually sent me a bottle of his queef. Eggy Vale, yo, what's up, brother? How's it going, Eggy?
And a round of applause for Mr.
How are you, good sir?
Who always works hard.
It's the ASL final. Soma won! Soma won! Yay, Soma! Do not trust this food up.
Come help us out here.
Look at all the bouquets.
Your colleagues once more as well. Good work, Snow. Guys, a round of applause. And now,
there's his family.
It's our main character, the ceremony for the hero of this play.
Hey, Eggy knows what he's talking about. He's been around long enough.
On our phones, the phones we always looking at, there is Google. And it never even crossed my mind that Google would want to sponsor this tournament.
Yeah, that's crazy that Google actually sponsored the tournament.
Helping esports grow and making it so the players could show their passion.
Isn't it cool that your body leaves red on the toilet paper so you know to stop wiping? It's cool that your body leaves red on the toilet paper so you know to stop wiping. Jesus Christ, Aggie, I love it.
So many points. Oh, he is so young. Director, Mr. Chang Yun-se. Google. The almighty Google.
Our overlords! I love Koreans, man. They're so great.
They gifted all of the fans with so many Google Play points. We have tens of diamond tier members here.
Yeah, the only thing is it doesn't cost them anything to make Google Play points. That's the stupidest fucking thing about paying for digital shit is there's no actual cost other than server upkeep. Why is that woman's face here? That's Barbara Streisand. That's from South Park, Eggy. You know Spooky Vision, South Park, the old Halloween episodes when they put up Spooky Vision? Like Circuit 2004? The it's Stan's killer fish that kills his aunt.
I played it very diligently. And
his aunt
keep
Flo.
in touch with you guys. Google Play and Google Play Points will keep sponsoring ASL.
Hell yes!
No, wait, wow,
that's insane. That means basically ASL's secure for. They've always had problems with sponsors, but if Google is willing to fully sponsor them, because they've been doing this for 20 fucking years, like, we're not going anywhere. Google's finally getting the investment here. Oh, that's so crazy.
There's now one more player who was able to become an ASL champion only thanks to the sponsorship.
Hell yeah, banana bread at work, dude. Fuck yeah.
Let's call this main character up on the stage.
Nothing better than banana bread. I would kill for banana bread. Legit.
With unspeakably good performance, he reached the very top. Let's call
if there was a bug in front of me, I would crush it and I would grab that banana bread like no fucking tomorrow. Soma! ASL Season 20 champion is Soma!
He claims the title of the best player of the Google Play season. Let's take
30 million!
Congratulate Soma once more. Please look towards the camera. And how about a little smile? We will keep cheering for you as you move on to fulfilling new dreams in the ASL. Once more, a round of applause for Soma on his championship run. And we'd once again like to thank Global Managing Director of Member Awards Global and Google Play Points, Mr. Chang Yun-se. We hope Google keeps supporting esports. A round of applause for Mr. Chang Yun-se, please. Thank you.
What's this?
Now all that is left is for the champion to take over the stage. Soma, you are the champion.
Alright, I'll check it out.
Thank you for giving your best this season. You will have your trophy ceremony in a moment. We were able to do this season with more passion and love than ever.
True.
I think the players were able to play so well, most of all because you guys showed up, you cheered, you gave them your strength.
The fans fuel you to go
and
further.
Like to thank Soup for making this tournament possible. And all of the fans who showed their support, as well as Google Play. It's time for us to close the show. What is left is your trophy ceremony. I'm sure you thought a lot about how to do a cool ceremony over the years, so please raise the trophy and give us a cool ceremony. This does it for this season of ASL. We will see you next time. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for being with us. Thank you.
And there you have it, the champion of ASL
Dun dun
Season 20,
dun!
the returning Soma.
There he is, kissing the trophy, like all the champions before him.
Continued the Zerg line of domination in StarCraft.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah,
what a time we live in, guys. What a fucking time we live in.
The Zergs are looking very strong.
Zerg is on top. We get rid of Suluki and we bring on board Soma.
Excuse me. But I gotta say, I love doing ASL. We love sharing.
I love watching it, Tasteless.
And we are
I love
so
you guys,
excited,
Tastosis.
To start another season next year. We hope you guys consider signing up for the Patreon. Patreon.com/ASL English. And Artosis, any closing thoughts?
Now, thank you everyone for watching and supporting all this time. Spread the word. It was a great season.
True, everyone go watch. Oh man, that was fucking so great. I'm so glad Soma won. To be fair, Snow did not play the best, but Footstar Gamer! Larva beat someone with his foot. Oh man, what a day, guys. We had a fucking day today. I'm sorry everyone, but we are we're done skis, you know, we're over it. So what's this?
Check your belly, maybe.
My badge is missing. You know anything about it?
Check your belly. Maybe it's hiding under that donut.
Watch your beak, Bird.
Watch your belly, officer.
You ate the evidence again.
It was labeled case closed.
You're impossible.
And you're always hungry.
Why do you always copy my voice?
Because it sounds funnier than it looks.
You've got jokes, huh?
Better than your hairline joke, officer.
We found your voice on the tape. Explain that.
I only copy smart people, so that's not me.
You think you're clever?
Smarter than your whole unit.
Who messed with the evidence box?
You did. You labeled it snacks yesterday.
Don't test me, Bird.
I already did. Failed logic. Past donuts.
You called dispatch and said I'm lazy?
Just repeating what everyone already knows.
Watch that beak.
Watch that ego, officer.
You claim you saw the suspect?
Yeah, and he ran faster than your brain works.
That's not funny.
Neither is your investigation speed.
You broke the siren again?
It screamed less than you do during reports.
That's enough attitude.
Enough donuts, too.
My badge is missing. You know anything about it?
Check.
This is where I'm like, that's AI, right? At least partially, right? The world's so fucked up, I don't know anymore, man. It's gotta be some of it is gold. I know, right? It's gold. Absolutely. I'm like, I feel like, damn, like if that's AI, the people were pretty good. Like some of them were a little uncanny, but some people are kind of like that on camera anyways because they don't know how to act. But yeah, no, that's pretty fucking funny. I love it. AI is getting crazy, guys. Getting fucking crazy up in here. Alright, well, that'll do it for us today, guys. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. We had some fun. Hopefully tomorrow Queen will be able to get through those zombies, right? But we'll be back again tomorrow. So, you know, we'll see you then. Until then, have a good one. And remember, keep being you. You guys are great. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. There's more out there. I couldn't even find the ones I saw on Facebook earlier. Have a good night. Hell yeah. I know there's so much shit on Facebook. It's because of all old people. Funny in the Treehouse. Fun in the Treehouse tomorrow. Hell yeah. See, I didn't get to read Treehouse Isekai, and I didn't get to read eye of the world today. But we did a lot of writing today. Because I've been doing like storyboarding and stuff, but the writing aspect hasn't come quite along yet. But anyways, it is what it is, right? So, let's see. Who we rating today? These chapters are somewhat skippable, but I thought it important to write anyways. Yeah, it's no worries. It's always good to have something like that, right? New one. Alright, here we go. Get your wheels ready. Alright, we'll see you on the other end, boys. Peace!